Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the Pokemon Go Championship, regional championships in Stuttgart, the last regional championships we have in this year. My name is Leonard König, and I'm sitting here with Amanda Lundberg. Hello, Amanda. How are you feeling?
You know, I'm doing really well. And like you said, I'm very excited because this is going to be the last regional competition for Europe for 2022. But not only that, it's a little bit special because we're one of the first ones that have the new meta shakeup. So we can talk about that a little bit later coming down the line. But first, we want to get into the prize pool of what the competitors are competing for today. So let me tell you, it's going to be something pretty interesting. We have the first place, of course, getting a cash prize and the invite to Worlds in Japan. And then the second place also getting the World's invite without the travel award.
The first one is paid also, and then we also have some nice Pokemon booster packs. We have 72 booster packs for the first and second place, so that would equal, I think, 3 booster boxes. And then the third and fourth place get 2 booster boxes, or would it be 1 booster box? I don't know. I'm here for Pokemon Go.
Well, that's right. We're not here
getting,
for the packs.
We're getting 36 booster packs on the third and fourth, 18 on the fifth and eighth place, and 9 booster packs for the 9th and 16th place, and also some pretty nice cash prizes.
That's correct. And with 81 players, it is quite a stacked tournament as well.
That is true. We have seen the names of the players registered. We are not going to spoil or anything. I mean, you can always check it out online as well with the exclamation mark bracket. And yeah, I mean, this is quite the high level of competition. I got to be honest with you there.
That's correct. I mean, we noticed that in the crowd, even there are the regional champions that have played some other tournaments as well. And also, the world champions are here. We have Dancing Rob. He is not competing. He's just here to kind of show some dominance and being a German himself. He wants to represent Germany in the competition. And also, the senior division winner, Emmy Weedle, will be competing. So that is something that is interesting overall.
Yeah, absolutely. You will also see more of Dancing Rob in our coverage, in our pre-recorded content. We have quite the fire interviews with him. Or Misty, I would rather say. You will see about that later. And I want to also introduce someone else, because we are not the only ones who are going to commentate the matches today. We also have another third piece of our casting team that we are going to show you in just a second. It is going to be Nim, Amandine.
Yes, Amandine, yeah, the Pokemon Go community also knows her as Nim. She will be here casting alongside us, and I'm very excited about that. We were calling it the Aman duo, being Amanda and Amandine.
This is going to be a tough one for me, to be honest, because I will confuse those.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you can fit into this mix. Maybe we can find a cutesy nickname for you to join us by the end of the stream.
Absolutely. Leomand would also work, but let's just go with my regular name. I think that's fine enough for me. There you can see the team, which consists of us and, of course, Amandine.
She's doing a very nice interview herself, if you look at it. Yeah.
And I know this Pikachu, and it has a lot to say, honestly. This was a long interview.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's having a really good time.
Yeah, it's a fun guy, fun pal to talk to. So let's get into Pokemon Go for a second, okay? I mean, not like we're not going to talk enough about the game this day, but there was a move update.
Yes, indeed there was. We already saw that Noctowl was quite dominant among the winners of the other regional tournaments, but now, after the move update, I can probably say I think we're going to see Noctowl on almost every team. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Shuhu, it's going to be a really dominant Pokemon. And like every time one Pokemon gets stronger, of course, the meta shifts for a second. Because, of course, their counters, even though the matchup is slightly less strong, of course, still get better. They will get picked more often. You know you're going to face a Noctowl. Then you're going to bring your Stunfisk. You might bring your Lantern, a Pokemon that really walls this Pokemon well, which has not been too strong in the last few formats. But this time I can already tell you guys that I saw many Lanterns.
Yes, I think that's true. I think before there was a very high amount of grass user, like Trevenant or a Shadow Venusaur perhaps. But now with the rise of a wing attack, I mean, I think a lot of the grass users are a little bit afraid. And when that happens, then the water can really come out to play. So Lantern, this might be the cup that it shines.
To be fair, Poison Fang's energy cost got increased, and this is usually something that affects grass-type Pokemon, because grass is weak to poison. However, the strongest grass Pokemon in the field are also having a resistant typing to poison, like Poison itself or Ghost on the side of Trevenant. So it is still quite good for them that Poison Fang got increased, but there is a Pokemon that we have to talk about now, which is Nidoqueen, and especially I think the Shadow version of the Nidoqueen, which got quite the heavy hit.
Yes, that's true. I mean, I think Nidoqueen was used quite a lot in other tournaments, but now with the energy cost being increased, we can no longer have the joke of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Poison Fang because, well, it's going to take a little bit longer to get to, unfortunately. But another one that I think maybe affect this meta as well is the fact that Charm has a little bit of a decrease in its power. So do you think we'll see a couple more Dark types come out because of this?
Actually, so the strongest Dark type that we had in the format was obviously Sableye. I mean, Sableye gets really walled by Noctowl.
That is
so
true.
I think that Sableye actually might see a little decrease in play. It's still going to be on many teams because Noctowl is, of course, not the only Pokemon in the format.
Right.
There are also 5 other Pokemon on every roster at least. But Pokemon like Umbreon are going to see a lot more play. I've been talking to players about the Pokemon before, and they are really hyped because Umbreon actually has kind of a good matchup against Noctowl as well because it reaches the fast moves really fast and it is so bulky.
Yes, that is the thing about Umbreon and also Pokemon like Lickitung. People are putting them on their team for the bulk. So it's almost like giving your team 3 or 4 shields instead of just the 2 that is given in the game. We'll see how the players utilize that to their advantage. Also, the thing about Umbreon, if people are bringing that, is you don't know what they're going to use. You could use either Community Day move of Last Resort or Psychic. Usually, more often, it is the Last Resort version, but you never know. We can see some spicy picks here.
Yeah, my Toxicroak has suffered a lot. I thought, like, I don't have to shield this, and then my Toxicroak just got knocked out immediately. Another good point for those bulky Pokemon is, again, the increase of energy that you need for Poison Fang, because that was quite the good strategy. I mean, it's hard to charge move down these Umbreons that are with neutral charge moves, but if you get like 1, 2, or 3 Poison Fangs off, it's not really that hard to defeat
That's true. Speaking of your Toxicroak, it is one of the counter users, a fighter, one that would be damaged very highly by the new wing attack buff. Do you think we'll see many fighters on the teams? Do you think we'll see any Toxicroaks on the team?
I mean, I have seen some Toxicroaks that are in the competition, but I don't think that it is the perfect choice for the event. I mean, 2 things. So I think the best fighting type counter user is Medicham. This Pokemon has been dominant for a long time, just purely because of the Ice Punch coverage and its natural bulk. But I think that we are also going to see some Obstagoons, and maybe I am hoping for Vigoroth.
Ooh, you want a Vigoroth?
Yes, I want to see some counter users because, of course, we will see an increase of steel types again because of the wing attackers, and then you want to counter them down.
Yeah. Oh, I like that.
And I don't think that you necessarily want to have the fighting type because you're going to face lots of Noctowls and lots of wing attackers. But Noctowl is not the only wing attacker that has severely profited from this. First of all, my personal favorite wing attacker, I have to address it, Golbat. Golbat got the energy increase on the Poison Fang as well, but with the wing attack buff, it doesn't matter.
It's true.
It's just as many wing attacks as it was before.
I don't know how many Golbats we will see, but I hope for your sake we see at least
Let a man
one.
dream, Amanda. Let a man dream.
Another one that I think that will be used quite a bit will be Pelipper.
Yeah, I think that's arguably the stronger one, to be fair. Pelipper now needs 5 wing attacks to get to a Weather Ball, and then 4 to get to the second Weather Ball, and that is a lot of Weather Balls.
That is a lot of Weather Balls, especially in the Stunfisk matchup, which is something that it could be a bit interesting because it was always a little bit dependent on who switched in first, who had a little bit of an energy advantage, but now with the Weather Ball and the wing attacks, I don't know if the Galarian Stunfisk will have as much play. It is definitely a staple, I think, in a lot of teams, so I'm sure we're still going to see it. But I think even the Noctowls with certain IV spreads can also take out a Stunfisk.
Galarian Stunfisk also a reason why Toxicroak is not that strong right now, because you have this Earthquake and also the super effective Mud Shots against Toxicroak. And Toxicroak, yes, is a counter user. Yes, you have the Mud Bomb, but the matchup is still not that great.
Yes, the Toxicroak lacks a bit of the bulk that is needed, although I've seen people go very far with the Martogalde. Made it last year to Worlds using a Toxicroak, so I mean, it's definitely a possibility.
There is a chance. You can also beat Noctowl at some points when you land
A sludge bomb.
sludge
Yes.
bomb, not mod
No,
bomb.
it's very true. When shields are down, Toxicroak can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean, it has a crazy high attack stat, so
Yes.
that's why I love it so much. And also, from Fashion Week, it still has a really cool cap, and I like to see that one.
Yeah. Ooh, maybe someone will be using the shiny one with a cap.
That would be mad. That would be absolutely mad. So for the first match, we also have quite the cool matchup. We have Lily Ketchum versus Melancholia, and then I think 1988. I think it's Melancholia 1988. The players are not quite ready yet, but just to announce the players already.
That's right.
What do you think we are going to see? Do you think we can expect something like a Noctowl?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it has much play in this tournament, to be honest. No, I'm almost guaranteed that we're going to see a Noctowl and at least a Noctowl counter or two. I think one of the more common ones, like you discussed, we're probably going to see some lanterns. But the real question with lanterns are going to be, is it going to be a water gun or is it going to be a spark?
I like Spark a lot because it's much easier to reach those critical thunderbolts
True.
that you really want to have. But water gunning down really increases your matchup against other Pokemon like the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yes, especially the steel types. I think there'll be a lot of more Registeels as well that will be playing with their moves, their charge moves of Zap Cannon, which will do a lot of damage and a high percentage chance of getting the debuff, although it's not guaranteed anymore. And also, I mean, you could do something surprising like the Flash Cannon or...
Yeah, I don't advise you use the Flash Cannon versus the Lantern. That's not going to help your case at all.
That is true.
So, we're talking about Registeel. How much play does Registeel have versus Toxicroak?
You know, that is a really good question. Overall, the thing is with the Registeel is when it got Zap Cannon, it became a much stronger competitor overall. So, I mean, I think that 2 of them would be enough. They're going to take a shield no matter what. So I think the overall goal with the Registeel is at least to take a shield, even if you're going to go down, and maybe you have a chance of decreasing your opponent.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just like for every Toxicroak matchup. This
That's
Pokemon
true.
can't really even take a Body Slam from a Lickitung.
That is true. But he's got a cool cap.
That is true, and that is actually the most important thing in Pokemon Go, having your Pokemon look stylish. I'm just kidding, obviously. So, going back to Lantern, we have talked about a decrease in these crazy grass-type Pokemon.
That's right.
So, I mean, you can actually make the meta call that people are over-preparing for Noctowl. So, maybe we can actually go for a Trevenant again. I mean, you don't have to, you can try to not line it up against the Noctowl, but what are the chances that we are seeing loads of Venusaurs and Trevenants?
I think that, I mean, we're still going to see them, right? They're still pretty prevalent. And they're going to do well overall. I think since Go Battle League has just recently started the new season as well, everyone has been increasing their uses of Noctowl. So people don't expect a Trevenant. I've been running a team that was completely walled by Trevenant, and the minute I came across one, I was like, oh, well, this is not great.
Did you not bring Noctowl?
I didn't. Oh, it sounds like we are ready to get into the first matchups with the players, so we're going to go ahead and switch over to them. We have a new update real quick on who is going to be playing here.
So we have It's Unreal versus Ryu Bahamut, and now we are already seeing some spice here.
Yes, if you look on Unreal's team, we have a double, which is something that was not in for very long. So if we're lucky to get one with a good spread, then I mean, much to their advantage here because there are a couple good moves that can be used here.
Yeah, it's got double kick.
It has double kick, that's right. And you could be running it with either Wild Charge or Body Slams. Looks like we're getting right into it here.
And on the side of Ryu, if I recall correctly, we can see a Mew, which was actually more prominent in the LAIC that we have seen just recently. So we actually saw a player utilize this Pokemon quite well.
Yeah, what is really interesting about Mew is that it's honestly just the Swiss pocket knife of a Pokemon. You can go through so many different charges. I mean, that's the thing. Most of the time, your opponent will shield the first one because you just don't know what they will be able to throw at you. What are you looking at this team think that the Mew would be running?
Okay, looking at this team, I mean, you have the Swampert, so you might not want to go for a Surf necessarily. I think that you could go for an Ice-type attack because of all the Noctowls.
That's true.
You could also consider going for like a Thunderbolt or something like that, because it also hits the steel types, except for Galarian Stunfisk, so it's getting hard already.
I think something that it could be very interesting would be Flame Charge, which not only is fairly quick to get to, but also has a nice boost for your attack overall as well.
So are you, I mean, most of the Mews I've seen before were running Shadow Claw.
Yes, I think that is the appropriate move, although you never know. If you're doing something a little bit spicy, it could be changing everything.
This really severely weakens your Noctowl matchup.
That is, yep, that is true. It's resisted because of the normal typing.
Yeah. So maybe you want to be really crazy and play something else.
One Pokemon we hadn't really talked about was Frostlass, but it is on both teams here.
Ooh.
So I think, yes, with the rise of these flyers and the wing attack buff, Frostlass says, hi, I want to come out and play as well.
Yeah.
Frostlass is one of those Pokemon that, it is also very frail. It needs to keep some shields, but if shields are down, they can basically one-shot almost every Pokemon, or at least get it down to the red with the Shadow Ball and Avalanches.
Yeah, it is one of the great offensive sweepers we have in the format. You can go for some Powder Snows and you will already reach your first Avalanche, and this really hurts an Noctowl because of this high attack stat as well.
Yeah, overall, like Ryu's Medicham also looks really good. If you think about the fact that we have a normal typing and then 2 steals, I think that we'll see probably a lot of play on the Medicham on that side. The Frostlass does wall it rather hard, actually, but everything else is at least a neutral-ish matchup. Yes, obviously it doesn't want to see the Noctowl, but at the same point, like you discussed earlier, those ice punches can really come in handy.
Yeah, that is true. So you can actually sometimes, if you have a little bit of an energy advantage, win the matchup. And depending on the Noctowl's IVs, you are also winning the CMP.
That is true. The charge move priority, it goes to the Pokemon that has the highest attack stat. Also, some people choose to have their Pokemon maybe not have the best defensive spreads, but want the best attack spread, simply because they want to fire off their charge move first. This is especially important in the Frostlass matchups, because the first Frostlass to reach that Shadow Ball is going to be the one who can take out the other Frostlass.
That is true, and that is the absolute beauty of Pokemon Go team building. You can actually take a Pokemon that has less stats, a bit less stats, but it wins some matchups in particular. Of course, it's going to be worse against other matchups, but that's just life, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a whole rock, paper, scissors scenario. It's like, well, there are going to be some typings that are obviously going to dominate others, but yeah, they're still going to lose. Frostlass still doesn't want to see many fire types.
I remember my first Bring 6 or Show 6 Bring 3 match that I played, and I had the exact same face like our player on the left. When you first go like, wait, which ones is he going to bring?
Yes, it's
absolute headache.
The pick 6 is really an interesting format because you can get into your opponent's head, but if you're not careful, they can also get into yours. You can overthink what they're going to bring, and that's also one of the strategies. Are you more of an offensive player, or are you a defensive player? Are you someone that's like, I know that I'm going to go in, I'm probably going to use these Pokemon if they do well against the other team because I know the matchups, I know how they do, or are you someone who looks and says, my opponent is probably going to bring this, so I should bring another thing to counter it?
I think I'm more of a reactive player, and yesterday when I was playtesting with one of the players in the tournament, actually, I lost the game because he brought a completely different team. He brought the other 3 that I did not expect. I was like, wow, how did you do it? And he said, yeah, I just picked something. I didn't even think about it. So let's go into the game of It's Unreal versus Ryu Bahamut already. We have the Frostlass versus the Galarian Stunfisk. Not the best matchup for the Frostlass because Rock Slides that is already channeled are going to hurt. And do you shield this? You kind of have to. It is a lot of damage. It goes unshielded, and this Frostlass is already very low.
Yeah, I think that the plan for Ryu here is that they know that 2 avalanches will also take out the Stunfisk or force a shield. They know that they can tank at least 1 Rock Slide, so it looks like they may be able to get to the second avalanche at the same time. Oh, going ahead and trying to catch a swap, but it didn't work. Bringing in this double and being met and countered hard by this Medicham.
Yeah, this double really does not want to have this fight versus Medicham. The non-stab dark type attack is going to hit the Medicham for neutral damage because the fighting type, and we also can see that there is no psychic on this Medicham.
Yeah, this is a very interesting moveset. A power-up punch will increase your attack. This is going unshielded, but now these counters are going to be doing even more damage. And overall, this moveset is not seen very often, but it might pay off in this format.
And this body slam is not going to deal too much damage, is going to go unshielded by its Unreal. And he actually goes for another power punch, which I did not expect. I think he went for the charge move priority and lost it. Double was stronger, but this would have been just another counter.
Yes, I think at this stage, maybe you bring back in the Frostless and try to Powder Snow down. However, it is a double boosted Medicham, and these counters, while they are not very effective, might still be enough, especially if he gets to a move. This would be a catch, but I'm not sure this is the catch that Ryu was expecting.
No. This is a +2 Ice Punch. This is going to deal a lot of damage, about 40%. And now this Noctowl is in versus a Shadow Swampert. And this is not the best matchup for Noctowl because 2 Hydro Cannons actually take out the Noctowl.
That's right.
In this case, it would be 1 and a few.
Yeah, especially because of that boosted Ice Punch like you were talking about. Forced to use these shields here and not being able to, I mean, 2 shields are also on the board for It's Unreal. So, I mean, at this stage, you got to shield it because you're not going to be able to survive much longer. But at the same point, you are not going to be able to burn through the shields at the same rate either.
No, we are very close to 2 Sky Attacks, but there are, as you said, 2 shields on this Swampert. Ryu really trusting his Noctowl to win this game for him, but I think that Unreal might actually have this. This Swampert could be the game-deciding factor here.
Let's see, yes, we're going with another Sky Attack, and It's Unreal using his last shield as well, but as you can see, very close to this Hydro Cannon. Maybe there's a potential for a catch, we'll see.
Oh,
wow.
What a combo move. Nice, switching in the Frostless, immediately going for the Avalanche before the Hydro Cannon could come out, and we're going to go for the Stunfisk, but Stunfisk also has the Rock Slide.
Yes, I think it was a really good catch, very good energy management, Ryu. However, maybe not quite enough at this stage because this Rock Slide will be able to almost take out. And
we have another Noctowl surviving at 1 HP.
Mudshotting down seems like a little bit of a funny thing, but
yeah.
Oh, unfortunately not able to collect any bonuses because the bag is full. It's Unreal. You need to get rid of some of those super potions.
Indeed so. Ryu actually winning the first game here with the very strong Shadow Swampert. And, I mean, in the end, it was the Galarian Stunfisk that took out the Noctowl. So, really good plays. His opponent recovered a bit with the Frostless switch in, but it was too late at this point. The disadvantage was too big.
I think that's really important to know your energy, though, as well. Like he did such a good job with that, knowing that Frostless, also with a very high attack stat, most likely will be able to hit its charge move before anything else. Noticing his timer was up and being able to take out that Swampert that had a full Hydro Cannon loaded was, I mean, it was a very, very good move.
Yeah, but then this Stunfisk came in, mud-shotted down the Frostless, and then mud-shotted down the Noctowl after hitting a Rock Slide. So strong mud-shots. We know mud-shot for being a high-damaging move, of course.
High energy for sure. You can see the players are both kind of analyzing now what do I do in this second round? The first round is usually an information gathering round. You kind of sense the movesets. Now also revealing a power-up punch Medicham. That is a big tell overall. I believe actually both charge moves were revealed, so the Ice Punch and the power-up punch.
What do you think about power-up punch right now? Because a few formats before, Psychic was much more frequent. But, I mean, since you don't see as many Toxic Rogues anymore, I think power-up punch and Ice Punch is a really good combination.
I love using power-up punch. I know that I had to change it a little bit overall because Ice Punch and power-up punch together, while they do really well against a lot of things, it's completely walled by an Azumarill, I'll say.
Yeah.
Or a big, bulky Fairymon or something like that. It's not going to be able to do as well against it. Ooh, we have another interesting matchup here. Noctowl, an immediate swap out into that double safe swap. And let's see, the Frostless has decided to stay in. They do know that there's a payback, but he knows that he'll be able to get to this Avalanche before the opponent can get to the payback, and it goes unshielded.
This Avalanche already dealing a lot of damage, and we are at 2 body slams. Do we get out the first shield? Do we call this bait on Ryu's side? No, we are taking this bait.
Yes, the body slam bait, but unfortunately, Oh, he is able to make it in time, but like we talked about, Frostlass having such a high attack, able to get this avalanche, choosing to shield. I think this is a big tell that is at the payback as well.
Yeah.
So it is now deciding, do I want to lose this Frostlass? Because this should be enough to take it out.
That's true, and we are letting the Frostless fall to this payback double, absolutely destroying this matchup.
I guess if you look in the back we have the Galarian Stunfisk and the Swampert. Both of those deal pretty readily with the Noctowl in the back.
But so we are going for another payback, which is going to also deal a lot of damage. Also, these double kicks are going hard on this Galarian Stunfisk.
Yes, this Stunfisk already down to like a little less than 50% health because of those low kicks. But at the same point, very full of energy, and neither one of these Pokemon want to see the Galarian Stunfisk.
No, and if you bring in Noctowl into a Galarian Stunfisk, then you know that the other Pokemon in your back is also not really that strong right now. Registeel and Noctowl kind of both lose to the Swampert in the back as well.
It's true. I think if you're Ryu on this side, you're a little bit grinning because you know you can anticipate the back line, that it's something that also doesn't want to see Galarian Stunfisk, and the Swampert will also do well against that.
So, we reached the Shadow Ball already, but went for another wing attack, and now the Rock Slide is going to connect first, and we have to use a shield.
We do. See, still going for a little bit more now, doing some counting, and this Shadow Ball at this range will be enough to take it out should Ryu choose not to shield. Looks like he is going to shield. He recognizes the importance of the Stunfisk here, but trying to catch, not quite there. Let's see what happens here.
Not catching this is absolutely huge, because now the Earthquake can hit on the Registeel, and this is going to deal so much damage, Amanda.
And the problem also is, for Registeel, is that these lock-ons do very, very little damage. So they're going to force to use a charge move against this Galarian Stunfisk.
And of course, this Focus Blast is going to deal a lot of damage. However, this Stunfisk is at like 10% max, so it's obviously going to be taken out, but if you compare it to the energy that you have used, it's really hard. And if you can count these lock-ons successfully, then you can actually get some energy out of this as well.
That is true. Not wanting to do too much, though. Didn't want to get caught by that move. And now it's going to be a little bit of a race, because the Noctowl already is almost out of Shadow Ball. Going to go for 2 Sky Attacks to knock it out instead, but we are almost at that Hydro Cannon as well. So I believe at this stage they're just 1 move away and should be able to... There we go.
And I have an idea. I think that this Hydro Cannon is going to take out the Noctowl. I think let's see if it is going to happen. This absolutely powerful Hydro Cannon wins Ryu Bahamut the second game as well. GG, well played.
Well played indeed. Looks like they are still congratulating each other here.
So you can see the emotions overwhelming both of these players. This was such a great game from Ryu's side, also of course by his opponent. I think that this double did so much more work than anticipated. He got a really early advantage in a bad matchup, to be honest, right? He had the body slam that was immediately shielded and then taking out the Frostless with the payback. But the Pokemon that he brought to the table were absolutely hard countered by Ryu.
Yeah, I think that sometimes that's just the way that the opponents end up playing, but you know, you go in, even if you lose, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's a double elimination bracket. You shake off the first loss and you go ahead and try to move down to the losers bracket. And like I said, the German champion, Dancing Rob, he got kicked to the lower loser bracket very early on in the Worlds and still managed to come back overall and sweep the tournament. So it's not over until it's over.
Everything is possible, nothing is unreal, as you would like to say. So we're going to see Ryu soon in the winner's interview, and I think you will conduct it. What do you think are you going to ask him? Little spoiler.
Well, I can't give away too much here, but I think we'll just kind of talk about the interesting picks, the interesting movesets that they expect their opponents to see. But again, I don't want to give away too much too soon.
That's really good. So a little bit of tension here. Let's go back to us for just a second. So this was quite the intense match, even though it was a 2-0. I did not expect... Do you think we are going to see more double? Because it is one of these, even though it's not a counter user, it is a fighting type, fast move user that is not a fighting type itself.
It's sort of like you wanted to see Vigoroth.
Yeah, it's kind of a Vigoroth,
yes.
just
This
more
is
of
an adjacent Vigoroth.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a sloth, it's a sheep. But it's a animal is an animal, right?
Yeah, I think that maybe we will see a couple of those things. Maybe what we would call like a double fighter strategy. So you would maybe still have Metacham like they have, and then something else that can do some fighting damage, like an Obstagoon or a Scrafty, or something like that as well.
Really going for the super prediction of people preparing a lot for Noctowl and bringing multiple steel types and therefore bringing multiple fighting type Pokemon, which is really, really strong, I think. So we are going to go into a short break and then we will be right back for the winners interview.
Welcome back. We're here with the winner of the first round, right? First of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk a little bit about your team building process there.
Okay.
What made you decide to bring the Pokemon that you did to your matchups?
Well, of course, Shadow Swampert, because I already played in the previous tournaments Swampert, but I didn't have the Shadow one. So last time when the Rocket event was, I was finally able to build it myself and use it.
Yeah.
And it was already pretty helpful.
Yeah, it was able to pretty much win you both of the matchups there.
Yes, that's practically it. And I'm really happy for that.
Yeah. How do you feel as a German, being in Stuttgart? Are you hoping to go all the way here and make a representation for the country?
I will try my best, but I will be honest. I don't think that I will go too far because I don't have so many tournament experience. I just wanted to participate in one and to see how far will I come.
Well, how do you like it so far?
It's good.
You're off to a good start.
Yes, that's a really good start. Yeah, so far.
So, like you just said, you don't have super high expectations, but at the same point, you never know. Or is there anyone that in your community that you're thinking, oh, I really want to face them, or oh, I don't want to face them?
To be honest, I don't know so many good players because I don't play tournaments so many in general. So
hey, that's a good.
I do know from Stone Collection some of them. So, but I will try to avoid at least him. Stone Collection, a good friend, but he's of course pretty good. So
yeah.
I would like to avoid to fight against him.
So would you call Swampert your MVP, you think? Or is it, do you have something in your back pocket that you're waiting to reveal as the tournament goes on?
I think Swampert is, well, it's my MVP, but sometimes you need a Joker. Maybe a Joker could help out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, so we will see. But And in most cases, like Galarian Stormcase was also in my team. So I think we will see pretty much often the standard Pokemon.
Yeah, well, congratulations again, and we look forward to seeing a bit more from you in the future.
Yeah, thank you.
We're going to take another short break, and we'll be back soon.
So
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, for the second featured match of the Pokemon Go Regional Championship in Stuttgart. We are in Group B now with the first round as well. Again, my name is Leonard König. I'm sitting here with Amanda Lundberg, and we are again hyped for another matchup.
That's right. We have two more German players that are going to be competing this next round. We have Silvio Serrar versus Aerosol.
Yes.
Silvio, he was one of the top contenders in the European International Championships. He placed in the top 12. So this could be a very interesting matchup.
It for sure will be. And both of these players are already in the thought process, both just pondering with their thoughts about the next game. Which Pokemon am I going to bring? What's my opponent even running? I don't know if they have their team sheets on their side now or the ones of their opponents. And we can see cool Pokemon on both sides.
Oh, wow. If you look on Aerosol's team, he is running an Ampharos.
And I think I have seen his team list earlier. I think that's a Shadow one.
A Shadow Emperor. Oh, I don't know if you know this, but a fellow caster, Caleb Peng, has put a little announcement out on Twitter, and he said if anyone wins a regional championship using Ampharos, he will delete his beloved Bastiodon. So I think some people have risen to the challenge here. Aerosol says, I will gladly accept this, and has brought a Shadow Ampharos to his team.
I really hope that he doesn't have to delete his beloved Bastiodon, though. But those Pokemon were quite cool. I was considering Cresselia as a top contender as well, just because it is not a grass type and is weak to wing attack or sky attacks, but has access to Grass Knot.
That is true, and it has a lot of bulk as well. Unfortunately, again, with his Noctowls.
Yeah.
Although, if we look on Silvio's team, a Noctowl is nowhere to be found.
Blasphemy.
Instead, we do see the Pokemon that we were talking about as well that does benefit from that wing attack, and that is the Pelipper.
Pelipper not really that hit hard by Grass Knot, but it is also not resistant to it. It is a Pokemon really countered by the Shadow Ampharos, gotta be honest here.
That's true. If you look at the team, I mean, like, it does some decent damage against most of the Pokemon, not that Stunfisk. If you're that Galarian Stunfisk, you're saying, yes, bring it on, Shadow Ampharos.
Yes, but this is still like 5 Pokemon that it at least does neutral damage to.
It's true. Also, if you look on Aerosol's side, he decided to use Obstagoon as his counter user, which doesn't do as well against the Medicham. We're right into the first matches here. Speaking of the Medicham, we have the Medicham up against Shadow Swampert, and it looks like they are both deciding to stay in here. Aerosol going to be able to reach the Hydro Cannon first, and now it's up to Silvio to decide whether he wants to take an early shield.
Silvio just takes this really powerful Hydro Cannon, dealing about half health, and now the immediate switch out, so trying to go for a catch on an Ice Punch that would have hurt the Swampert, but not the Cresselia. Now Cresselia is going for a Moonblast, I think, versus the Frostless.
Yeah, not getting shielded here. Does about half health. Fortunately for Silvio here, didn't get the attack debuff here. And now going on, charging up a little bit extra, doing counts right before the Grass Knot is ready, throwing the Shadow Ball, which will do a decent amount of damage to the Cresselia if it goes unshielded. And it does go unshielded, knocking it down. Wow.
And we are going for yet another Moonblast, so not even trying to hit the cheaper Grass Knot. No, we are going directly for the hard-hitting move, and it is going to be shielded. So do you think you can Powder Snow down this Cresselia now before it reaches the next Grass Knot?
I think if Silvio was trying, but counting, he knows that the Aerosol was going to be able to hit that move and is forced to throw this Avalanche, but still getting the switch advantage that they were looking for here.
So also still 2 shields on the side of Aerosol. He is going to let the timer run down for a bit, and now we are seeing the Shadow Ampharos, and look at this Volt Switch damage.
Yeah, Aerosol forced to shield here because the Shadow Ampharos also doesn't have a lot of bulk in Great League. But is going to be able to Volt Switch down, and now with the new move update of Brutal Swing, this could be an interesting moveset against the Pokemon that's coming in. Focus Blast is going to do a ton of damage. Does Silvio know that he's running it?
Also, you can actually see, I think you might not really want to shield this, thinking, hey, which move could come? And wow, we have seen a Galarian Stunfisk being absolutely destroyed by this Focus Blast. 100% health taken down.
Galarian Stunfisk? What Galarian Stunfisk?
I have never seen this Pokemon being one-shot, I gotta be honest here. So we are taking the Ice Punch with the Swampert and actually reaching the next Hydro Cannon just before it gets countered down. Medicham has to shield this. There is not much more that Silvio can do here except for winning with this Medicham. So you have to invest the second shield. You're going for the Ice Punch. We have reached 2 Ice Punches already, but there is a shield on the Ampharos side.
Yeah. The big question will be, will Ice Punch be enough at this point? Because Silvio is almost at another one before the Brutal Swing hits.
This is looking good.
I'm not sure. Well, you think it'll be enough? It is a Shadow, which takes 20% more damage from every move.
I think this might take it out. No, it actually takes the hit and goes for the Brutal Swing. There is no shield remaining, so Medicham will fall to this. Ampharos being the absolute carry in this game.
And you saw it on Silvio's face as well when it got completely one-shotted by... That was a surprise for him as well.
What a powerful move. I can't stop smiling right now. That was really cool.
It's something you don't see very often. I think this is the first probably Shadow Ampharos that we've even seen in the tournaments.
Yeah.
So, and then really putting on a performance with it as well.
So you don't even have the electric type charge move, which kind of weakens You should see the quotation marks that I'm doing with my hands. Your Noctowl matchup, but these Volt Switches still will deal a lot of damage to the Noctowl.
That's right, and being able to get to these moves a little bit quicker is pretty important. But now both movesets have been revealed, so it is indeed a Brutal Swing.
That is true. That's actually really important for the next games. That is indeed true. So you might not be too afraid to bring the Noctowl, but I think that it was still a really good choice by Aerosol to bring this Ampharos, even though you don't have the electric type charge move, because it caught your opponent off guard. And with this Focus Blast, this thing destroys the Lickitung.
Yes.
This thing obviously destroys the Galarian Stunfisk.
You saw it here first, folks.
Really? Do you think he can one-shot the Lickitung?
You know, I think that Lickitung has a lot more bulk than the Galarian Stunfisk. I bet it would put it pretty low. A Dynamic Punch from a Medicham does over half, and so I can imagine a Focus Blast will do even more.
I mean, we might not see it today or tomorrow or at all, but if we ever get in no shield with a energy advantage of the Ampharos, then I would really be excited to see it.
Yeah, we can ask Aerosol afterwards too. Maybe we can scrim against him and we'll say, just take out my Lickitung.
However, we will have to ask him in private because there will be no winner's interview after this matchup, just so you guys already know. So we are about to go into the second game soon. What do you think? Will we see the Ampharos again? Because like the only counter to it was brought to the table and it got one shot.
It's true. I do think that, yeah, now that they knows that it's for sure a Focus Blast, he will definitely be a little bit more wary of the Ampharos. I definitely think we'll see the Ampharos again. It is a very unique spicy pick, and not everyone knows the movesets of it, which also sometimes plays to a competitor's advantage.
So how much energy do you need for a Brutal Swing compared to a Focus Blast? Because, I mean, you want to really shield the move that Ampharos throws, you know, and Brutal Swing would not do as much damage.
I think it takes 2 more Volt Switches to get to... we're right into the second... This is definitely where he wants to see the Ampharos, so he can do a little bit of counting. You know that it's a bad matchup when you're going ahead and swapping your Noctowl into a Galarian Stunfisk, immediately met by this Frostlass. But the Shadow Ball is going to do heavy damage if it goes unshielded. Will this be twice where it gets knocked out with? No. Last minute, Silvio decides to put up that shield because they're going to be able to get to this Avalanche.
And this is crazy because the matchup of Frostlass versus Noctowl with energy disadvantage is not really that good, but he still had to switch out this Galarian Stunfisk in a perfectly fine matchup just because he really needs it for the Ampharos.
And what's even scarier is we know that the Focus Blast will be enough to take out the Stunfisk. So with shields down it's a very dangerous position to be in. Doing a lot of really nice counting here, getting up to 2 avalanches. So even if this goes shielded, to be able to hit the other one before the Sky Attack goes off. Aerosol knows it as well, choosing to let the Noctowl go down. But whatever comes in will have to face a charge move from the Frostlass.
This Obstagoon is also looking kind of nice here. I mean, the counters are not too strong versus Frostlass. Frostlass also has the ice typing and is kind of frail, but it is not the best Pokemon for it. So another Avalanche charged up. We have 2 Avalanches now. This one is going unshielded of the Obstagoon. Do we get a point where we can bring in the Ampharos and get a Focus Blast ready just before the Stunfisk hit the field?
You know, it's going to be really interesting here because the Medicham does very well against the Obstagoon. But at this stage, the Obstagoon is such low health, and Aerosol still has a shield. An immediate swap out to that Ampharos. And yeah, if you're Silvio, you don't necessarily want to switch out because you know in the back that the Focus Blast would be able to take out the Stunfisk. However, Obstagoon also does very well against the Galarian Stunfisk.
That is true, but I think with a little bit of energy advantage, Galarian Stunfisk also is at full health, so that is an advantage as well. So first Brutal Swing is going to come out. I haven't really seen if we have reached the second Ice Punch yet, because that would for sure take out this Ampharos. Ampharos dealing about 30%, and we are going to hit the Ice Punch first.
Yes, charge move priority, very important here, because this will be enough to at least get it low. Yes, taking it out at this point, and now the counter damage is going to be a lot. Obstagoon knows it is just going to go ahead and stand there and get countered down, bringing the score 1-1.
Yeah, Silvio correctly thinking that, hey, it is a bit risky, but I will have to lead my only win condition against my against the Ampharos, because Aerosol is going to bring this Ampharos to the lead, and he did. Correct prediction, and this way you can easily turn a bad matchup into a win.
Yep. And this was also very smart of Silvio to stay in with the Medicham. I think a lot of players have instant reflexes, where if someone swaps out their Pokemon, they think that they have to swap out their Pokemon too to
Guilty.
gain advantage. But in that case, if he would have swapped into that Galarian Stunfisk, even though it had a bad Obstagoon matchup, it would have got one shot, as we saw in the first matchup, by that Focus Blast. So knowing that he already had some energy, that since it was a Brutal Swing and a Focus Blast, neither one of them were going to be super effective against the Medicham, and the best chance to win was just to be able to get that Ampharos out of the way.
And this Brutal Swing did like no damage.
Yeah, I mean, even from a Shadow, which gives the 20% bonus, that's, I mean, a Dark move against a Psychic fighting type, I guess, is not the highest hitting, but still, I expected also it to do a little bit more.
I mean, it's also part Psychic type.
Yeah, I know,
so,
exactly.
I'm a bit disappointed in the Brutal Swing here,
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, but I think that Aerosol still, maybe he does not bring the Ampharos this time because he saw his opponent really prepping hard for it.
That's true.
There was like a neutral matchup and the Stunfisk, and I think the Noctowl as well, or did he bring the Frostless? They have kind of similar
They
teams
do
at
have
some
similar
point,
teams.
so
Yeah, Silvio brought the Frostlast in response to the Noctowl.
yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
because Silvio does not have a Noctowl on his team. I think probably one of the
Right.
very few opponents in this whole tournament.
That is true, and that is also the reason why Ampharos is looking actually kind of good, even with the Brutal Swing and the Focus Blast. So I'm kind of excited. Maybe we can see a Frostless mirror match here. Oh, and we are seeing Frostless versus Cresselia. This is not the matchup Cresselia wants to be. An immediate switch out into the Shadow Swampert, and now we have the Medicham countering down this Shadow Swampert. First Hydro Cannon is going to go unshielded.
Yes, 2 Hydro Cannons will definitely be enough to take it out. Also, Aerosol's Swampert has a little bit of extra energy advantage swapping in first, so I mean, a shield definitely will have to go off. Silvio knows that they would get to it before even he released his charge move, so he's going for the extra counters before. Now let's see if he's going to choose to go ahead with it, using this Ice Punch now right before the next Hydro Cannon hits. This will knock it out at this range, and Aerosol choosing to let that Swampert go down.
Yeah, Swampert almost at another Hydro Cannon, so I think a shield would be okay-ish invested, but he actually wants to keep another shield. He actually wants to keep 2 shields, so we're going to the Cresselia. Cresselia is a hard-walling Medicham.
Yes.
This is one of the best Pokemon versus Medicham, which is also a big plus for Cresselia, especially in this format.
That's right, but if you look now, the switch timers are almost up. I wonder if Silvio knows he doesn't want to give a bunch of farms, so he's going to go ahead and switch right back into that Cresselia with his Frostlast, met immediately by a Moonblast.
And I mean, a Grass Knot would have probably been enough for the Medicham, so maybe this was trying to catch a soft Grass Knot going unshielded, but now, okay, we are seeing the first Avalanche coming out. Makes sense, because Shadow Ball would be a horrible choice here. Obstagoon has to shield this, even though this is a relatively low energy move, but Obstagoon is kind of frail. Obstagoon in a really good position here, almost at 2 Night Slashes.
Yes, Aerosol charging up a lot of energy, choosing to double shield the Obstagoon here, and now it has a ton of energy. Night Slash will be enough to take it out, going just all to 100, capping here, and then throwing this Night Slash, maybe hoping to fish for a boost. Obstagoon has the ability to boost with a Night Slash, and let's see if he gets it. He does not, but you know what? With this much energy, he has a lot more chances.
That is true. We are going for another Night Slash, not giving Medicham the opportunity to counter too much, of course. Silvio wants to shield this, wants to get these valuable counters in. And of course, an Ice Punch. Do you think the Ice Punch is going to be enough? I don't think this will be the case. Maybe 30 to 40%. We can see how much it does, and it is nothing.
Able to get to this third Night Slash, which, even though it's not a very effective move against the Medicham, will be enough to take it out at this range. And now we have Obstagoon, even with little health. Oh, we see the boost, and you see it on Silvio's face too. He knows this cross chop is going to do so much damage, getting to it right before he gets to the Rock Slide as well. And this is, I think, very disappointing for for Silvio. But he.
Wow,
Yeah.
this Rock Slide would have gotten the KO.
Yes, indeed, they would have gotten the KO at this point. But now the Galarian Stunfisk is so low, energy dry against a very bulky and very healthy Cresselia.
Cresselia, even with a little bit of energy, just already tapping onto the Grass Knot. Grass Knot is going to seal the deal in this scenario. I'm pretty sure of that. Actually, Galarian Stunfisk also relatively bulky. maybe we can take one, but then you would, nope, absolutely not. Aerosol taking this down with a crazy performance of Cresselia, Obstagoon, and Ampharos. Not in this game, but in the games before.
But your predictions were correct. That you thought that maybe he would bench Ampharos the last game, realizing that it was... and Sylvia will go down to the losers bracket. Aerosol continues.
Here are your phones.
Round one. Yep. We have our stream judge giving the phones back to the opponents. Again, just as a reminder, we will not have time for an interview with these...
Unfortunate.
But that's just because we really want to get into all the games.
Yes. I am so hyped. I want to see more of this, the absolute spice in this team. This Obstagoon, really, it was in against the Medicham like almost all the time, but this time especially, I mean, I would have loved to see what happened if the Night Slash didn't raise the attack drastically, but this was still, I think, it is still a kind of favorable matchup for the Cresselia with a bit of damage advantage.
I think so too. I think the biggest thing was the fact that the charge move priority went in favor of the Obstagoon over the Stunfisk, because then it was able to get off that charge move. The Galarian Stunfisk had to release its own move, and in that sense, it really was game over almost at that point, unfortunately, for Silvio.
That is true, but I think that Stunfisk would have been like energy dry as well, with a little bit of health disadvantage, because there were like 4 or 5 counters going down on it, so it was at 80%, and I think that Cresselia can actually win this matchup at this point.
Yeah, but if you've looked, I mean, if you think about it in that sense, the Obstagoon was so low in health, but obviously going up against the Galarian Stunfisk, being a steel typing, does not want to see those counters. And
you will not get much shot down.
And a really good prediction by Aerosol as well, knowing they have to bring the Stunfisk because they think I'm going to bring the Ampharos. So if I double shield and just give enough health to this Obstagoon, it's going to go through a team. And that's exactly what happened.
He also brought the Shadow Swampert, which is also a great counter against the Galarian Stunfisk. So that was a peak performance of Aerosol in Game 3. Game 1, bringing the Ampharos, surprising his opponent with the Focus Blast, one-shotting the only counter to the Electric type on his team. Game 2, I mean, okay, he lost that game, but he forced his opponent again to adapt. It was a close game.
It was very close.
And he really had to play against this Ampharos hard. And now that his opponent knew, okay, there's only one way I beat this Ampharos, Game 3 he went all out on the counters to the counters of Ampharos.
It's so true. And at that point, there was nothing you could do. I think that the hardest part is when you're playing these types of games, is when your opponent gets a boost. Because even though I think it was still in the favor of Aerosol, it's something that's hard to, swallow as a player. Like, I maybe could have had a chance, but you saw it on Silvio's face. The minute that the boost happened, he knew it was over.
But also, like, it is better if this happens in Game 3, because
That's
if this
true.
happens in Game 1 to you, then you are maybe a bit too down for the next 2 matches, and you have to recover from that mentally. Talking about recovering, we are going into a short break before we enter round 3 of this stream.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome, guys, to my personal team builder. We have a new format in Pokemon Go, and I got 2 of the biggest experts in the field to help me build my team that will get me to Yokohama eventually. So, guys, thank you for doing this with me. I want to start things off. We have seen a wing attack buff, so it generates more energy, and there is one Pokemon that comes to my mind. Are you guys okay with Noctowl?
For me now, Noctowl just became the best F-switch of the game. Just before it was Sableye, but now you have more energy generated thanks to this buff. So you outpace with a Sky Attack, and even against Frostlass it's really good, because just before, Frostlass was one of the best Ghost Hunter, and now thanks to it, you just can outpace to Avalanche.
So, Amanda, I think Noctowl is a staple now. You can basically play this in any team you want. And I think most of my opponents are going to run it too. So which Pokemon would you recommend as a check for Noctowl?
That is a really good question, and you're absolutely right. I think everyone is going to run Noctowl and a counter to Noctowl. Some of the biggest counters you can most likely think of are going to be ice types. Walrein is probably going to make a comeback. There's potential with maybe Ninetales or something like that. However, I'm going to say this, and people are going to hate me for it, but the best check is probably going to be Bastiodon. And not only does it check Noctowl, it checks most of Noctowl counters.
Bastiodon seems pretty interesting to me. However, I'm kind of afraid of counter users. Amandine, what would you recommend me instead if I don't want to bring Bastiodon?
I think I would recommend you probably something neutral who can just lure the Nocturne, for example, as a safe switch. If you really want to lure the Nocturne, for example, you can try to pick Lickitung if your opponent does not own a counter user, or you can also try your Medicham because Medicham is still good overall. And depending on IVs, for example, if you prefer attack over bulk, you can also win CMP over some Nocturnes. And then with Ice Punch, we can still pressure it. So I think the strat who would be like popular would be to have a Lickitung or Medicham just trying to lure the Noctowl now.
Okay, so I've already had a favorite Pokemon in mind that I wanted to bring. You did mention it so far. What do you guys think of Lantern?
I absolutely think Lantern is a good pick. I think because Noctowl has now gotten this buff, a lot of the grass types, and especially grass types like Trevenant, which we've seen a lot in the past, are no longer going to be as prevalent. So with the lack of grass, the water types will come back out to play. Lantern is a really good pick if there are not grass types around. However, its typing and charge moves make it so it's not that viable against a grass type. So I would think of perhaps at least one other counter in case your opponent chooses to be a bit brave and runs like a Venusaur or even we were discussing a little bit off screen, a Jumpluff, and Amandine has a lot to say about Jumpluff.
Yeah, it's true because Jumpluff is probably one of my favorite Pokemon. And I mean, it's a spice. It's rare, I like spice anyway. But for me, Jumpluff can be interesting because you still can take one Sky Attack from Nocturne against Galarian Stunfisk. The matchup is not that bad thanks to Energy Ball. And you generate a lot of energy thanks to Fairing. Fairing, which is a move, which is a copy of Mudshot. So yeah, it's really interesting. Even if it deals no damage, I mean, for Jumpluff, it's really huge because you also have the big move Acrobatics. So you can have the acrobatic move thanks to the Community Day All-Star, which grabs all the Community Days of all the year. So just keep your hop up for this Community Day All-Star.
Okay, so Jumpluff actually sounds pretty good. So I would also like to integrate that in my team because I am afraid of Swampert. Swampert has been massive and it has kind of fallen out of favor because Trevenant has become so popular now that Noctowl is really strong again and like a staple pick. Maybe it is time for Swampert, especially Shadow Swampert, to come back because 2 Hydro Cannons from Shadow Swampert take out the Noctowl. But for now, we are going to get to the next featured match.
Welcome back, everyone. Leo, you look a little bit different.
Oh, I changed already? Oh,
Yeah.
Hello everyone, I am Nim Amandine, so you probably already saw me in Warsaw. And I'm about to shortcut to Stuttgart with the amazing Amanda just here.
That's right, we were joking around about this a little bit earlier. Please don't be confused with the Amanda and Amandine. You can just call us the Amanduo. So we are very excited. We've gotten into some of the matches so far. Have you had able to look at what everyone's doing? What are your thoughts so far about the matchups?
It was so exciting, to be honest, because I think my favorite match was with Shadow and Pharaohs, obviously, just because there is a little reference, with Caleb Peng, because if someone wins with Shadow and Pharaohs, he's about to delete Bastiodon, so I really hope I will, sorry Caleb, but we'll win this.
Speaking of Bastiodon, I have to say I was kind of expecting more of them to be in play because of the rise of all the flyers with the wing attack buff, but we haven't seen one yet.
It's true. I think people probably prefer Registeel over Bastiodon because it's less rock, paper, scissors. So, I mean, if Bastiodon is not on the right place, for example, against the Galarian Stunfisk, it's still a bit difficult and Registeel can still manage.
Yeah, I think so. It's been very fun so far to see. We were discussing how we thought Noctowl would be on every single team, but Silvio did not have one on his team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're seeing a lot of interesting spice picks.
I hope we'll see a lot. I really like spice, and especially Shadow and Pharaohs.
Yes, maybe we'll see more of them. Everyone's really taking Caleb up on his challenge.
It's a really good challenge, honestly, and I hope it will be realized today here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, we'll have to see for sure. Are there any special Pokemon that you are hoping to see that we haven't seen yet?
I don't know, because I like jump bluff.
Okay,
As
yeah.
we already saw in the video, so I hope we will see some jump bluff, but I don't really have a lot of hope just because of the increase of Frostlass, Noctowl, and even Medicham can be still good with Ice Punch coverage, so...
I think, yeah, before the meta update, Jump Bluff was a very interesting pick, being able to, with the Fairy Wind and being able to get to its moves quite quickly. But now with the wing attacks, it's kind of being
Difficult,
maybe set a little bit to the side. However, there was a winner of one of the tournaments, I believe it was in Latin America, who did use Jump Bluff on their team. So, I mean, this was before the moveset update, but even still, it's nice to see a favorite Pokemon on
but my favorite Pokemon is not Jump Bluff, by the way.
No, I know. I know
Sylveon.
what your actual favorite is. But do you think, I doubt we'll see many Sylveons being played.
Yeah, and I think also, you know, for Alola Ninetales, we probably won't see them with Charm just because of the move update. So Charm deals, dealt in the past 16 damages and now 15. So it's a little nerf, but still a nerf. You lose some matchup, for example, the 0 against Sableye. So it makes things a bit more difficult.
So do you think if we do see any Alola Ninetales, the chances are that they are maybe running Powder Snow over Charm?
Yeah, probably, because with Powder Snow you are able, you know, to just spam the Weather Ball. So I think it's the best option for it.
And what do you think about, I know that you were very happy about Shadow Ampharos, but what do you think about the moveset Brutal Swing with its move update? We saw it in the, I think that we were both slightly underwhelmed with its performance on that front.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, adds a bit more coverage, let's say, even if Thunder Punch is still good. But, for example, if you try to bait a Registeel, a Garen Stunfisk, you can't really bait, you know, a Garen Stunfisk with a Thunder Punch.
That's right.
Yeah, so you still deal some damage to it.
That's a good point. And I assume that if most, or maybe we can't assume but I would maybe assume that most Amphiroses, if we see them, would be running the new move Brutal Swing over the Thunder Punch.
There is another pick I would like to see. You know, it's Shadow Charizard.
Shadow Charizard,
yeah, because it's affected by the wing attack change as well.
That's true, and I think it's something that maybe people are overlooking because it's not a very common Great League meta pick.
Yeah. For me, it's still a spice, you know?
It's definitely spice.
But a really scary spice, like Shadow Ampharos.
Scary spice. That was one of the Spice Girls, right?
Yeah, we are all the Spice Girl, the Spice Amandu.
No, that is a good point. I hope that we can see one. I think that the bulk is a little bit lacking in that, but that doesn't mean that it's still not a powerhouse. And you don't see many fighting type or fire types. I mean.
Yeah, not that much. Maybe some Kanto Ninetales Shadow, according to Cindy, the winner.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Last year, yeah.
Oh, it looks like we're getting right into our matches here. We have the two players. We have 23 EJB. It was an Austrian player, and he was also qualified for the Worlds last year.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. So it's about to be a really interesting match. So we have on the list EJB versus Hassan.
And looking at the team compositions, we see another wing attack that we hadn't really thought about. Although the potential is there that they could also be running Gust. But I see a Pidgeot. What are your thoughts on the Pidgeot?
I like it. I mean, I like it for your trolling, but here it can still be good because, you know, you don't... He's probably not running with Gust, probably wing attack.
I would assume so.
Yeah, so it's always tricky, you know, to shield or not shield because you don't want to shield a further than, but also you just don't want to...
You don't want to take a Brave Bird.
Yeah.
The most interesting pick, however, I think, if you look on... Oh, I was going to say, the Dunsparce, exactly. Not only is it an interesting pick that is not used very often in the Great League meta, but it is 23 EJB's, I would say, signature Pokemon. So being able to use your signature Pokemon in a whole regional tournament is something that's kind of special, I think.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, the icon of his faction.
That's correct.
With its potential. And it's good because I think Dunsparce can completely have a place here in this meta just because it's an answer to Registeel, but also to Noctowl and to Warrain at the same time.
That's true.
And also Frostlass?
Yes, definitely a Frostlass as well. I mean, if you are a flyer at all, you definitely don't want to be taking the rock moves. But if you're a steel type,
you don't want to take the ground move.
Unfortunately, though, for EJB here, the Dunsparce's fast moves do not do any damage, so it's not like you will be able to,
Yeah,
you know,
but to
farm
charge really
down.
fast.
But the charge moves do go very quickly. We're getting
And
right
here
into
we're
the first
jumping.
one.
And Hassan has a shiny lantern. I like it versus the Noctur, so it's a really good lead for Hassan. Switch immediately from EJ on his Sableye, immediately answered by Swampert, and Sableye throws immediately the full play just here, which is shielded correctly by the Swampert, who does not probably does not want to take it, and baiting to the Earthquake, throwing.
Yeah,
Hydro cannon.
we'll have to see if EJ choosing to let it go, even though it was a hydro cannon and not an earthquake. Look how much damage that did. This hydro cannon will be enough to take out the Sableye if Swampert.
And
Okay.
he's forced to, he's kind of forced here to throw the second one, but EJ decided to concede the other shield, just able the shield just to throw the Sableye. Okay, because he wanted to take the other shield or the switch advantage, and he's coming back with Lantern.
And able to spark down because the Sableye was such low health. And this is now we see the signature Pokemon in action here. This drill run will do a lot of damage to the Lantern if it chooses not to shield. And let's see if EJB chooses to shield this Thunder.
And here you decide to let it go because the Dunsparce is really bulky, so you just go straight for the drill run, which is probably not shaded by Lantern because you also have a lot of bulk.
Yeah, at this stage, I think you still have to go straight Thunderbolts.
Ooh, he tried to
him
catch.
out, but it didn't work out, and the Lickitung is met by one of Licky's more hard counters. These Licks not doing any damage to the Noctowl already at the first Sky attack here, and Hassan has decided to not shield the first one.
Yeah, and 23 JB probably knew that he would try to catch, and since the Thunderbolt of Lantern would not KO his Dunsparce, he can just farm more energy.
That's true. And even though these Licks do not do much damage, the body slams do add up over time. And Lickitung is a very bulky Pokemon, so even the next Sky attack will not be enough to take out the Lickitung. The Noctowl is going to get very low. But I think, honestly, that's probably the best for 23 EJB here because the Lantern being on Spark as well doesn't want to give any extra energy to that from that Noctowl.
Yeah, it's true. So here, both players will be able to switch soon. And no, Hassan just preferred to throw the body slam over immediately switching and keeping the energy. And EJ just decides to let the Noctowl go. And he predicted it.
Wow, this was such a prediction, and Hassan knows it too. Forced to use this last shield here, but I think if you're EJ, you want to get out as soon as possible because...
And here come the combo with the Dunsparce, Drinder immediately because now Hassan's shields are completely down, and the drill run is probably killing this Lantern.
Yep,
KO the Lantern, and it's a good
goes
game.
Back into its ball. Goodbye, Lantern, for the first round. But wow, that was like a very interesting performance there. EJ knowing that the Spark Lantern was going to do a lot of damage to that Noctowl, but the Noctowl was going to do well against the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, what would have you do here? Would have you let go if you were at Hassan's place, would have let go the Swampert?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it was
the alignment.
It was a hard prediction to make because you don't want to be 2 shields down, obviously, if your opponent still has shields. And I think EJ was probably even hoping that his opponent would be 2 shields down because that's when the Dunsparce would really come into play, being able to throw those charge moves as quickly as possible. It was really smart counting as well because being able to survive with just that little of health gave no farm for the Lantern to get extra sparks because that is a Pokemon that can also send off its charge moves very quickly.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, both players are really good. We have like high-level players right now. I'm so excited about these matches.
I know, me too. You can see both players are kind of deciding now for what they will bring for their second round. What do you think? Do you bring the same Pokemon for the second round, or are you thinking that there's something that's strong on the team that maybe we were missing?
I think the team is kind of consistent overall. I mean, for both players, so they don't have. Yeah, I mean, Lantern is a hard answer to Noctowl, but you still can manage with Noctowl if you have some energy advantage with your Shadow Ball coverage. And thanks to the wing attack up, you can farm more energy on some of the Pokemons. For example, on the Lickitung here, then you know the Lickitung would be KO, and instantly you throw Shadow Ball after it. I mean,
Yeah, that was very smart. Yeah,
Yeah.
He said either way it would KO, so I might as well throw the harder hitting move in case there was a catch, and there was. I mean, there was
Yeah.
quite a lot of catches for this very first round. A catch, is when you
Yeah.
try to swap in a different Pokemon when your timer is up. This is something that players pay attention to. If you notice on the side of the screen, it is grayed out if you cannot switch your Pokemon because you can only switch every minute.
Yeah, and also if I can have like an advice for players, if you play like against a really good player and your next move does not KO his Pokemon, he's probably waiting, for you to throw your move because you can also catch.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that's a lot of players will throw directly when they get the move, but
Yeah.
sometimes that's not the best timing-wise. And you see as the tournament goes on, the more high-level players, they start to anticipate if their player is going to throw right away, if it's the type of player, a type of player that's going to bait overthrowing a...
And we are jumping immediately into the game number 2, and we have a Mirror Medicham as a lead. So both players are taking, run Ice Punch and Psychic. So who wins CMP here? Oh, EJ threw immediately, and Hassan did not because he probably knows that his Medicham is really good and does not win CMP here. I mean, the charge move priority.
Yep, and unfortunately for EJB, did not get that drop, and doing a little bit of extra counter damage before throwing the Psychic, which is getting the first shield from 23 EJB. Let's see if it has the drop. It does not.
No defense drop from both players, so both are about to throw immediately and need the charge move priority. Indeed won by 23 EJB.
So the first shield comes up from Hassan as well. Throwing the Psychic, at this point it will definitely not be enough to knock out the Medicham, but do they really want both of their counter users to be out? It looks like for both of them, they want alignment. So whoever wins this can obviously put the Pokemon in. EJB knows that he wins charge move priority.
Catching.
And an amazing catch by Hassan, catching the Ice Punch on the Lantern, which is a not very effective move. And we'll see if it is immediately swapped out by EJ. It is met by this Dunsparce.
Yeah, the Dunsparce with the Drill Run. I mean, the Dunsparce is probably here to, I won't say wall, but to enter the shiny Lantern. And here comes the Thunderbolt. Obviously not shielded by 23 JB because he probably wants to keep the shields for the Sableye. Oh no, it's not Sableye, so it's for the Lantern.
Yes, this is going to be interesting. This is a super effective move, so it will do quite a bit of damage to the Lantern. It will still need 2 to knock it out. Hassan knows it as well and decides not to use his second shield on it. But already, look at this, already at that second Drill Run, which will be enough to knock it out should Hassan choose not to shield. And the Lantern looks like it's going to go down.
And Hassan decides to let his Lantern go, so he's probably coming back with Swampert, because he does not really want to give... he decides to take down immediately the Dunsparce with the Medicham, and through EJB decides to let the Dunsparce go.
I think, maybe in Hassan's mind, that he thinks it's going to be a Noctowl in the back, but now it's not a Noctowl, it is a Swampert, and this is...
Another Spark Lantern.
This is a Spark Lantern, so it's going to be able to get to these moves really quickly, but an Earthquake is going to be doing so much damage to the Lantern here. So it's kind of a race, and it's a baiting game like we talked about earlier. Does Hassan go straight for the Earthquake, or does he do the Hydro Cannon? Looks like he's going straight for the Earthquake. Will EJB call it, or will he
does? Yeah, so he's going safe here, and
you can see the relief on his
he's so
side
happy
as well.
to do the right move here, because now he knows that he outpaces to 2 serves. So he knows he's safe because both clocks are not, both timers are not up yet.
Yes, being able to hit it right before getting to that Earthquake, this will be enough at this range to take the Swampert out. And the Lantern still has quite a bit of health and able to probably go ahead and...
taking the Medicham down here because he still has 2 Pokemons left. So, the victory of Hassan here is to take down the Lantern. I'm not even sure that would kill. I'm pretty sure it would not.
Oh,
it does not even kill.
You can see the 2 players laughing, congratulating each other on the matchups. That is a very interesting playstyle as well. If you looked at EJB's team, he had the Spark Lantern, which gets to its charge moves very quickly.
Yeah.
It had the Dunsparce, which also gets to its charge moves very quickly. So his, I think, kind of plan in this is, you know what? My opponent only has 2 shields. So maybe that it's like,
Yeah, I mean, you know, from my point of view, I mean, I'm a Dunsparce player as well, and I mean, your Dunsparce is here to take down the shields, and then your back is able to have your, I mean, the some free shields after.
that's right, yeah. If you only have 2 shields, then unfortunately for you, like you can't block everything that's going to be coming your way.
Yeah, because Roller just charges so fast, so it's really convenient for you. I mean, to just spam your move again and again and again.
That's true. And you know what? We're going to have an interview with the winner so we can kind of get his viewpoint as well, if that is his strategy. So we'll be back quickly after this break with EJB.
Welcome back, trainers. We are still in Stuttgart in the regional championship, and I'm with the winner of this round, 23 EJB. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, so you won your match 2-0 with your signature move, Dunsparce, of course.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun using it. It was actually pretty good against my opponent's team. He basically had only Medicham to outcounter it. So
yeah, it's true. I mean, Dunsparce is pretty solid in this meta, I think, because it's a strong answer against Noctowl, Registi, Warrain, Frostlass.
Exactly. Main reason behind it was to break the Noctowl Lantern core, which I saw a lot in practice. So I thought it's a pretty good core breaker, and obviously I love it, as we see here. So.
So I know it's not your first tournament. I mean, it's not your first play Pokémon tournament. Which other one did you already play before?
This season it's my first. Last season I played the EYC in Frankfurt. Frankfurt,
yeah. It was in Frankfurt.
Yeah, and I played LCQ, Last Chance Qualifier, and qualified for Worlds then.
In London, all right.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you feel about this tournament compared to the other ones?
Well, it's pretty good. So the entire venue is pretty cool, and I mean, it's all about the community, so meeting the people is the best gift we can get here.
Yes, true. Germany is like the center of Europe, so it's always nice to see the community and everything.
Yes.
And what do you think about your team for the next? Do you think it's still consistent in the other matches you could have seen?
Well, from what I saw so far, it can work out, but we will see. We'll see what's going on further.
Okay, what is your favorite Pokemon in your team?
Well, it's obviously the Dunsparce. Has no question about that. Yeah.
It's also, the signature of your faction with potential.
Yes. It's our signature Pokemon in shiny, but I don't have a shiny one with good IVs, so I couldn't play it. So I have to be satisfied with the regular one.
Okay, thank you for your time,
Thank you too.
23 JB, and we will be back after a short break.
Thanks.
So welcome back to Leo's Team Builder with my two experts. So we left off the discussion with Jumpluff, a really good Pokemon that I also think I can integrate in my team. But you know why I want to integrate it? Because I am afraid of Swampert. Swampert has fallen out of favor a little. It was a beast throughout so many different formats. And now since Trevenant was on the rise, the Pokemon has fallen out of favor. And now that Trevenant will maybe fall out of favor because of Noctowl, I think we might see some Swamperts again. What do you think about Swampert, Amanda?
I think a lot of really good people use Swampert. I've seen it on teams in the past, especially Swampert with a little bit of energy advantage is going to be killer. Even in a Swampert mirror match, obviously the ones that can reach the move first are going to be the ones that knock out each other. Having that shadow damage, doing a little bit, 20% extra, is going to add up a lot. It's going to be able to take out those Noctowls. It's going to be taking out that Bastiodon like I'm talking about. And it can, it can do really well. I think you wouldn't be too bad to have a Swampert on your team. Is it also what you're thinking? You're doing 2 Flyers and a Swampert? Or are we still deciding?
I mean, I'm still deciding, but it sounds kind of good actually. So when I'm building my Swampert, what would you recommend me? Because I'm thinking I would go for one with a little more attack so I can win the CMP against other Swamperts, or would you go for a rather bulkier one?
Oh, that is the tough decision. You definitely want to have a little bit of attack because the higher attack one does get to charge off its charge move first, which is important in the mirrors. However, a little bit of bulk does a lot of good when it comes to, because Swampert is not the bulkiest of Pokemon to begin with.
Especially in Shadow form.
That's correct. So I would probably go with a little bit of attack just for that offshoot because, I mean, I'm sure people in the chat are going to say a lot different, like, no, my Swampert's IVs makes me win this. Do your research, find out when you're doing your own team building what works best for the team composition that you're creating, because maybe there are particular matchups you need to win with the Swampert and therefore you need to have specific IVs.
Okay, that actually sounds kind of good. Doing a lot more research at home then. So, Mandine, 2 Flyers and a Swampert. What are the problem Pokemon for me now? What do I have to prepare for? What do I lose against with 2 Flyers and a Swampert? Because I think that Swampert should be the Bastiodon and probably a Lantern as well. So what do you think I can run here? What are my problem Pokemon that I have to beat?
For me, it depends of your other flyer, because if you pick something like Altaria, for example, you can still be pressured by things like A9 is still a problem, let's say, because if A9 decides to go straight to Dazzling Gleam and not to Weather Ball, it's really a problem, to be honest, because then A9 can decide to double shield and it's a mess for your flying types, for your Hydro Cannons.
Okay, so how do I beat the A9 now?
Big Pelipper. Just Pelipper out the second flyer.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Pelipper, with Noctowl, and with a Shadow Swampert ideally. So, what's next? I think I want to integrate another counter user, maybe. So, my favorite counter user is Toxicroak, because I have the event one with the cool hat. So, do you think I should go with Medicham, because Medicham has been a lot more popular?
Yep, definitely, because I'm sorry, because Medicham has like a lot of more bulk than Toxicroak, and you also have the Ice Punch coverage, so it's obviously a best answer, even though you can win the 1-0 against Noctowl with Toxicroak. So thanks to the coverage of Ice Punch of Medicham, it makes it way better versus flying types. So I think that now Medicham is better even against Swampert, for example, because with Toxicroak, unfortunately, you can't take the Hydro Cannon, otherwise you would just be much shotted down. And you can take at least one Hydro Cannon with a Medicham or an Earthquake.
Yeah, also the Psychic hurts a lot, and with so many flyers in the format, Ice Punch is a really good coverage move to have on your roster as opposed to Mud Bomb. So, guys, we are at Pelipper, Noctowl, Shadow Swampert, and now Medicham, which is also already a really good roster, I think. And we are going to go into another break before we go to the next featured match, and we will be right back with my team builder.
Welcome back, trainer. We're still in Stuttgart. Amanda is here. It's not 23 JB, but Amanda is back.
Amanda is back indeed. And we are getting ready to get into some amazing new matchups. I don't know if you saw who we're going to be featuring next, but everyone, you're in for a treat because we have M.E. Weedle, who was the senior division world champion last year, against one of the staples, I think, of the Pokemon community, a German player, Jonkus.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see the match because it's about to be really interesting. This tournament already has a really high level.
Yes,
I mean,
so true.
Yeah, I'm so excited. All the matches are really good. So now we have the players sitting in front of each other, probably logging.
Logging in, and if you see Emmy Weedle walking around anywhere, he is always wearing this classic Eevee hat. It doesn't fit well, I suppose, with speakers over your head, so it is now just sitting in front next to the double.
Yeah. Oh, I love the bull. I mean, no, the Wooloo. The Wooloo.
That's
Yeah,
right,
with
the
the
evolution.
Eevee cap. It's so cute with the little Marip.
Do you think maybe perhaps Emmy Weedle likes the sheep?
Probably. I'm not sure. But he's not wearing wool on
That's
him.
true. Yeah. And we see both players here kind of taking some notes about the opponent's team, probably analyzing what they would do in scenarios.
Yeah, probably taking notes about each other's team because now we have them revealed. Oh, Weedle is running Mantine.
Yeah, that's another potential wing attack user that we haven't discussed yet.
Definitely,
Although there's
because
also the option that you could be running Bubble.
Yeah, or Bullet Seed.
Or Bullet Seed, that's true. There's plenty of diverse options for the Mantine there. Another Pokemon we discussed that we weren't sure that would have a lot of play is Trevenant. And if you see, it's on both of their teams.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, for me, Trevenant became a bit more rock, paper, scissors just because if it's aligned to a Noctowl, it's a mess.
That's right. There's nothing the Trevenant can really do besides just get wing attack down.
Yeah.
The Shadow Ball's being resisted, and also the Seed Bomb's not doing much damage to a flying type. But everything else on a lot of people's teams, the Trevenant really is a fearsome creature, especially if you look at Emmy Weedle's Medicham. You don't really want to be faced up against a Trevenant.
Yeah, it's true. But here, for example, the Noctowl is pretty good to try to lure the Medicham, but since it's Weedle, it's probably not about to fall in this trap.
It is very interesting if you look at his team. He is possibly running, what we talked about in our team building activity of a double flyer strategy. So, with the Mantine taking that role with the wing attack, the Noctowl as well. But just a lot of doubles on Emmy Weedle's team because we have a double steal as well with the Registeel and the Galarian Stunfisk.
It's true, but here, Amanda, what would you prefer, Pelipper or Mantine?
You know what? I think that Mantine has a lot of diversity in its moves because it has a potential to do a Bubble Beam, which is a bait, but also lowers your opponent's attack. But also there's the Ice Beam. And so, it's like you never really know what they're going to play.
It's true.
And Pelipper is while it is, I think, maybe a higher level or a better Pokemon, it is very predictable in its movesets. It's only going to most likely be running Weather Ball and Hurricane. And so then it's pretty predictable which it will be throwing at the opponents.
Yeah, you're right, because, Pelipper is probably better against Azu, but we never saw that much Azu so far.
We have not seen an Azumarill yet in this tournament. Not to say that there may be ones that haven't been shown on stream, but it's true. Most of the players that have been here have not been playing many Azumarill
Azu or Tapu Fini.
Yeah, no Tapu Finis to be found. Although, to be fair, they're very hard to be found in general. I don't know many players who have them for the Great League.
Yeah, and especially here because to enter all these Noctowls and probably Pelipper, Mantine and everything, you will want to, you have like some Registeel, probably with Zap Cannon and also Lantern, and Lantern is a wall.
Yeah, that's entirely true. I really like overall that Emmy Weedle is competing because as the winner of the senior division, I believe he already has his ticket to Japan.
Yeah.
But he's proving his worth alongside the other senior people who qualified last year, like Hot Pocket. He became
Yeah.
the Baltimore Regionals winner, and also Bird Power was a Baltimore.
It's true. And we're jumping
Utah.
into the game one of the round three, of this Stuttgart regionals. And here we have Miwidol leading Medicham versus the Lantern. And I think it's probably where you want to see the Lantern. So
That's true.
Miwidol won't take the risk to switch out from the... So
Wow,
Yonkers
this is a
decided to
very
switch.
interesting switch. Trying to catch a charge move, but Umbreon is not something you always want to be paired up with the Medicham. The charge moves are not going to be doing much damage, but the counters are adding up. Look at this, how much has already been taking off the Umbreon, pretty much just by fast moves alone.
And here I think Yonkers tried to catch the Psychic from Medicham, but maybe we decided to farm up for more energy.
Being able to now going for the foul play bait here, not really a bait, it still does a decent amount of damage overall, but I mean, if you look at overall, Emmy Weedle is not going to shield anything at this point. He already had so much of an energy advantage, and will be able to probably take out this Umbreon unless Yonkers chooses to shield.
Yeah, so here he was just trying to sacrifice the Umbreon because he's probably like, okay, so he has Medicham, so my Umbreon is not useful anymore. Because I'm trying to think what
you're absolutely right. I think that Yonkers choosing to let the Umbreon go down. You can tell by his face he wasn't quite sure if that Ice Punch was going to be enough, but it indeed was. But maybe this is just now the perfect farm for his Trevenant.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, coming back with Trevenant, catching the Psychic.
The Psychic will do a decent amount of damage to this Trevenant, about half right there. And even though these Shadow Claws will take it down quickly, coming in with a wing attack, I assume, is going to be taking this Trevenant super low.
And here, immediately switching out, answered immediately by the Galarian stun fixed by Miwidol, and Yonkers has some energy advantage, and we throw a lot of surfs here.
Yeah, as you can see, he's already up to almost 2 surfs, and the Rock Slide is not going to be doing enough. The surf will not knock out the Galarian Stunfisk at this range, so Weedle still has a chance to do some damage back to this Lantern.
Yeah, it's true, and Yonkers is probably, he has to shield something at some point.
I mean, I think both players have to look at it. There's still 2 shields remaining. Okay, Yonkers using the first shield, shielding this Rock Slide, not quite at the Earthquake yet, but this surf will knock out the Galarian Stunfisk if Weedle chooses not to shield. Luckily, he wants to preserve this here. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, because I think Yonkers probably think that the Rock Slide are the thing dealing the more energy between Mountain's Bubble Beam or Ice Beam, so it's probably the right choice here.
Yep. Overall, Weedle wants to keep that Mantine pretty healthy.
And we have, another serve from Yonkers Lantern, correctly shaded by Miwidol, and switching, immediately.
Oh, you can see Weedle already shaking his head. He thought that...
he knows it was an error from here.
I think he expected that it was trying to catch
to
a
switch
surf,
immediately.
but unfortunately, Yonkers didn't do anything, and this could prove costly because this Thunderbolt will definitely be enough to take out the Mantine at this point.
Because it's double effective.
It is double effective, and I think that even though Mantine has a decent amount of bulk, the electric types can hit very hard.
I think Miwidol here tried to not to catch, but he tried to predict that Yonkers would switch immediately after throwing this move.
This is kind of what we were talking about earlier, though. With you're trying to predict what your opponent is going to do. Some people like to throw right on alignment. Some people charge up a little bit extra. I think Weedle knew that Yonkers is a really good player and that he would be watching that switch timer. But Yonkers didn't switch out, and it really changed the matchup.
Here Miwidol tried to predict a bit too much his opponent, and unfortunately his opponent did not react like he expected, and it allowed Yonkers to take the first game.
Yeah, I think at that stage it was it's almost impossible to come back because you saw that the Ice Beam was definitely not enough to take out the Lantern. And
which is a resisted move, not stabbed. Also, stab, which is same type attack based. So it means that you are just throwing the move of the typing of your Pokémon.
That's right. And you can see that he's the Emmy Weedle's a little bit discouraged, but that's okay. I mean, if you guys watch the Senior Division World Championships, he also talked about it later. He felt that he made a couple mistakes, but he was still able to shake it off and win the remaining games. So I'm not counting him out yet at all.
But it's amazing because players know their mistakes, and I mean, you can see it on their faces.
That's right. You can see right now on his face as well, he's kind of analyzing what was brought in, what he maybe could have done different. It was mostly in his court for a lot of the match. I think it definitely near the end became a little bit more iffy who was going to win, because I think the Surf would have gotten there before the next move. So either way, it was in a tough position for him.
Yeah, and I think here Yonkers brought the Umbreon just to say, hey man, I don't want to see your Trevenant on my on my matches.
Yes, I think that's right. And but if you're Weedle, you probably understand that as well. Be like, no one would switch in an Umbreon to my Medicham unless this Umbreon doesn't do well against something.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, for me, it's something crazy, but Yonkers probably tried to lure something. Maybe the Noctowl, the Noctowl, or maybe the Mountain. I mean, he could try to lure something, but we would not know what was in his head.
Well, like we were kind of saying before too, that Umbreon has so much bulk that it's almost used as another shield in a lot of scenarios. So maybe that was his plan overall, was just to save his actual shields for Lantern and get all of the charge moves out of the way, because look, the Psychic and the Ice Punch don't do a lot of damage to the Umbreon. It is just that counter damage from the Medicham.
Yeah, but I have another idea about the switch. I mean, the aggressor switch on Umbreon and Medicham. Maybe Yonkers would be like, I have another weakness, Medicham in the back, so please switch out, then I can align my Trevenant on it.
We'll see, it's about the same sort of matchup here. The Lantern again against the Medicham, and we'll see who decides to do. But looks like we're going straight for the Psychic here, trying to catch again.
And he did the same here. So Mewtwo will be able to throw 2 other Ice Punches, like he did like the last match, and the line are a bit more different now because Yonkers Trevenant has no place to go just because of the Mountain plus Noctowl backline of Mewtwo.
Yes, you can see we're going for the fighter double flyer strategy. So maybe in this sense, now Emmy Weedle is trying to lure something out, playing what we call almost an ABB strategy.
Yeah, so it's probably like, my Medicham would be probably useful in the next, so let's keep it alive, and I would just go with my Mountain. He's not even trying to debuff the Umbreon.
Yeah, I think at this stage he can probably take a couple more, so we'll have to see how he decides to play this. As you can see, another foul play still wouldn't quite be enough to take it out, going straight for the Ice Beam here, and Yonkers also choosing not to shield.
And it's a good choice to go Ice Beam because Yonkers does not know that this Mountain runs Bubble Beam, so it could be Aerial Ace, for example, versus the Medicham.
And we'll see no shield for Weedle either. And at this point, possible to just wing attack down. And maybe, like you said, we can either throw an Ice Beam or that Bubble Beam. Oh, wow. Winning charge move priority here. He's shaking his head. He was hoping that he could farm it down, but that Umbreon just had a little bit too much bulk and had to take it out.
Yeah, and revealing the second move of the Mountain here, allowing the Lantern to take one more spike or Spork on the Mountain. And Yonkers is about to go straight Thunderbolt on the Medicham. But Mewtwo is probably happy about it because then he has Noctowl and probably tries to predict the Trevenant because Yonkers did not change his line this match.
Yeah, that is true. And if you look at it, was really smart because the Mantine was so low.
Oh, this is what he was waiting for. Yeah, Yonkers knows. You can see, in the Phasma that he's breathing like loud,
So yes, going for the Seed Bomb here, it is the more energy efficient move. It still doesn't do quite a lot of damage. However, over time, I mean, Weedle will have to end up throwing something, most likely, or else it's going to get quite low.
Yeah, so Mewtwo will just go out of the matchup with 1 shield, but 100 energy, and this 100 energy will be used probably as Shadow Balls on the Lantern.
Yes, the big problem is you don't want to give too much farm, as we call it, to the Lantern. So then it has all these moves to throw at the Medicham in the back. Yeah. But at this stage, the Trevenant is almost gone. Immediately throwing the Shadow Ball.
He tried to catch here.
Not quite able to, and Yonkers knows he has to end up using these shields at one point or another. Weedle is almost at 2 Shadow Balls. Will Yonkers shield this? You almost need to at this point.
Yeah. Oh wait. Oh no, it did not try to catch. I'm sorry. The animation went pretty fast of the KO, the Pokémon, and yeah, and it's a good game for me with all who's tying now against Yonkers. It's
Yes.
1-1 from both sides. Oh, Maywidor has been kicked out of the fight, so we're coming back with a moving camera. I mean, both players will probably send battle request again.
Yes. And this is a very
Exciting
yes,
matchups, yeah.
exactly. It's tensions are high, but in a good place overall. 1-1, and you know that you're still in a good spot. This is the winner's bracket right now. So even if you lose, like we said earlier, it is a double elimination, so you still have a chance to come back. But even so, obviously, everyone's playing to win, right? You play to have fun, but you play to win.
Yeah, and Yonkers came back, on Medicham with the lantern, so he probably did not predict the Nocturne on Maywidor's back, because otherwise he would just give the Trevenant.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true, but I mean, like we said, Trevenant is Noctowl's, the hardest counter for Trevenant is Noctowl, but even still, it was throwing those seed bombs.
Yeah, able to deal some damages to the Nocturne in some other scenarios. I mean, if both Pokemons are not healthy completely, you probably have to throw at least one Sky Attack at Nocturne if you want not to take a lot of damages at some point.
That's right. We have the split screen here. You can see how both players are kind of analyzing for this very last round between the two of them. Looking at the team compositions and how they're playing, what do you think Yonkers is going to do? Do you think he's going to run the same team again, or do you think that he will try to mix it up for game 3?
I think this time is about... I don't know if he would change, because now he saw the Noctowl, but he's probably like, okay, now I saw your Noctowl and you won't bring it anymore from now. I mean, it's just a mind game strategy,
I know, it's so interesting. And Weedle did change,
Yeah. Weedle did, play the exact same line, except for the Noctowl in the back.
That's right. And we did get to see the Mantine action, which is kind of a bit of fun.
I like Mantine. I like, the shout of Mantine when you see it. Burp, burp, burp. It's always funny. I like, all the Pokemon sounds.
Yes. We've been talking about this earlier. You are a Pokemon sound expert, so if anyone sees a Nim walking around, just ask her, what does X Pokemon sound like? And she can probably tell you.
Yeah, it's true, but no, don't do that, please, because I don't want to imitate a Pelipper, in the middle of here. It's probably something like a bit gross. So here both players are choosing carefully their teams, because the winner here will go to the next winner round. And the other
what
one
do you
will
think
be
about this matchup here? The Mantine between the Trevenant. Both can hit each other decently.
It's true, and
Yonkers using that safe swap of his Umbreon, met immediately by Weedle's Medicham. You know what? We've seen this matchup a couple times before.
It's true. So here we get that Yonkers will probably lose the matchup, and we try to farm the Medicham with something else.
Yeah, let's.
Probably the Trevenant here.
But if you look at the back line, the Lantern is obviously going to do very well against that Mantine, but the Registeel is it's a little give and take. So this is Weedle has brought different Pokemon every single game.
Yeah, it's true. I like the Registeel, honestly. And which move do you think he would run with?
I think what is probably most common is going to be Zap Cannon and Focus Blast. However, we have seen in the past some regional winners winning with Flash Cannons. So
yeah, it's true.
I'm ready to be surprised.
I'm a Flash Cannon enjoyer, just because with Flash Cannon against Medicham, if Medicham does not have a Power Punch, you have some difficulties, you have to shield to conceal one shield, so...
Wow, Weedle's counting is impeccable here.
Yeah.
Just as right as he gets to another foul play, throwing this Ice Punch. But Yonkers
correctly
using the shield.
shielded by
we'll
Yonkers.
have to see what they're going to do now. Who wants to give up Switch?
It was not even a charge move priority here, and Weedle was able to throw another Ice Punch, taking down the Umbreon of Yonkers. So
and still able to get to another Ice Punch. That's how much energy that Medicham came out with. Yonkers can't shield this because he knows that there's that Mantine.
Yeah. So here you just want to sweep with Lantern, I guess. Oh, coming back immediately, and here, yeah, Focus Blast plus Zap Cannon, and Yonkers is probably about to throw Thunderbolt, which is neutral on Resistance, so dealing more damage than a Surf.
It still does a decent amount of damage, but overall, it's not going to be enough. You still need to get to 3 of them to be able to take out the Registeel. And as you can see, the Registeel is at its first charge move. This Zap Cannon will do about half, and Yonkers
Shield dead.
using his very last shield.
Again, the Zap Cannon, which does not debuff the Lantern here, and Lantern just, oh, Yonkes is about to bait with a Surf against the Registeel here. Would me will not shield? Yeah, he does shield the bait.
No more shields are left on the field here, almost to that Zap Cannon. Gonna go ahead and throw this one as well.
But as Lantern, just survive this Zap Cannon. I won't say easily, but I think you would survive because it's not stabbed. I mean, same type attack.
Oh, but
as well. But now we have the attack spell.
Change everything. The Zap Cannon was able to debuff Yonkes' Lantern, and now this Surf it will not do as much damage.
Oh, he's trying to. Yeah, he tried to snipe it, but was not able to. So he's just throwing the Shadow Ball to the mountain, which is not about to be. Oh,
yeah, it's not enough to it just still does a lot, but I think if you're in Weedle's position here, you don't want to win this, actually.
Yeah, and here you win CMP over the mountain because as a ghost type, you have like high attack.
This is actually sort of a difficult position because you're not going to be able to farm down. Or
you have to farm down everything. Oh my lord, he did!
You see Weedle even like giving us
and
little
he did, and me Weedle reached the Focus Blast. Oh, it was the win con of Yonkers. It's a really, really good game for both sides.
Wow, that is amazing. Being able to lock on,
arm
and the
down, Focus Blast taking down the Lantern, giving the win to me Weedle, which is going to the next round of this winner bracket. Just kicking Yonkers into loser 1.
And you can see it on both of their faces that that was the changing moment. If he was not able to farm that down before the Trevenant got to its move, it would already have been game over, but just that small amount was able to get it.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it was Yonkers win con, so...
Yes. Super high-level plays by both teams there. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but there was a brief showing of Emmy Weedle's avatar pose, which is the world champion pose, holding up a trophy.
And raising the trophy in the air. I am the champion,
I suppose if you're an opponent, you feel a little bit nervous when you see that pose coming up against you, right?
Yeah, it's true. But when you're Yonkers, you don't care about it. I mean, you're good as well, so you want to prove that you can do it. And unfortunately, he was not able to take
matchups. I hope that we can do an interview with the winners to see kind of their thought process between this whole matchup. So we'll have to see if this is something that we'll be able to do. We're going to take a short break, and hopefully we'll come back with Emmy Weedle. Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with the winner of the last game. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it was a doozy. M.E. Weedle, tell me, what are your thoughts about this very last matchup with the lock-on farm down of the Trevenant?
Well, yeah, it was obviously really, really close. I really needed alignment, so using shields was necessary. The Lantern just could not be on my Mantine. If I had used one of my moves to leave the Trevenant to not get off the Seed Bomb, he probably would have farmed down and KO'd my Registeel. So that was the only winning player I saw, at least. I could have maybe undercharged a Bubble Beam, but in the end it came down to IVs and very, very close matchups. So
Yes.
played very, very well.
Yeah, and how excited are you to be back on the main stage here?
Well, it obviously feels nice to be back playing Show 6 against some amazing people again.
Yeah, I want to briefly give everyone a little bit of backstory here. So you were the senior division champion, world champion, and now you're playing in the Master League division. Are you noticing any differences, or how does it feel, well, joking around, playing with the big boys?
Well, yeah, obviously the people are taller, but in terms of battling, it's basically the same. I mean, senior, we've already had like three or four people qualify.
Exactly. I think you guys are really showcasing the talent of the teams.
Thank you.
So let's see, what is going on for your future here with the tournament? Are you thinking that you maybe have a shot? Are you going to be like a, Hot Pocket and Bird Power and also be sweeping the regionals of their region?
Well, that would be ideal, obviously, but I mean, I'll just try my best. If I lose, then that's that. Not much I can do about it. But if I win, then great, yeah.
I want to bring up just one more point before I let you go. Everyone with the wing attack bonus has been debating on, bringing Noctowl. There's been a lot of Pelipers,
Yep.
but there was one that was kind of under the radar that I don't think many people thought of, and it was the Mantine. What made you think to bring this Pokemon?
Well, I was just generally looking. I was planning on bringing Araquanid before the Valence changes got revealed, obviously completely making me not want to choose Araquanid anymore. Well, I was just having a look at, what's good against generally Flyers, and still does pretty well itself. And Mantine, well, I saw Mantine on the rankings, and I thought, well, yeah, Ice Beam, pretty well. It's decently tanky, so why not try building a team with that? And I mean, it's worked so far, so it can't be that bad.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think you had a nice showcase with it. And just one more question about the Mantine. What made you choose the move sets that you decided to go with for the charge moves?
Well, I believe the charge moves are decently limited. It's Aerial Ace, Bubble Beam, Ice Beam. Was there something else? Probably
There's
was.
a larger one, yeah, but I think it takes too long to get
Yeah,
to really ever be considered viable.
The Bubble Beam is always a nice bait, and it's a good debuff potential. It allows you to win the one shields against Galarian Stunfisk, just going straight Bubble Beam, because it's quite spammy, debuffs, still super effective damage, but I mean, it almost doesn't feel like it's super effective.
Yeah.
But the Ice Beam is just amazing coverage. We also see it on the Azu, which really helps it against all the grass types.
Right. No, that's true. I mean, I think that it was definitely a good and interesting pick, and I'm looking forward to maybe seeing some more of it on the big screen.
Thank you.
But for now, we'll let you get out of these headphones and back into your ears.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll be back with the next streams after the short break.
For my team builder, we have 4 Pokemon already, which would be Noctowl, Pelipper, Shadow Swampert, and Medicham. And spooky season is over now, and I caught myself a really good Trevenant. So, I mean, the Pokemon has maybe fallen a bit out of favor, but Amanda, what do you think? Should I run my Trevenant?
I don't think you should run the Trevenant, even though it is a pretty good pick. It's not, especially with how many Noctowls we know is going to be thrown around. I do have a suggestion for you, but my first question is, do you want to go safe or do you want to go spicy here?
I think I personally need to catch some opponents off guard, so let's go spicy.
Ooh, spicy. Okay, well, I'm going to suggest the Unova Stunfisk then, because it's not seen very much lately in any of the tournaments, because it's always been kind of outclassed by the Galarian Stunfisk version. However, as most people know, now Noctowl has some bulk and break points that it can beat the Galarian Stunfisk. And do you know what beats the Galarian Stunfisk? The regular one. Do you know what else it beats? It can beat a Bastiodon, it can beat the Walreins, it can beat or at least go toe-to-toe with a lot of the fighters. It's going to trample that Pelipper. The Swampert, okay, that's going to be a little bit harder to deal with. But overall, I think it's a good pick that not everyone would be expecting. So take it or leave it. And my safe pick is Registeel.
I'll absolutely take the Stunfisk, even though I also love Registeel. I mean, I love the idea of it, rather, because Registeel has also fallen out of favor a bit after being a monster for the past few formats. So why is this one good again, Amandine?
Yeah, so Registeel is good, to be honest, in this meta, just because I think you can still run it with a Flash Cannon and a Focus Blast, because, for example, if you try to lure a Medicham, you win the matchup if you time well, so 2 Flash Cannons are able to take the Medicham down. Also, you don't need Zap Cannon, especially because of the nerf of the previous patch, so you're not sure to debuff 100% now. And you still need 2 Zap Cannons to take down the Noctowl. So you probably need, and here you just needed to Focus Blast to take it down. So Registeel is still interesting, to be honest, even without Zap Cannon.
It sounds good, but not too convincing. I think I am much rather going to go for a normal Stunfisk. And now, since Amanda chose my 5th Pokemon, I want you to have the honor to decide for the 6th Pokemon on my roster.
Now I would go for Venusaur, to be honest. Shadow?
Shadow?
Yeah, Shadow, of course. Just because here you want to pressure the other Swamperts. But Venusaur can still be good with some energy advantage against Noctowl because you have the Sludge Bomb. So you prefer to run it as Shadow because you really want the plus 20% of damages, especially versus Noctowl.
So how much does Frenzy Plant do against the Noctowl? Because sometimes you will not get to the Sludge Bomb eventually.
I think it's like, it's just a one Vime Whip. If you try to optimize your energy, you can still reach it. But I think honestly that Frenzy Plant deals around the 20-25% of Noctowl's life, so it's still decent as a Shadow.
That is still a lot for a resisted hit, to be honest. So we have my final team of 6 now. We have, do you guys remember it? Okay, I'm not going to throw you in front of the bus. It's going to be Noctowl. It's Pelipper, exactly.
You know the Stunfisk?
Stunfisk, right. Shadow Swampert, Medicham, and now the Shadow Venusaur, which is going to be an amazing team, and I will let you guys know if it performs when I bring it to tournaments. So, guys, thank you very much, and we are going to go back to the live coverage of the Pokémon Go Regional in Stuttgart. Thanks, Leo. Welcome back, guys, to round 5 of our Pokémon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart stream. So we have had amazing matches so far. I didn't get to cast a match with a lantern. You guys just got 2 in a row with multiple lanterns. So I'm kind of jealous about that. So what do you think? What are the chances that we get to see another lantern here?
90%.
90%? Well,
a lot of people are running lantern, you
Yeah.
know, so I think you will have like really high chances to get it.
Yeah, I mean, Noctowl is really strong and it gets walled really hard by Lantern. We have seen multiple Spark Lanterns so far.
Yeah.
It is really strong against Pelipper especially, a Pokemon that people are also anticipating.
And Mountain?
And Mantine,
Yeah,
exactly.
because Mimidor, the champion
Yes.
of Senior last year,
That
just
is
run
true.
it.
Yeah, and so do you think we are going to see some Water Gun Lanterns as well?
Probably in some teams, you know, weak to Galaran Stunfix, for example, or, weak to things, since they say weak to ice, not ice, sorry, water type. So the first example I have in my head is, of course, Galaran Stunfisk.
It should be for everyone. So we are seeing Inadequance versus Loki BV, and we are not seeing Lantern.
And I'm so sad because I thought that Inadequance would run Shadow Charizard and he probably freaked out. But he took the Dunsparce. He stole it to EJ, 23 JB, and he stole me my Jumpluff.
I'm really excited to see yet another Dunsparce on stream. It's a
Yeah.
Pokemon that is quite surprising to me. I gotta be honest, I did not have this on the radar.
Yeah, it's true. And you see, Martin just lured people because he has a Pelipper plush sit next to him, but he does not even run Pelipper. Such a liar.
Those are the crazy mind games that you can pull off because, of course, Pelipper is a really strong Pokemon in Pokemon Go. However, the plushie is still amazing and Pelipper
Yeah.
itself is just one of the coolest
Yeah,
Pokemon
because
of
the
Gen
wing
3.
attack, the wing attack is probably really good now on it as well. Because now you have to do like a 5 and 4
Yeah.
wing attacks to go to a weather ball, which is pretty solid.
And you also access your Hurricane earlier
Yeah,
a little bit.
yeah. Because I remember that they nerfed Pelipper. I mean, they nerfed weather ball damages, and now they up it again thanks to the wing attack up. So it's like canceling the weather ball damages.
So this is not a Shadow Jumpluff. What do you think about that?
I think that Shadow Jumpluff is strong but kind of difficult to use because you're, as a Jumpluff, the cute Pelipper, he's a good boy.
He is.
Because Jumpluff is a bulky Pokemon and Jumpluff is not known, to be ready to have a high attack. But at the same time, sometimes you can win. You can also flip some matchups just because of the Shadow state. So it's a decision, but here I think Martin prefers to have the bulk instead of the attack.
So we are seeing both players discussing with each other. I think they are just having a little chat before they start to get into the game. Maybe trash talking each other, discussing their teams a little bit before, saying,
Yeah.
hey, I will definitely beat you. You can't even try. You can just leave.
And if you don't, my Pelipper will take you down. Don't worry. It will
Exactly.
wing attack you in the real life.
So many weather balls. So many weather balls. And Loki doesn't even have a Pokemon out yet. So I think it's a 1-0 for Inadequate so far.
Yeah.
So always
Paper
bring your
vintage.
plushies to the tournaments, guys.
Oh,
That's us.
yeah. I was like, oh wow, it's
So-
not the players anymore.
If I recall correctly, we have the Dunsparce
Yeah.
and the Jumpluff.
Yeah.
And
Where is Lantern? Sorry.
Lantern is not there, unfortunately. We also have Medicham and Azumarill. What do you do with this team against the Lickitung on Loki's side?
I like Lickitung, but just because of the wing attack buff, who buffs Noctowl as well. Lickitung is still good, but not as good as it was because before, Lickitung lost the matchup versus Noctowl. But now I won't say hard losses, but Noctowl can build to more energy.
Yeah. That
So it
is
gives a really good advantage to the trainer using the Noctowl versus Lickitung.
So also Dunsparce is kind of okay against Lickitung because you, of course, resist the licks.
Yeah,
And,
the leaks.
You have a high energy accelerating move with rollout. So
Sure.
I think you get a lot more energy and win this matchup as well, or you should at least.
Honestly, I don't know the matchup. I know that both Pokemons are really bulky, but I also know that all the charge moves of Dunsparce are not stabbed, so they are not the same type attack based. So it's really questioning because even if you resist the leaks, you don't resist the body slams.
That is true. Body Slam also gives Lickitung kind of an advantage in this matchup, so that's a fair point. I'm trying to think are we going to there we see the teams again. That makes it easier. We have the Altaria, which is actually looking really good in those matchups, having a decent matchup against the Medicham. If you are playing it out well, it is not too good against the Registeel. It is fine versus Sableye. Actually, Altaria I really like here. I mean, the only problem that you have is really Azumarill. Azumarill is extremely hard to beat for Altaria because of the resisted Dragon Breaths and,
Yeah.
of course, Ice Beam.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's the first Azu we see. In the
Really?
beginning, yes, in the beginning of this tournament, Martin ran the first Azu, and it's not because, the Azu just on the stream stage, on our desk, was gifted by Inadequance.
Oh, that's really nice. My plush Azu that I have was also a gift from a friend who went to Japan.
It's nice.
But I thought that Azumarill would be a lot more popular, like with the increase of flying type users, and Azumarill is the best Ice Beam Pokemon in the field, I think.
Yeah, it's true because also Aroline Ninetales can have Ice Beam, but you kind of prefer to run it with Weather Ball.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which other Pokemon can learn Ice Beam except Mantine. And it's funny because Inadequan's name is Mortine, which is close to Mantine. And same typing as Pelipper.
So he should run it.
Yeah, I mean, is Inadequance the brother of Pelipper?
It's a brave call, but maybe he is. Maybe he is. So, which other Pokemon can we talk about in this matchup? I think that Loki was running a Medicham. Surprise.
Yeah.
People are running Medicham in this tournament.
Galar and Stunfisk is interesting since the buff of Wing Attack because now you have to learn how to try to counter this Noctowl because Noctowl can win with some IVs the match versus the Galar and Stunfisk.
Yeah, you have the breakpoint where Wing Attack deals 3 damage instead of just 2, I think, if I recall correctly.
So the breakpoint is kind of important, but what would you prefer? Would you prefer some bulk on your Noctowl and not able to win the match versus the Galar and Stunfisk, or would you prefer like having more attack but losing some bulk?
I think especially in this tournament, we are going to pick up that discussion later on again. Now we have Azumarill versus the Galarian Stunfisk, which is not really a matchup Stunfisk wants to stay in, and we keep on attacking with this Lickitung on the field. We're generating a bit more energy, and now we're switching
some energy and then switch to Registeel because Registeel is able to resist all the move by Lickitung, I mean all the charged move by Lickitung. Yeah. So here you just want to go with Power Wave because even if it costs most energy, it's like a bit more damages. And Mortine is going for the CMP, I mean the charge move priority, Zap Cannon versus the Lickitung here. And here you see that both Power Whip and Body Slam are deal not a lot of damages versus this Registeel, so it's better to just spam your Body Slam in this matchup.
Oh, I really like that he went for the Zap Cannon instead of the Focus Blast because he got the attack drop, which even lets this Lickitung deal less damage than it did before. The Body Slams are not going to hurt at all, and the Licks are also weakened.
Yeah, and here Mortine probably does not want to shield them because he knows that he has, I mean, now that Lickitung is out, Azumarill just has like a neutral or good matchups against his opponent's team.
That is true. So you want to keep the 2 shields here. However, but actually Lickitung still did a good job.
Yeah, here you can keep alignment, but I think it will be maybe a simultaneous KO because this Body Slam, does not do any damages to the Registeel.
Lickitung got locked down, and are we getting closer to the next charge move? Does Registeel still get one powerful Zap Cannon or Focus Blast off? We will see when the next Pokemon comes in. I think there won't be too much.
And he has the Focus Blast here, so it's really huge because Galarian Stunfisk does not show that he's about to take massive damages from this Focus Blast, and wow, a good 80%, I would say.
Absolutely. I mean, still, it got some mud shots down, so we still have some energy. We are really close to the first Rock Slide here, but Azumarill is already on the Ice Beam. Azumarill is instantly charging it. We are not going to see a shield here, so this Stunfisk did nothing.
Yeah, it was just here, I mean, earlier, and maybe another shield for Loki BV because Loki BV survived this Ice Beam with 1 HP and swapped out immediately on his Medicham. So now Inadequance is about to shield this Psychic from Medicham and going straight to the play rough, I think, because you have no reason to bait in case the Medicham does not shield, because at this range a play rough does not take a Medicham down yet.
So Play Rough coming out, getting shielded correctly, would have done a tremendous amount of damage. We are going to reach the Play Rough before the Psychic is reached, and there are no shields remaining. So we are going to see how much this Play Rough really does. And I believe we haven't even seen the 3rd Pokemon in an adequate
party. And I think Mortine will shield here because he does not want to reveal his last Pokemon. Yeah. It's it's a high strategy, let's say, because sometimes you don't want to reveal your last Pokemon, so you keep the surprise, for the next.
It makes sense, but this Psychic did not deal nearly close enough to KO. So we are still seeing this Azumarill. He is probably going to win this game with one shield up. Another bubble is going to come out and take out the Stunfisk. No, Stunfisk still gets a rock set off, and we are shielding this now.
Yeah, effectively shields here because he does not want indeed to reveal the Dunsparce in his back. And it's a good game from both players.
Yeah.
Won by Mort Inadequance, who takes 1 point on this game. So what do you think for the next match? Because now Loki just knows 2 Pokemons of Inadequance, and obviously Azumarill is pretty good against him.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because Inadequance is like, Azumarill against all his entire team is pretty nice because against Altaria it's a double effective Ice Beam. Against Medicham it's a super effective Play Rough. Against
Sableye it's also Play Rough.
Also Play Rough. So now Loki knows the moveset of Inadequance, of Azumarill. Inadequance is Azumarill, so he knows that he does not own a Hydro Pump, but
that was kind of to be expected, right? There are few players on Hydro Pump, and the most important thing, as you already said earlier, is that the moveset of the Dunsparce was not revealed because we have seen a Dunsparce before. There is kind of one go-to moveset, but it could vary, so it is really good for him not to show his opponent what he's on with his Dunsparce.
Yeah, not showing the Dunsparce and not showing the moveset, both things are really good. And I think that now Inadequance, that Loki's Stunfisk is more comfortable knowing that Inadequance Azu does not own Hydro Pump here. So would you switch out now, knowing that Azu does not own the Hydro Pump, knowing that your entire bag could be weak to Azu? With super effective or double super effective moves, charge the move now.
You have to adapt to the Azumarill because otherwise it is going to tear your entire team apart. So you can't bring the Altaria. It is going to be really hard to bring the Medicham because we have seen a Psychic go through, which is obviously the most powerful move that Medicham can throw against the Azu, and it dealt nothing. It was like 20% damage. So you don't really want to bring that one. Counters still deal a decent amount of damage. But I think you would have to try and put the Lickitung on the Azu, so you can beat it with the power whips.
With 2 rock, paper, scissors, So, if this scenario does not happen, now you know that your Galaran Stunfisk is able to at least lower the life of this Azu, because Azu is a real problem for him.
So maybe we can see the teams again at some point, and then we can discuss which other Pokemon the players could bring, because the Azumarill is not the only Pokemon that Inadequance is bringing to the table, and maybe he can actually provide some backup strategies to beat this Lickitung. So there should be some Pokemon in the back for him that he has prepared for this specific scenario.
It's true. It's true. So both players are noting strategy, they are rating, and they're probably sending matches to each other because they both agreed with head signs, I think.
So Inadequance is 1-0 in the lead. He is a really well-renowned player, and we are going to see Game 2, Pelipper versus Registeel. Pelipper on Loki's side has a not that great matchup. We are going into the Lickitung directly, which also is not the best matchup because Focus Blast is hurting so much, and the charge moves of Lickitung really don't do too much. But we have seen that the matchup is actually 50-50 if you manage to shield 1 or 2 Focus Blasts.
And here you're happy to see the Lickitung just here because you don't want to align it versus Azu, and you don't even want to have your Sableye on it. So Martin, Inadequance would never switch out of this matchup.
Yeah, that is true. You really want to.
And he got another attack fail.
Yeah. That is really strong. It's still 60%, right? So it is very likely to get the attack drop.
Yeah, so he got the attack drop, and now the body slam are about to do nothing to this Registeel, who's about to throw another Zap Cannon, because you can, even if your opponent shields, you can try to get another attack fail from your opponent, and that's what happens. Loki shielding and having the attack fail once again. What a lucky day, Inadequance.
how low damage these licks are now? It's dealing the same amount of damage as lock-on, basically.
Yeah, basically, because now it's, I think it's like 1 damage.
Yeah.
And another zap cannon comes in, and would you consider your last shield here, Lucky? No, you don't. You would just let it go.
You don't want to have this -2 Licky Tongue on the field anymore. You are bringing in 2 Pokemon that at least have decent matchups versus Azumarill. It is still kind of a 50-50. The Weather Ball spam of Pelipper does not really work that well. But
decides to reveal his last Pokemon, so he tried to reveal his entire moves, his entire line, which is Garavan Stunfisk here, and he probably wants to keep the Pelipper alive, so he's using the Garavan Stunfisk just here to take out all the energy of the of the Registeel. And Martin switched out immediately on Azu because he has another, let's say, good answer to this Garavan Stunfisk, and Loki switches immediately out on his Pelipper now.
And even though this is a decent matchup for the Pelipper, you still want to be in matchups where you can actually use the Weather Balls. You can actually hit hard with those spammy Weather Balls, and you don't want to rely on hitting the Hurricane, because the Hurricane is a move that deals a lot of damage, but it costs a lot of energy as well.
And Loki is baiting him. Morton inadequate lets his go. The bait is not successful.
Wow, well read, looking into the camera and now charging the Ice Beam up, which is going to get you.
So here you have to shield the Ice Beam because the Hurricane would take down immediately the Azu, but because of this bait, you're not even able to reach it. And here you probably have to throw a Weather Ball. But I'm not sure it would kill because Martin just lets it go because
I don't think it takes it out either.
Yeah, it does not KO here.
Wow, but he has to channel the second Weather Ball again, and now the Shadow Sableye is coming in, which is surprising to me. So Weather Ball will immediately get shielded. We still have Azumarill with enough energy for, I think, 1 Ice Beam. Another Weather Ball is channeled up right before Sableye reaches the Foul Play or a Power Gem. At this point, I think you're just trying to farm down the Pelipper.
Yeah, you just want to, from inadequate side, you just want to farm everything down with your Sableye, and here you'll just charge more priority against the Garavan Stunfisk, and then you can just Shadow Claw down this Pelipper.
Exactly, Foul Play hitting the Stunfisk, and this is looking like a clean 2-0 win for Inadequance. Shadow Claw, and Pelipper falls. Inadequance beating his best pal plushie that he has laying on the table.
Yeah, because they are literally playing 7 versus 5 just because Pelipper is on Inadequance's side.
Exactly, and you have just seen this. A great match of both of these players, but Inadequance has just shown how much of a strong player he is, how experienced he is. He didn't even flinch in any match.
Yeah, it's true. And it was really nice, to see that Pelipper and to see that the poor Garavan Stunfisk was just a lure, another shield. It was just a punching ball to take all this energy of this Registeel.
And there you could also see how important team building is, obviously, because Loki was not prepared for Azumarill. When he was building this team, you already know that he was not thinking, how do I beat Azumarill, because he had no plan for it, apart from going for Grass Knot with the Licky Tongue. And if the other team is heavily prepared for the Licky Tongue, like with the Stunfisk, with the Registeel, then you are not going to beat this Pokemon. It did so much work in Game 1 and Game 2, there was just no real answer to it.
Yeah, I mean, both Registeel and Azu were kind of tough for the poor lineup of this poor Loki. So, yeah.
So this Pokemon actually did a lot of work. We have also seen a Registeel. Again, Registeel, a powerful Pokemon for the past few formats, has fallen out of favor shortly because of the bad matchup versus Trevenant. We haven't seen too many Trevenants today.
A line on the Noctowl or on the mountain.
I don't want that.
Yeah.
Also not on the Licky Tongue, which is also a not really that good matchup. But we will see what Inadequance has to say about his Azumarill situation in this matchup in a winner's interview after a short break.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with our winner of this round, Inadequance or Mountain if you want to. I'm sorry. How do you feel, Inadequance?
Well, I won a game, so that's nice. I feel good.
Yeah, because you were scared to go 0-2, all right?
I think everyone always is. That happened to me once in Lille. Good thing it hasn't happened again. So yeah.
Yeah, so you just told me that you played Lille, and it's obviously not your first tournament. How do you feel about this one?
Well, we recently had the moveset updates, and that's kind of altered the meta a little bit. It's really been trying out because that's only been 2 days ago, and I think everyone's just trying stuff out, right? I think it adds some excitement to it. So,
Yeah, I mean, we will have like some spicy things, some spicy teams, some spicy months, for example, the Shadow Ampharos. But talking about spicy things, I heard somewhere that you would bring a Shadow Charizard, and finally you did not. Why?
I chickened out. The meta has changed to the hard meta of Open Great League right now is Galarian Stunfisk, Lantern, Medicham, and Noctowl.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like there was much room for Shadow Charizard and Surfetch, spies that I initially had. So I altered my team. I just chickened out. I had answers, but it became a little bit RPS, right? It became hard counts versus hard counters.
Sometimes it has to be. I mean, this game has always been a bit RPS, and you always have some random things to add sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's part of the game anyway.
Yeah, but I try to avoid it as much as possible, right? I think
can
it gives you the
understand.
most chances.
I can understand, yeah, because the skill, I mean, you kind of prefer to show more skill than. I mean, it's RPS is like another skill, all right?
I don't care. I just want to win.
You're right. But why did you pick Azu?
Just as a good generalist, it's fine against like a Medicham, Galarian Stunfisk, Noctowl, Altaria, that kind of stuff. My opponent this time only really had Lickitung to answer it. And I somewhat expected, somewhat didn't. But yeah, I think Azumarill, I don't think it's the strongest Pokemon, like Galarian Stunfisk, that's supposed to counter, Medicham, that is supposed to counter. Still gets really close. But it just is a really good generalist, and that's what I like about Azumarill.
Yeah, and is Azumarill not Tapu Fini?
No, I see Tapu Fini more as a water type attacker. Azumarill is more of the generalist, right? Doesn't really have a cheap water type charge move, right? Hydro Pump just takes a little bit too long to get to. It does hit hard, where Tapu Fini really... Tapu Fini doesn't do as good against like an Altaria, right? It does do better against Registeel. They really both have their own niches.
It's true, yeah. And I also saw that you have Dunsparce in your team. Were you inspired by our winner in the previous round?
Yeah,
23
EJB. Shout out to him, my good friend. I just started thinking about Dunsparce, and it had pretty decent coverage in the current meta, so that's why I went with it. I only built it yesterday.
It's true. I mean, you built it yesterday with Shadow Charizard, but finally you changed it again and again. And
yeah, I went to boring meta.
Are you happy about the result?
So far, yeah. My first opponent was really weak to Dunsparce, so it paid off there. This time I didn't see that many opportunities for it. It actually, I did bring it game one, but it was a bit scary when he brought out that Medicham. Good thing Azumarill with Shield Up did so well there. But so far, I'm glad with the result. Yeah, hopefully I can pull through.
Yeah, speaking of which, you did not want to reveal your third mon, all right, during the first game, because I saw that you did everything not to try to reveal the Dunsparce. Actually, the Azu, for example.
Well, not per se. There just wasn't really a reason to bring it out, right? I kept my shield for Dunsparce just because it was full health. At some point, it was impossible to take it out, so that's why I didn't reveal Dunsparce at that point.
I see. And why didn't you bring Pelipper? Because I know that you have a Pelipper plush.
With all the Lantern running around Amandine, it's very scary to bring Pelipper. I was tempted to, but I chickened out.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your word. Do you have anything to add, Martijn?
Well, thank you for having me. I really like these interviews and to play here. So, and you're doing a great job as well. So.
Thank you. Yeah. So I hope I will see you again and again and again, because it means that we would win just more and more and more.
I would love to win.
Yeah. And we will be back after a short break.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to just the next round of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart, and we are having a crazy matchup, which I'm really excited about.
Yes, it's about to be the Bilbao champion versus one of the best members of my PvP Academia, and they are both Belgium. I think you know what I am talking about. It's
It
Basics versus Count Xavius.
Yeah, and Count Xevious and I share a special connection because we have casted the Pokemon Go Regional in Lille together.
It's true.
Yes, so I am really excited to see. He helped me a lot with.
Yeah, he has like a really huge knowledge about this
Yes.
game, so it's about to be really exciting because I know that both players are really, really good.
Yes, so it is going to be great. We have a little spoiler because we obviously talked to both of them before the match, and Count Xevious is kind of saying that maybe his opponent is having a little edge on him because of the team building.
It's true.
We are seeing if this is going to become true. Do you have? I think I know one of the Pokemon that Basics is bringing to the table, which would be the Shadow Machamp.
Of course, yeah, because I talked a bit with Basics and he was like, yeah, nothing can beat a Shadow Machamp like in the two shield because because you know the nerf of Charm, you don't see a lot of Charmers anymore. So Shadow Machamp is kind of free and it's really scary because even if you bait with Cross Chop against, for example, the Noctowl, it's still really good and it's massive damages. Only Pelipper is able to, and Mountain are probably able to resist all these things.
Yeah, but it can throw Rock Slide, right?
Yeah, it can throw Rock Slide, but even but sometimes you just try to bait. And here we have Basics sitting like Eldex BL, you know?
Yes, yes,
like
absolutely.
yeah. Being just comfy with the Sobol.
And Count Xevious obviously knowing that his matchup is not that good. If you're looking at his team, there are few Pokemon that can actually beat the Machamp. So he is struggling already, and maybe this is also why Basics is so incredibly chilled right here. Because it
is probably like Machamp waiting room.
It is not only the Machamp that he is bringing to the table, the other Pokemon can, of course, win games as well. So he is sitting there comfortably, and Count Xevious is waiting because he is a hell of a player as well. So this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and it's like a Belgium matchup, you know, because we had the German matchups, Austrian matchup, and now it's Belgium matchup. I'm excited. So, what do you think about the team comp? I mean, how can Count Xavius manage with his team versus this matchup?
So he has the Frostless, which takes resisted hits from counter of the Machamp. So this is...
it's resisted, but it still deals like massive,
still deals a lot
massive
of damage.
damages.
It's also the Shadow Machamp, and it's one of the highest attack Pokemon in the Great League.
Yeah, and if you don't shield, you know, the Rock Slide, it just takes your Frost Slide down in one Rock Slide. So
absolutely. Also, Cross Chop deals a lot of damage. So this is a really strong Pokemon. But, however, you are not in a really disadvantageous position. The Medicham can actually do some work if you have a little bit of energy advantage, and then maybe I think like Machamp is really frail, so actually 2 Ice Punches can still deal okay damages. Counter is going to deal an okay damage, so it's not lost per se. We have Noctowl that can actually also has a favorable matchup against the Machamp, because I think you can almost in the 2-sheet you can just farm down the Pokemon with the wing attacks.
And here Resisted is really good because you can't have, for example, an answer to Machamp plus Lickitung plus Resisted, because you just have your Medicham, for example, and then Machamp is about, even if you lose, you know, yourself switch with Lickitung, you're just about to give a lot of energy to this Machamp. But that's exactly what you don't want to do.
Yeah, and there's another Pokemon that has fallen out of favor a bit, the Trevenant, which is also really, really good against Count Xevious' team. Of course, there is Noctowl and Galarian Stunfisk and the Frostless, but the other 3 Pokemon lose to Trevenant, so it's a 50-50 for the Pokemon.
It's true, but for me it brings, like, you know, a bit too much of a rock, paper, scissors. So I highly doubt that Basics would run Trevenant, but we never know what he has in his head, because he does not want to align the Trevenant versus a Noctowl or an Embryon here.
I like that he has 2 Pokemon on his roster that have Ghost-type fast moves and a Grass-type charge move, which would be Lickitung and Trevenant.
Yeah, and without being both having like the ghost typing, so he does not have the weakness of it. But I mean, I like the Frostlass here just because the Frostlass can still, with some energy advantage, pressure a lot of basics Pokemon as well. Because even the Lickitung is not able to take two avalanches and plus the powder snow damages. The Noctowl is not able to survive the avalanche plus the powder snows. So for me, Frostlass is probably one of the best answers to all the entire team of basics.
So does Basics have any Pokemon that is really good against the Frostless? I mean, Lantern, typing-wise, okay, but it is also hard to take Shadow Balls.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, sometimes, I mean, you don't resist Shadow Ball, and Shadow Ball is like massive damage because
Shadow Ball is one of the best moves concerning the cost of energy and the damage output.
Yeah, it's true. And I really hope that Basics won't let the Sobol crying more. This little cutie just here, and we also have Leandro as a judge for this match, who is a really good judge as well.
Yeah.
And also a really good PvP player, player of the faction. Is a faction member of Garbodor Trash, I think, which is a really good faction in EMEA World 1.
So we are seeing Basics looking into the camera and tapping the wrong side of this phone. Right now, this is the side. Aha, there we go. This is where you want to tap in Pokemon Go, the screen. So Count Xevious looking like he is in a bigger crisis right now again, because this is going to be a tough matchup. Apart from Frostless, which Pokemon do you bring? I mean, you 90% go for the Noctowl, right? So you can... I mean, but there are some hard counters for the Noctowl. You don't want to be in versus the Registeel, and you absolutely, and I cannot say this enough, don't want to be in versus this Lantern.
Yeah, for me, if I was Count Xevious, I would lead the Frostlass, a safe switch on Noctowl, and then trying to sweep with the Galarian Stunfix. But thing is, if the Machamp is in the back, you already know that you lose it, except if you have like one shield and your opponent does not have one anymore, and then you can just Earthquake the Machamp with your Galarian Stunfix.
What do you think about the Medicham? Oh, we are seeing the fist bump or a handshake, don't know, couldn't see it. So
we are probably jumping soon into the game 1 of this winner bracket.
Count Xevious versus Basics. What do you think about the Medicham in this matchup? I think you can apply Medicham really well here.
Yeah, I like it because you resist the counter of Machamp, and here you have Noctowl versus Lantern. So Basics has the lead is for Basics, switching immediately on the Frostlass, and here you don't really have an answer to Frostlass, so you're happy to see it here. And Basics is going straight with his Lantern with the Thunderbolt that you can exactly take with Count Xevious because he knows it and he does not really want to shoot at this range. And you want to pressure it, but you still need the 2 Shadow Ball to be able to take down this Lantern. So this is what he's doing. So Basics will probably won't shield because he knows that he can just take one, and now a Surf is enough to take down this Frostlass. So what would he do here? Would he try to CMP? Yeah, he tried to CMP here.
Probably going to be a shield. Count Xevious is contemplating. He is using the shield so he can actually get off a Shadow Ball. Another one, farm up some more energy. And
he miscounted here.
Miscount, yes.
Yeah, Count Xevious probably miscounted here and just lets go his Frostlass because now you can't do anything versus this Lantern. And Basics wins the shield and the switch advantage.
Yeah, this was a light miscount there. Of course, this Lantern now is energy dry. I think that maybe you could have immediately gone because this is not a water gun. Ooh.
He caught it, so he counterplayed it well here, trying to catch the surf of Basics Lantern. Basics Lantern, and Basics switching immediately on its own Noctowl, because you know that you want to align your Machamp versus this Galarian Stunfisk.
So now the Sky Attack of Xevious is coming out. This is not going to find a shield on Basics' side. Basics is looking really chill right now, just taking the Sky Attack, no problem whatsoever, going for his own Sky Attack. And I can already tell you that this Noctowl of Count Xevious can't take 2.
Yeah, and I think that Basic just wants to let his Noctowl go here, and yeah, here you are not in a good situation because Basic decided to throw his move, taking down this Noctowl, this enemy Noctowl, and just keeping, I mean, forcing him to shield and lose his energy or just letting it go. And now Count Xavius came back on his Garen Stunfisk, throwing Rock Slide, which is super effective on Noctowl, and Noctowl does not survive here. But now you have 2 shield versus 1 with your Machamp versus this Garen Stunfisk, and this Garen Stunfisk has just 1 Rock Slide advantage. So, oh, he caught it!
He is actually catching the Rock Slide. Count is not even charging this one up, trying to farm down the lantern.
Amused. And yeah, Count Xavius decided to undercharge it, trying to, he reaches in one move here. So yeah, it was his win con, trying to undercharge it, trying to to find some more energy on it. But Lantern is so bulky, so now you can just now you can just counter this Jeffisk down, and it's a first win for Basics now.
This is a really rare scenario in which we see one player after the game having 2 shields open and the other one has 1 shield open. So this is not something we see too often, that only 1 shield gets used in an entire match.
Yeah, it's true, but I think Count Xavier did not throw moves here. I mean, the moves because he knows that anyway the move will just go through.
Would have seen a shield on an Earthquake.
Yeah. And here, because Basics just caught it really well on the Lantern, so it would have been a shield if he was not able to catch it.
So this was actually, I think that in the scenario when the Lantern was safe switched, why did you not go, I mean, it is a Spark Lantern. Why did you not go immediately into the Stunfisk? Because you don't want the Stunfisk in versus the Machamp, and the matchup is okay.
Yeah, but you don't really know. I mean, Basics did not switch in the lead, and it was Count. So Count just does not want to go straight with the, let's say, hardest counter against him.
I think that, I mean, he went into the Frostless. Yeah, okay. That is true. The Frostless is like the only Pokemon that can really deal with the setup of Basics, and throwing this into a Lantern, which is also not the best matchup, might have cost him.
For me, Count had to shield the Thunderbolt here, but I mean, you don't want to be 1 shield down at the beginning, and I think that Count miscounted as well, because he had to throw on CMP with the Lantern, so it was probably, as I said, a miscount here, and because you need 2 Shadow Balls to take down this Lantern, so it's really difficult. And as we said, Count does not really have, I mean, with this composition, he does not really has like anything to be able to take down this Lantern, except, let's say, the Galeran Stunfisk, and it's not really a hard win matchup, you know.
I still really like the Medicham on his side. I think that Medicham can easily deal with a Lantern, because this it is really bulky.
Yeah.
And you take Surf like nothing. You also take Thunderbolts like nothing, 30 to 35% at max.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, your Psychics don't deal too much, but you really win this fast move battle. You really counter this Lantern down. And think this is one of the better ways to deal with the Pokemon.
Yeah, because again, this Lantern, for example, you just want to lower it. I mean, little to little, and we are jumping into the second match of this winner bracket, round 3, with Noctowl versus Noctowl. So Trevenant came here because Basics probably knew that Count would bring the Medicham now, and we don't even see any Machamp. Because now I think Count just decided to bring 3, let's say, answers to Machamp.
Yeah, so this was really well played by Basics, but I mean, also he's really going to be happy to take out this Noctowl of his opponent, because he has the Trevenant, which gets hard wall. Trevenant is fine versus the Frostless and is a great Pokemon against Medicham, so this is already a big advantage again.
And we see Basics winning the charge move priority against Count Xavius 1. So we know that Basics Noctowl has like more attack. I probably know which IVs it is, but I don't want to spoil teams. Guys, I'm sorry. And Count Xavius, is able to throw another Sky attack.
Look at how these Noctowls are staring each other down.
And it's a simultaneous KO from both sides. So on who would you decide to switch here? Do you want to take some energy with Frostlass? And Basics probably would come on the Lickitung here, because it is, because the Lickitung here is his safe switch. And Count decided to bring the hard counter to Frostlass right now, so Basics decided to just stay in this matchup because you don't want to come on your Trevenant.
Exactly, you want to
Here.
bring in your Trevenant against the Medicham, and if the Medicham is in the back,
Yeah, and the power rip went through.
Yeah.
So now the Lickitung is can be free. I mean, now the not the Trevenant, the Lickitung can just leak the Frostlass down, and this avalanche is not enough to take the Lickitung down. And so you have to throw another
are going
move.
to find another avalanche, and I think that there might actually be. Oh no! I think
No,
has he already
will
seen
let
the Medicham?
he will let it go because now you just want some energy advantage and. Yeah, this match is about to be tense because
Oh,
now,
no,
yeah, Kant knows that he has like no issue here because he needs to outpace with 3 ice punches, and even 3 ice punches are not enough to take down this this Trevenant. And yeah, he knows he does not even hit the bubbles, and it was just a rock paper scissors here because Kant decided to switch out from Medicham on the Lickitung.
So, Basics actually winning this Belgian mirror match 2-0. This Trevenant cutting down with the Shadow Claws on this Medicham. He got it right. The Noctowl mirror match was a absolute tie, and then the players had to decide which Pokemon they are bringing in onto which. And unfortunately for Count Xevious, this was not his best matchup. He should have stayed in with the Medicham versus the Lickitung, but he was hoping that there would be a different Pokemon in the back other than Trevenant.
Yeah, a Machamp, for example.
Yeah.
He probably expected the Machamp, so he decided to switch on the Medicham, trying to lure it then, but it did not work at all. So it was a good game, and Basics indeed predicted a lot of good things. And we will be back really soon with the winner interview.
Welcome back, guys, here for the winners interview with Basics, our former special event Bilbao champion. And he just beat a friend who is also from Belgium, Count Xevious. I want to talk about this matchup with you because this Machamp was looking good.
Yeah, it looked really good. The thing is, we went together by train to Stuttgart, and he was talking about Shadow Machamp, and he suggested me to run it. So I was like, okay, I will run it. I think it fits me really well. So I decided to run it, and he decided to run a team really weak to Shadow Machamp. So yeah.
So he actually got beat by his own idea. So in game 2, you did not even bring it. You decided to bring the Trevenant. Amandine said that it was very unlikely that you would bring a Trevenant to this match. I said it would be likely that you could bring it. It looks good against half the team of him. At the point where he switched in the Medicham, or he switched out the Medicham against your Lickitung after the Noctowl mirror match, did you knew you were going to win?
Yeah.
Did you have to smile a little bit?
It was already over. Yeah. I mean, having the Noctowl in the lead was already pretty decent. I mean, I didn't need my Noctowl anyway, because I had still like 2 answers to Medicham in the back. And because he didn't bring it game 1, it was obvious he was going to bring it game 2. So I just bring the best Mons against Medicham.
So are you afraid of Noctowl at all with your team? Because I mean, Machamp is a decent matchup against it. What do you want to say? What moves you don't have to. Oh, we saw what moves you were running on it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, which ones were it? I forgot it. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's Cross Chop and Rock Slide. I'm running
exactly.
on Machamp. Yeah.
So what are your matchups against Noctowl? Like, do you often win it? Because a Rock Slide will deal a lot of damage.
Well, I lose the zeros because if the Sky Attack lands, I'm dead with Machamp. But I should be able to win the 1s and the 2s against the Noctowl.
So that looks actually pretty decent. Machamp, a really strong Pokemon. Are there any other matchups you want to target with this Machamp pick? Like, why is it really good in this particular format after Wing Attack got buffed?
I think it's because of the Rock Slide. And yeah. I mean, obviously, I didn't think too much about the team. I was like, he told me Shadow Machamp, and I was like, yeah, how can I fit it in my team? And I grabbed the Bilbao team back, dropped the Toxicroak, added the Shadow Machamp, took another water type, then Tapu Fini, what did I replace? And I replaced the Altaria with Noctowl because it's Noctowl.
Noctowl is great.
That's the team.
So I think this is what you can learn from this. Sometimes you just have to trust your friends and then you will eventually beat them in the tournament.
Yeah, you do.
So what do you think are your chances of advancing to the bigger finals and taking down another Premier event?
I don't know. I mean, I always give myself low chances, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well,
I'm pretty happy to finally win again. Yeah.
Your performance wasn't too great in the last two events,
it was not. It was obviously not.
But we have forgotten all about these events, at least of your performance of them. And we are looking forward to a great future in Pokemon. So, thank you, Basics. Good luck in the next rounds. And we will be back for the next featured match soon. Stay tuned. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. No breaks here. I am here again with Amanda, and we are going to see yet another Pokemon Go featured match.
I know. How excited are you for this going on? Last matchup, we saw some Belgian on Belgian violence here. This matchup, we have some German on German. And as a German yourself, I don't know how you feel about it.
Oh, I really want to see those two get going against each other. This is going to be another fantastic matchup. We have seen so many different Pokemon so far. We have even seen a Shadow Ampharos, which I'm still really excited
Is it your
about.
favorite that you've seen?
Honestly, my favorite has to always be Lantern.
Okay.
I love Lantern just too much. It's such a cool Pokemon. It has the dangly light bulb thing. It's all perfect.
There's been this big debate among PvPers of whether Lantern is a dolphin or an anglerfish. I am in the anglerfish camp. I don't know about you.
Same.
Okay,
It
good.
definitely is an anglerfish.
You can put it in the chat. You can see what you guys think.
Have you guys ever seen a dolphin with like
With
the
a fin.
light bulb?
Oh, yeah, exactly. The whole thing. So we have Sisler versus Simo here, Sisler being on the left-hand side. Yeah, like I said, these are two German battlers, pretty well known within the community, very high tier. So I'm really excited to be seeing these matches.
Oh, and we're seeing another obstacle. We are seeing double Lantern, yes. And we are seeing a core of Pelipper and Noctowl.
On both
on
teams.
both sides. And if you have paid attention to Leo's team builder with my two experts, then we do agree.
Yep. Sadly, no Unova Stunfisk so far. So my spice pick has been a little bit maybe miscalculated.
That is true.
But
Players have rather shifted towards Registeel. So actually, what we discussed about in this team builder is quite popular here.
That's
quite
true.
popular core. There's also Medicham. So we have, I think, on the one side, Medicham, Registeel, Pelipper, and Stunfisk, which is like 4 of the 6 Pokemon we were
That's
talking
right.
about. We had the Shadow Venusaur as well, which is in this case, I think, for one of the players, a Trevenant, maybe even for both.
yeah, I believe the
solid.
Trevenant is definitely on one of the sides. Trevenant doesn't care about this new move update. Still
Yeah.
going to go at it hard. We're seeing a lot of Lanterns, your favorite, so I think that's really fun. But
Oh, both
obviously
players
it's
are running
hard.
Lantern.
Yes, both players are running Lantern, and a Lantern is very much hard countered by the Trevenant. So
I am absolutely on board with bringing Lantern into this team as well. I can completely... I don't really care for the Unovan Stunfisk. I'm sorry, I will
how
just bring
dare
Lantern
you, sir?
instead. It is
Lantern probably
fine by me.
does outclass it in that respect. I will have to agree. However, sometimes Registeel is not the most accessible Pokemon for new players. So being able to use something that is more energy efficient or maybe even Stardust efficient, I can understand for some of the players here. But this is not a problem for Sisler having a Registeel here, and you have to wonder what the movesets will be. A lot of the Registeels we've seen have been running the typical moveset of the Zap Cannon and Focus Blast, but you know there is always the potential for the Flash Cannon surprise.
Yeah, Flash Cannon, I remember seeing it in featured matches before. It was really strong, caught people off guard, one-shotting Nidoqueens, which is not going to be an issue in this tournament, I think.
Yes, not with the recent move update here.
Yeah.
But if you even you just got done interviewing Basics, and when he used Registeel in the Bilbao tournament that he won, he ran it with Flash Cannon.
Yeah, exactly, and that was the one that took out the Nidoqueen.
Yes,
That was
exactly.
really, really strong. What a strong and versatile Pokemon, especially, and it's so bulky. Registeel is so incredibly bulky, but it still has a tough matchup versus Lickitung. I found that really interesting.
That's true. It's really almost bait dependent, and now that the Zap Cannon is not a guaranteed debuff, there is definitely a lot more play because, as we discussed before, lock-ons do not do a lot of damage to a Pokemon, so they have to rely on the charge moves. Getting right into the matchups here, we have a Noctowl mirror match.
So again, a game leading with a double Noctowl. So this is going to be an early tell which Noctowl has the higher attack stat if both players throw the Sky Attack on the same turn. So we are going to see a charge move priority advantage on Sisler's side here.
That's right, yeah. With all these different types of Noctowls out there, there's different IV spreads that people are wanting. Some of them can take on the Azumarill, some of them can take on the Galarian Stunfisk better. However, in the mirror, you usually want to be able to fire off first. So this means that, Sisler's indeed does have a higher attack stat. Going to go ahead and throw immediately here, knowing that it does hit it. But unfortunately for him, Simo did not try, knowing it loses charge move priority, and was able to get an extra wing attack in.
So now another Sky Attack. Is it going to be enough to take out this Noctowl? I don't really think so. However, it's going to be close.
Ooh,
really
speaking
close.
of close, very close, and with the subsequential
actually-
wing attack. And this is huge because now this is alignment. able
And
to get to
actually-
another sky attack here. You can see Sizzler's not quite sure what he wants to do. Doesn't know if he wants to take a shield just yet. Gonna go ahead and let Sableye tank that, and it will go down to the Shadow Claw. Even though that's not very effective, the Noctowl in return was very low health.
And this Sableye is like at 60% of HP, and there's no really favorable matchup. There's no Trevenant that you can beat at the moment. It is versus a Stunfisk, and Stunfisk is in versus the Obstagoon now, trying to throw a Rock Slide. And the bait was taken by Sizzler. He thought there was an Earthquake coming down on the Obstagoon, and nope, it is just a Rock Slide with an immediate switch, of course, into the Lantern.
Yes, and now it's Sizzler's turn. He does have a lot of energy on this Obstagoon now, and he's going to go immediately for the Night Slash. Like we saw earlier, there was a boost. There's always a potential of getting an attack boost when you do a Night Slash. Unfortunately for Sizzler, not this time, and Simo is already up to a Surf.
So Simo immediately throwing the Surf as soon as he gets it. I wonder why he did not take the second or the two more sparks to get to the Volt Switch, so he could maybe bait another shield.
Yeah, that is a good point. I suppose at this range, he's understanding that, you know what, the Obstagoon is my largest threat against this team. It's not going to... The Galarian Sunfist does not want to see this Obstagoon. I'm just going to go ahead and throw my charge moves as soon as possible. I have to get this thing out of here.
So, and now we are seeing it switched out. The timer is over. Sableye gets to double foul play.
Oh, but instead, he's going straight for the return, knowing this will knock it out. And Simo calls... Wow, this is huge, and this will change almost everything here because now the Surf will be enough to knock it out, and Sizzler is forced to use his second shield here to shield up the Sableye, being able to probably get to this foul play. But now, again, the Galarian Stunfisk is back in.
And please remember, this Galarian Stunfisk is still loaded with energy from the previous battles. So we are already at more than one Rock Slide. It now has the time to charge up a bit more energy to get to a second Rock Slide, throw the next Rock Slide, hopefully take out the Sableye with this, and immediately throw another Rock Slide on the Obstagoon to finish the game.
Yeah, I wonder at this range if the Ops is, yes, it will definitely be enough. Sizzler knows it as well. Great counting by Simo. Being able to throw back-to-back was really helpful in him there, and able to take game one.
And our graphics know it as well, because we already have the 1-0 for Simo 91, which was, that was a really dominant performance. I mean,
I think so, yes.
I think it was the Noctowl. This Noctowl that, of course, lost the charge move priority because it is bulkier.
That's right.
But it made it survive one more hit. I mean, he didn't go for the charge move priority. That was really good. He got to another Sky Attack even against the Sableye. That was really strong.
I think that's really important when people are team building to understand how their team compositions are going to work together. So in Simo's case, he was like, I don't need necessarily, I'm not playing a rock, paper, scissors matchup. So it's not like my back lineup is really in fear of anything. So I can go ahead and lose it and get some extra advantage. But however, he didn't even need to. He ended up winning it by just one, and it really... like, being able to throw that Sky Attack on the Sableye also changed a lot.
This one really made a difference, and then you have to contemplate, was it the correct choice to throw in the Sableye and not the Obstagoon? Because the Sableye actually couldn't take out the Noctowl in time, whereas the Obstagoon would have countered down the Noctowl as easy as
That's
1, 2, 3.
true. The fast move would have gone through for the counter before, and the Noctowl would not have been able to take out a move. I think if you were in Sizzler's position, he just assumed that it was so low that it was going to take it out anyway. But unfortunately, with Shadow Claws doing, very little damage to a normal typing, it was able to get that Sky Attack off.
Very unfortunate miscalculation on his part there. However, of course, it was a strategic decision to throw in the Sableye there, because when you throw in the Obstagoon immediately, your opponent knows your win con.
That's right.
So you would rather want to keep it in the back and have your opponent have a bit less information on how you are planning to win this game.
Yes, and to be fair, if that Sky Attack didn't go off, we would have seen an entirely different game, because a Sableye with a lot of energy and not any hard counters is something that is very dangerous for an opponent to play against.
Yeah, this Pokemon could have flipped it, so I understand why Sizzler was not too happy about this. I mean, losing the Noctowl matchup, then not getting alignment, and then also taking another Sky Attack, that is really rough.
It's a little bit of a salt in the wounds, we would say.
But I mean, if most of that did not happen, this Obstagoon would have been in a great position, so maybe he just has the team advantage. He also just brought the Obstagoon, and now there is a Noctowl. We are probably going to switch into Lantern. This is looking so good for Simo. He basically has a hard counter for everything on the team of Sizzler.
Yes, and now if you're Sizzler, you have to really wonder, what am I going to do? Do I double shield this Noctowl? Because that's basically probably the only win con that they would have at this point. The Thunderbolt will do a hefty amount of damage. If you're Simo, do you even bother baiting at this point, just because you know you're going to get that shield?
Yeah. Oh, he did not get the shield, and wow, this one immediately takes out the Noctowl. Now we are having in the Sableye against the Lantern, and Lantern has so much energy. These sparks dealt so much damage to the Noctowl already, and they are also chunking down the Sableye. Sableye again at half health, and we're going for another serve.
Yeah, that's the thing. Spark usually is not that heavy hitting of damage, but when it's super effective, it can definitely do a lot. And like you said, able to throw off 2 charge moves already. Sizzler actually is doing very well. He knows that it's not going to get sparked down, so he's just taking his time, doing some counts, and throwing his move before the Lantern reaches his other charge move. And Simo says, you know what, Lantern, you have definitely done your job. You can go home for now.
But Lantern has done the job, right?
Indeed.
It countered down the Noctowl, and it took like 90% of Sableye's HP. So now we are in a situation where Noctowl is fighting the Obstagoon. Let's see if Noctowl stands a chance.
This is actually an interesting move because the cross chop would have been more effective against it. However, like we've been discussing, and we like to see it something.
Oh,
it just happened, ladies and gentlemen. We have the attack buff on the Obstagoon, and again, this could indeed be a game changer in itself.
This Obstagoon has another good matchup waiting for it, and it has double shield. So we are taking 1 sky attack, and I can assure you from now on, you are not going to see any attack going down on this Obstagoon unshielded.
That's right. The Obstagoon being one of the users who is not actually a fighter but has a fighting fast move. The Noctowl does not like to take these counters, and as you can see with this boost, this Noctowl is almost gone, and we saw it in a previous matchup. The Galarian Stunfisk does not want to face a boosted Obstagoon. You can see Sizzler still going for these Night Slashes. He's hoping for a double boost here, and also looks like he was maybe trying to go for a Noctowl farm down.
And this actually makes sense because you really want to throw your fast moves against this Stunfisk immediately, because the Pokemon that you have in the back is not really helping your case. Oh, and this one goes unshielded, attack grows sharply earlier, and we're seeing a cross chop that deals...
Wow, over half of it. Do you see that? Able also to get to the second cross chop before the Rock Slide goes off. The Rock Slide at this range will be able to go ahead and take out that Obstagoon, but still, this is pretty heavy. Oh, he didn't click it even, so getting up a ton of extra energy here. He wants to try to be able to get to another Rock Slide to do what he did the first game and take out the Pokemon with very little health in the back.
So let's see if Sableye is going to be at a foul play faster. No, the Rock Slide is coming down, and Sizzler will not stand this hit.
Yeah, wow. Like, once again, very, very good counting by Simo. And second verse, same as the first. You saw it in the first game. He threw the Rock Slide to take out the opponent, and he was able to do a back-to-back again to take it out in game number 2 as well.
I mean, Sizzler lost the lead really hard, and you can really see that he is not too happy about this. This was unfortunate. Noctowl in the lead of Simo twice, doing a great job. Sableye had to switch out immediately. And from that on, it went downhill, even though he got the attack boost.
He did get the attack boost. It came very much in handy, but I think the major problem was using Noctowl as a safe swap when there's a Lantern, a potential Lantern on the other team is very dangerous because, as we saw, Lantern with a little bit of energy and those charge moves, super effective against the Noctowl. And even though Noctowl is one of the most bulky flyers as well, you saw it took it out with over half health.
Yeah, this Thunderbolt dealt so much damage, so I wonder if there is some attack investment in this in this Lantern just to easily beat this matchup. I can understand why this Thunderbolt went unshielded. It was a really early turn, so you don't want to be down in the shield scenario. But also, it was a very likely scenario that he would throw a serve. You said it earlier. So he might actually consider throwing a serve. I would have considered it.
I mean, I think when you're in a position where you know that your opponent has to shield or it's going to take them out, that you sometimes do bait just so you can maintain that really good energy advantage. Also, maybe Sizzler had a plan for, if you switch in a Noctowl, you know that there's a potential that you could be hard countered. So maybe his thought was, I'm going to put it all on Obstagoon to take me to the championship. And you know what? It almost happened with that boost. It did come very, very close.
That is true. This Obstagoon really dealt a lot of damage to all of the Pokemon, but in the end, the fast energy generation of Galarian Stunfisk has done the trick. So 2 Rock Slides to seal the deal, and we will be back. We will not be back for an interview in a minute, so let's just wait until the next feature match starts. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm here with Simo. Simo, who just, if you saw, took out Sisler in one of the rounds. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah, I was not. I not expected that I reached the 4th round now.
Really?
Yeah, because
You've been playing so well.
No, I'm usually the Master League player.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm.
You decided to give Great League a try.
Yeah, true. Yes.
So, just the match before, we featured 2 Belgians who were good friends who did some team building together. How is it with you and Sisler? Because I know that you guys are also good friends.
Yeah,
did you build teams together?
Yes, well, we are really good friends, and yeah, we helped each other to find a good team. Yeah, the meta changed 2 days before.
Yes, that's right.
Unfortunate, but
did you do a lot of battles between each other?
Yes.
Did you also win those battles?
No, 50-50.
Those matches were very close, but the second game, I think a big turning point was when he safe swapped in the Noctowl, and you countered with the Lantern. How were you feeling at that point?
Yeah, we talked before the matches. We don't want to RPS each other, but
right.
It was kind of RPS. But yeah, I think it would be more RPS if I bring my Medi into his Obstagoon. But
that's true. That is true.
I was afraid about that.
Yeah, and then speaking of Obstagoons, how did you feel when Sisler got that boost? Were you a little bit nervous that it could maybe get through your team?
Yeah, Obstagoon is, I don't know, the chance is 12.5%, but that's,
that's
not
like
true.
More when it's your opponent.
So it's always scary, but yeah. I give my best, and I think that.
Yep, and it was really, really good counting on you from both times being able to charge up enough energy that you could throw back-to-back rock slides to take out your opponent in both rounds. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I think counting and timing is very important.
Yep.
And yeah.
Would that be your tip for other players
yes, of
who
course.
aren't playing against you, of course, but other players? Being able to maximize energy to throw the counts whenever possible.
Yes.
Well, good luck to you. Congratulations on the run so far, and we hope to see you back.
Yeah.
Well, don't go anywhere, guys, because we have some more amazing streams coming up after this break.
Welcome back, guys, to our interview with our Pokemon Go World Champion, Dancing Rob. We have talked a little bit before our break about his Shadow Pokemon that he used in his World Champion roster. And now we are going to talk about the Shadow Pokemon that he didn't use. And first of all, Walrein. It has been nerfed since you played the World Championships, but flying types are more prominent now. So what do you think about Walrein? What position is it in?
I'm always
a little bit worried about Walrein after the World Championship. Like before, it was definitely very good, and I had struggled playing against it, but I wasn't like tempted to play it myself. And after the World Championship, the problem was that Icicle Spear got nerfed. It was huge in my opinion, just because like some matchup, like the Medicham matchup got terrible. You're just slower in particular matchups, and now of course it might get better with Pelipper and the Noctowl Rise and all that stuff. But again, it's still a little bit iffy just because you have so many matchups, many Gem G-Face that are just so disadvantageous at this point that I really feel like it could get really RPS.
That is a good point. So another Shadow Pokemon that has been nerfed just now. Nidoqueen, a big one. The Poison Fang nerf is huge, 5 more energy to reach it. So what do you think about Nidoqueen? Can you still play it really well, or is it just like out of the format?
The sad part is that we cannot make any 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Poison Fang memes anymore, of course. Problem with Nidoqueen is that it was already a little bit difficult in some of its worst matchups like Swampert. But there were some scenarios where you can like 2-shield and Poison Fang through, which made it a little bit better. But right now, I think Nidoqueen still serves pretty well in some of the roles that it has, like being an anti-charm, and some of these are like still doing fine against Noctowl or a Venusaur. Generally, I'd say it's also definitely really worse, and the meta will adapt to it, and Nidoqueen will probably not be in the focus anymore.
So with Nidoqueen out of the focus, I want to talk about a Pokemon that I love a lot, which is a Poison Fang user, which is Golbat, who is also a Wing Attack user, so it still just needs 5 Wing Attacks to reach the Poison Fang. And it is quicker for a Shadow Ball. So what do you think? Is Golbat the new Nidoqueen?
I'd say no, just because like it has some iffy matchups. For example, Galarian Stunfisk, and even in matchups that it should be advantageous, like Medicham, it isn't really that good. Sometimes, like against other Noctowls, for example, it just doesn't have any shield pressure or something like that. I just feel like it's not one of the top tier Pokemon that I'm afraid you want it to be.
That was a really nice diplomatic answer to this question, and I thank you for that. We are going to be back right for the next featured match. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are, as I already said in this video, back for the next featured match, and it is again, I'm really sure, going to be a great one.
Yes, I'm really excited about these matchups. We saw one of the competitors play a little bit earlier today, 23 EJB, who was actually in the last chance qualifiers for London last year, able to compete in the World's competition, and I believe came in the top 32.
Oh, that's still huge.
Yes, and as we've seen before, he is playing his signature Pokemon of Dunsparce, which I think is also the only one in the tournament, but has done him a lot of work.
No, I think we have seen another Dunsparce already in the round before Basics versus...
Oh, okay.
There was another one. I think Inadequance is actually playing
That makes sense, that makes sense.
Oh.
Some high-level battlers bringing out some spicy picks.
Even though it's not the Dunsparce yet, Dunsparce is still really, really strong and a good pick for this format, apparently.
Yes, I think so. With the charge moves, it can do some heavy damage. And he's playing against... I'm going to let you say it because you're German, and you... Obviously, there's some pun in it that I'm missing.
He's playing versus Elefantflasche, which is basically the pun of elephant and a recycling bottle. I don't understand the relation between those two, but it is still funny.
Maybe if he beats EJB, we can ask him in the interview.
Absolutely. I'm really hyped for this matchup.
Yep.
I don't really know what Pokemon they are running yet.
That's true. Yeah, I don't believe we've seen Elefantflash on the team yet, but he is a very good battler. Last year he was in I believe the European International Championships, he was in the top 8. So we know that they're at least, I guess if you've made it this far into the tournament as well, you're obviously doing pretty well.
There is something to you that's good about Pokemon Go. I, by the way, just hope that he is it. I'm not 100% sure this is something I was told before, so maybe we are seeing someone completely different.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
I doubt that. So maybe we have had.
Maybe we're just fooling you all.
Exactly. Exactly. It's all a ruse.
Yeah.
It's all a ruse. No. So we have seen amazing battles so far. So which Pokemon were you most impressed? This is the first tournament with this new patch.
Yes.
So what was the Pokemon that stood out most to you? And don't say Noctowl now.
I will say that I expected a lot of Lanterns. They're really putting in work. And so Lantern, yes, is one of the fan favorite picks. I have to say also the fact that Basics was using a Shadow Machamp is very interesting. That is not something that we've really seen much in the tournament overall, but you know, the Shadow's doing that 20% extra damage, and also with the charge moves, being able to hit the flyers back. I mean, I think that it can probably bring him pretty far.
Yeah, and the high attack stat that Machamp has anyways, those counters really do hurt.
That's right.
This is why it has a bunch of neutral, at least, matchups. And of course, the Rock Slide, as Basic said in the interview after that, is just a crazy strong move.
It's true.
Of this format, yes.
I mean, even against one of Machamp's hardest counters, being Sableye, since it's the Shadow version, if you shield one foul play, you can double cross chop to take out a Sableye. That should show you how broken good it can be.
That is indeed really strong. Both players are sitting down already. We are having some trouble putting on the headset. This is, I think, yeah, this is not how you do this.
He's an elephant, right? He doesn't understand he usually has too big of ears.
Exactly. Okay, so now we got it. Finally, Elefantflasche versus 23 EJB. And we are seeing Dunsparce, Galarian Stunfisk, Sableye, Noctowl, Medicham, and Lantern. And again, a Lantern mirror match against Medicham, Trevenant. We have seen lots of Trevenant.
Yeah, you know, we were commenting earlier that we weren't sure how many of them we would see because it is such hard walled by Noctowl. But I think for the people who are bringing it, it really has been paying off. Like in the last matchup when an anticipated Shadow Machamp turned out to be a Trevenant, it really ends up turning the game. Also, I think if you're a Lantern, you definitely don't want to see that Trevenant because, I mean, who wants to take a grass move if you're just a water type?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, yes, Noctowl is probably the best Pokemon in the game right now, but there are 5 other Pokemon. You can always, like, Noctowl is not a Pokemon that sweeps through entire teams. It will at some point be lowered. You can beat this Pokemon, even though it is really strong, and then Trevenant is still really good against most of the meta. You beat Galarian Stunfisk. You beat Lantern, of course, a Pokemon that was brought into the meta again because Noctowl is so strong.
You beat Medicham?
Yeah, you beat Medicham. You beat Machamp.
That's true, as we've seen. And you can see right now, it's very studying each other's moves, studying each other's team. What do you think that you would bring if you're EJB? Are you bringing back in that Dunsparce?
So Dunsparce is really strong because of the ground type move that it has, and it is really strong versus Lantern and Galarian Stunfisk. I think you also have a decent matchup versus Trevenant because the Shadow Claws don't really deal too much. Medicham is a tough one.
Noctowl does not like to take the hits either.
Yeah, Noctowl really takes some damage from rollout.
Yes.
And rollout generates a lot of energy, so it's a lose-lose. So I think that Dunsparce is actually a really good Pokemon here again.
And the unfortunate thing about rollout, though, even though it is a super effective move against the Noctowl, it generates energy very quickly, but it doesn't have a very high attack. So at that point, you do still have to throw a charge move. I don't think that you would be able to farm down a Noctowl, although, heck, maybe we'll see it on stream.
I mean, Noctowl is also a wow. Those players were deciding really quickly, so we are seeing Lantern versus Noctowl. You don't really want that. So against the Umbreon now, we are charging up a bit of energy, and I don't think we are necessarily staying in the matchup. Okay, so actually, EJB does not really want to align the Lantern on the Noctowl, so he doesn't really care for it.
Yeah, if you think about it, I guess, the Sableye definitely doesn't want to see that Umbreon. And the Dunsparce, I mean, that's the problem with Umbreon as a safe swap, is if you're not using a counter user or a fighter, there's not anything that can take it down that quickly, even things that have heavy charge moves. As you've seen, I mean, the Thunderbolt has gone through, and the Umbreon is still above 50% health.
I found myself struggling a lot versus Umbreon. It is a really, really strong Pokemon right now.
I think especially with the decrease of fairy users as well. Already, again, this is the other thing. Not only is it super bulky, it can get to its charge moves very quickly. You think Lantern can get to its charge moves quickly? Umbreon can do just the same.
So now we are going for the last resort even, and this one is getting shielded, so called out correctly. I think EJB just did not bring the best roster here.
Yeah, I think that he is hoping that the Dunsparce will be able to handle that Noctowl in the back, and so he says, okay, you know what, this is actually advantageous for me to get something out of the way that does hard counter my Sableye really bad. Sableye, again, versus Noctowl is not great. This is... EJB may be forced to double shield here because he doesn't want to have that Sableye lined up with the Noctowl chooses not to, and it takes the Lantern out. This is going to be a bit of a problem. We did talk about rollout not being able to farm down. However, I suppose when it is that low, it can be possible.
So wrong, but both of these matchups are actually really good for the Dunsparce. So a bit unfortunate for EJB that he brought the Sableye in, because it is not really that strong versus the Noctowl. But this Dunsparce could actually win this game for him.
Yeah, like we said earlier, with these charge moves coming in very fast and being super effective against both the Galarian Stunfisk and the Noctowl, there's not a lot of room to go. Elephant Flash charging up a ton of energy here and throwing this Earthquake right before the next drill run goes through. Will EJB shield this up?
I think he will. Yes, he will. It is a point in which you would really go for such a strong move instead of the bait one, because there's only one shield left. So Drill Run actually coming down here. Is it going to be shielded again? No, we will see how much damage it deals, and it's not too much.
You know, yeah, exactly. It's doable. One more will probably be enough to take it out. EJB not hitting it before Elephant Flash hits the Earthquake. We're about to see how much damage the Earthquake does to this Dunsparce. It does a hefty amount.
So we are going for another Drill Run.
Oh my goodness,
It's
and an
caught by
amazing
Noctowl.
catch.
Look at how Elephant Flash is nodding here. He's like, yep, I got this one.
And you know, if you're in this position too, you don't want to swap in your Sableye to a Noctowl, because those Shadow Claws aren't going to be doing any damage. The best thing he can do here is just continue to charge up energy. Maybe we even see a shield on such a low health Dunsparce to be able to get as much damage off as possible on this Noctowl.
Oh, and the Rock Slide is actually going to come out as well. Goes unshielded, of course, and is going to deal a really good amount, but it is going to be farmed down as well. So we are seeing a Sky Attack coming down on the Sableye.
The problem is now, I mean, there are no Protect Shields left, and a Shadow Ball will do so much damage, and Elephant Flash is already at it. This will knock out the Sableye, and then the Wing Attacks will be able to knock out the Dunsparce from here, so very well played on his part. Swapping in that Umbreon and not really giving EJB much room for error.
And don't forget, this foul play is going to deal a lot of damage to the Noctowl. Maybe even take it out, but there is still a relatively healthy Stunfisk in the bag.
Yeah, you saw EJB. He tried to undercharge the foul play a little bit, but it wasn't enough. And yes, at this point, able to just go ahead and mudshot down that Dunsparce.
So 2 Pokemon mudshotted down from this Galarian Stunfisk. We are seeing a weird amount of mudshot downs this tournament.
It's true. That Galarian Stunfisk still saying, hey, I'm here, I'm proving my worth. Everyone's saying, oh, certain Noctowls can beat me now. Well, I want to see them try.
Yeah, exactly. And throwing Rock Slides left and right, going for Earthquakes, which is still such an incredibly powerful move. And Mudshot, of course, generates energy like nothing else.
That's true.
Elephant Flash is still nodding. He's still really happy about the choices that he made in this game. He is just having the time of his life right now.
And you can see that EJB is also really thinking about what he can do to counter this position. Like we talked about, Dunsparce was in a good position. It took out most of the backline, but unfortunately, it is only one Pokemon.
Exactly, and Dunsparce also does not have the highest attack stats, and you have seen that this super effective Rock Slide did not deal too much. Also, the Drill Run onto the Stunfisk wasn't too convincing.
I agree. But being able to get to these moves so quickly, I think the main thing for Elephant Flash was he still had 2 shields when the Dunsparce came in. If there was if it was a 0 shield scenario, that game would have been entirely flipped.
That is true. But I mean, we can both agree on that. Dunsparce in this scenario wasn't EJB's problem in this matchup. It was the Sableye that was completely hard-walled by 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, so in that case, if you were EJB, do you bring it again? Or do you think he's not going to counter it so hard this next time? Surely I can bring it in.
I think that maybe you want to go for this surprise again. I mean, this is something I love. There is really a big difference in this game as opposed to other games if you know your opponent personally.
That's true.
Because you know how they think. And if I play against someone I have never talked to before, it's basically a 50-50 which Pokemon they bring. Are they over-predicting me? Am I over-predicting them? What is happening? And we are seeing another Trevenant, and this Trevenant is going to be probably thrown into a Noctowl, maybe, or we are just going for this not favorite matchup for the Stunfisk. But if you throw in the Noctowl here, and the Noctowl will not face the Terrorant because it will be switched out, then you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, I wonder if you're EJB at this point, then you're thinking, okay, maybe I will let my Stunfisk go down and I will farm the rest of the Trevenant down with the Noctowl to be in a very advantageous position. But if you look at the backline there, I mean, the Noctowl doesn't really have that hard of a counter. The Galarian Stunfisk, as we just talked about, it can do a lot of work, but Noctowl with an energy advantage is dangerous against anything that it plays against.
That is true. So another Rock Slide, or the first Rock Slide now shielded, both players at 1 shield.
Let's see, the Shadow Ball goes unshielded by EJB, which will put the Galarian Stunfisk very low, and we'll have to see what he chooses to do. Gonna go ahead and fire off that Rock Slide immediately. And then we have to see if he will switch out or stay in. I think the problem is if he stays in, there's a chance that he will get Shadow Clawed down before you get Mud Shotted down.
Oh,
a simultaneous KO!
Simultaneous KO, and now the game is open again. Both players had 1 shield, and let's look at the Pokemon. So this Lantern is going to have a hard time versus the Galarian Stunfisk, and especially also versus the Umbreon. I think Umbreon is actually a game winner here.
Yeah, this was very interesting. So we already saw that both Pokemon, so EJB came in originally with the Lantern, now swapped out to the Noctowl, but Elephant Flash is staying in with the Umbreon rather than switching automatically to the Noctowl hard counter of Galarian Stunfisk. I think he's hoping to get it to knock down a little bit with these foul plays, knowing that the bulk of Umbreon will be able to soak these charge moves from Noctowl before he brings in that Stunfisk to have a little bit more of a fun time.
Exactly. Stunfisk just then trying to go for another Rock Slide to finish this deal after this. Wow, this one went shielded, so I can imagine that he is going to switch it out, or he is just maybe also not switching it out. It's really interesting that he actually accepts this matchup, but I mean, the Stunfisk will win the Lantern matchup if it gets to an unshielded Earthquake.
And there are no more shields left in the game. EJB just shielded the last foul play, winning charge move priority here. And now we have to see if Elephant Flash wants to shield this up so he can get off the foul play. It does look like he is going to do so. I wonder if he didn't click it yet, that he's going to go ahead and get just one more Snarl of Energy, which will probably come into play, being able to shoot off foul plays back to back.
Yes, we are going to see 2 foul plays being thrown in a row, and wow, the Lantern actually comes in. We are switching out immediately, and we are already at a serve, so this is also still going to deal a lot of damage. This game might be a bit closer than we think.
Yeah, with 2 protect shields gone on both sides, no shields left in the game. The surf is you can see it on EJB's face too. He knows he's not going to be able to, even 2 surfs is not going to be able to take this out. It will put it pretty low, but the Earthquake will be enough to take it down. And then the Noctowl has a lot of work to finish, and I believe that the Umbreon still has a bit of health left on it as well.
But maybe you are underestimating Lantern. It is a really bulky Pokemon, and it can actually sometimes take some Earthquakes. Let's see if this is enough in this scenario, or if the Lantern takes it. It actually takes it, but not enough. So a Mud Shot down again comes out, and we are going to see an immediate Rock Slide, and this is going to be game for Elephant Flasche.
Yes, the German going ahead and taking a 2-point victory over the Austrian player EJB.
Wow, what a convincing match. Such a nice, energetic handshake.
I like, at the end, everyone plays to win, of course, but still, I like at the end of the game, people realizing it's just a game. The camaraderie and the community is really what's making this event so special and so cool. Being able to, see players face to face that you have maybe played against online is something that's also very fun and interesting.
That is true.
And I love to see the good camaraderie among teammates.
Yeah, good sportsmanship is always important in competition. So not being a sore loser is really good, and I think I haven't seen any.
No, I agree. I think the Pokemon Go community is a pretty good community in this aspect.
I mean, what amazed me is that the crowds are always filled with like all the players. Everyone is going to day 2 just to support the top 8 players, and every one of them deserves it. So it's like a crazy strong friendship bond in this community.
And I believe that now, this was still the winner's bracket, so EJB, we may see him later if he continues on the loser bracket run. It's a double elimination tournament, so just losing once does not mean that it is over for you.
Absolutely. So we are going to go into a short break, and then we will be right back for the winner's interview with Elephant Flasche. Stay tuned. Welcome back, trainers, as promised, for the winner's interview with Elefantflasche after a convincing 2-0 victory. Congratulations.
Thank you. I really didn't expect to win this one.
Really? Why?
Did you see his team? Like, he runs Dunsparce. What the fuck is a Dunsparce?
So Dunsparce is really a strong Pokemon right now.
No, he should have run Empoleon instead.
I mean, did you expect to face a Dunsparce at all?
No, not at all. I didn't know the matchups very well. I knew, like, a season ago it got buffed, but it was in GBL for one day, and you never saw it afterwards. So no, I didn't expect it. He was telling me yesterday evening he would use it, but I didn't believe him. I'm actually really glad I managed to pull this one off.
There are actually more players in the tournament running Dunsparce, by the way, so you might see more of those. So, what made you win this first game? I mean, I have the theory that the Sableye was just completely out of place.
Yeah, I mean, the Sable has some play versus G-Fisk, but well, let's start off at the beginning. I faced Noctur, which I thought would be kind of safe versus his Lantern. So I already thought it was over. Like, no way I can turn this. Like, what the fuck? How am I supposed to do this? But
please don't swear.
I'm sorry, but yeah, suddenly he didn't have a G-Fisk, had an Umbreon answer. So yeah, I don't know why he didn't bring his Medi. I don't know why he wasn't expecting my Umbreon. But yeah, and the same in the second game actually.
Yeah, so this Umbreon actually looked pretty strong. There was basically no answer to it. In this bulky matchups with no type disadvantage, Umbreon really shines. So was there a point in which you thought, okay, I got this, I'm going to go XO again?
I was starting to believe when he didn't counter swap after I swapped in my Umbreon versus his Lantern. And yeah, then just came down to the backline. And actually the catch, I managed to catch the Dray run from Dunsparce on Noctowl was probably the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that was also a really strong move. So, Elefantflasche, thank you very much. I wish you all the best for the next matches. And we will go into another break before we enter the next featured match.
Thank you.
Welcome back, guys, for another interview with our Pokemon Go World Champion, Dancing Rob. So we have earlier talked about the Shadow Pokemon that he was using, the Shadow Pokemon that he was not using, and now we are going to talk about Pokemon that have not been used too much in the last format, but have been used a lot previously. So Registeel, I want to address Registeel. What do you think is its place in the format right now?
I think Registeel gets a little bit better with all the buffs and nerfs, just because like it can one-shot Pelipper and it can do certainly well against Noctowl. But the main part about Registeel is mainly also because the Zap Cannon nerf. And Zap Cannon only has now the 66% chance to debuff the opponent's attack by one stage. And like if you don't debuff, for example, an opposing Noctowl, like for the first time, then you might have trouble in that matchup if they land the Shadow Ball. And also like with G-Fist and Medicham still in the meta, and I still think they will be in the meta, Registeel might be a little bit iffy and probably not this steel type of choice for most people.
So you addressed Medicham. Medicham is a Pokemon that is a fighting type, so it should actually be a bit worse than others against flying types, against wing attackers. However, Medicham still sees a lot of play. Many players are running it. So what do you think? Why is Medicham still that good?
The part why Medicham is good and why I really love it is just because like it can beat other fighters. Like if you're having Obstagoon, you have to build your team with Pokemon that aren't counter weak, because Obstagoon is just so weak to fighting type also. And Medicham just has like the perfect coverage. You have the Ice Punch for Trevenant or other fly types, for example Noctowl will be really popular. You also have Psychic, for example, if you land a Psychic on the opposing Pelipper and even get a Psychic debuff, then that matchup is pretty much fine for you, which shouldn't be like the case for a fighter against a flyer Pokemon, but that's just how good Medicham is, and just so oppressive in most of the matchups, and I still think there will be a lot of Medicham.
So, especially because Trevenant has been pushed out of the meta, maybe by Noctowls, then Medicham gets even better, because that was one of the worst matchups that you could have. So is that maybe a reason why people should bring Trevenant, just because nobody expects it and it is a really good check to Medicham? Or what else could you bring to beat this Pokemon?
think that's a pretty solid question, and we will see how the meta adapts in the next few events, because that's also what people should think about it. And if you think about it, then Trevenant is probably not the one of your choice, just because Lickitung is so popular, just because Noctowl is so popular, or other wing attack users. And even in matchup against Chiefs, it's just not that great, which you might expect something different. But again, maybe you need to cover for the Flyers as well, and of course manage him. Sadly, Charm was nerfed. Okay, maybe not sadly, but it was nerfed. So I think some ghost Pokemon still could arise, but maybe something like Sableye again, which was a fan favorite from a lot of people. But it's so hard to predict, and I'm really excited to see what will be the case in Stuttgart.
Yeah, Sableye beating a lot of Pokemon. However, now after the buff, Noctowl actually beats Sableye in the 1v1, and we are having a better matchup against Charm users, or having less Charm users in the field. So we will see how that turns out, as you just said. So there's one last question I have for you. Is there any one of your favorite Pokemon on your roster that you are going to bring to the tournament that is not really a meta staple?
My fan favorite itself is Haxorus. And of course also Axew, but it's sadly not something that is relevant at the moment. Sadly, it probably will never be due to the lack of stats, but I have some Pokemon I love to play with. One of them is Shadow Swampert, that I played at every tournament I played so far, and I will certainly have fun with certain Pokemon, and you can be excited which those will be.
So we will have to keep an eye on you for the featured match. Maybe you guys have already seen him play by the time this interview airs. So thanks a lot for this interview, and we will be right back for the next featured match, guys.
Welcome back, everyone. You wanted it, now you got it. We have the man duo back in action. I'm Amanda Lundberger, and this is Amadine, who goes by Nim.
Nimu. Sorry. How my name is spelled, so it's just Nimu, or you can just shorten it by Nim.
Yes. So, what have you been thinking about the game so far?
I watched it, and they were really interesting, because the 23 EJB versus Elephant Fresh is probably one of the really weighted match. It was really exciting, to be honest, to watch, and I was like, oh wow, can he just do it like that? And no, unfortunately 23 EJB went 0-2, but it was honestly a really good match.
They were very, very close matchups. Speaking of good players playing each other, the next matchup that we are going to do is Frika against Inadequance. You saw him already on screen once before. Inadequance likes to give that cheeky little grin to the camera when he knows he's doing well in the tournament. But Frika is not an opponent to be misjudged, because he was one of the finalists. It competed in the World Championship as well. So, I mean, he is a top-level competitor.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can almost say it, for all the matches going today, because this tournament is honestly so stacked, and there are a lot of good players, good names. I'm also surprised of some losses. For example, a Mindjock is out, a Yonkers is out. I mean, how can you expect all these good players already out? I mean, do you think it's like they are missing something, in the team comp, or do they just misplay?
Yeah, it's always a mind, a mind joke.
Oh, you are about to be a joke mind with.
For those of you in the chat who are wondering what the bracket is like, you can go ahead and type in ! bracket in the chat. It will bring you up the challenge tournament link. But for now, like you said, there are a lot of good competitors that I think people were expecting to go quite far, who have maybe already been taken out, and some new names that maybe have not been that expected, but are still doing rather well.
Yeah, it's true because if you see the bracket, for example, you see like some names you don't really know. I mean, you probably know some just because of Sylph, but you're like, oh, I did not really know this player and he's doing really well because this player is unranked. Hikami, for example, is doing really good.
I heard one opponent who is doing really well today. It is his birthday, so maybe what the best present to be taking home the regional championship.
It's nice.
If you look on the screen, we have the two teams up here. We have, for Frika's side, we have the Metachamp, Lantern, Altaria, which is not as common of a pick in this tournament so far. Lickitung, Galarian Stunfisk, and Noctowl. They're getting right into the matchup here. Speaking of Noctowls, we have a Noctowl against a Azumarill. Normally this goes in favor of the Azumarill, but there are some breakpoints that can make Noctowl a bit of an Azumarill slayer.
It's true, but depending on the IVs of the Noctowl, I think he has an IV like 5, 11, 15, so it does not have like the breakpoint against Azumarill, but against Galarian Stunfisk.
That's true, and you can see that Martin Inadequance is already going ahead, not firing off right away, getting in a couple extra bubbles for energy before throwing this Ice Beam, and it is shielded by Frika, so the first shield is already down within quite a few seconds in the game, and Frika is still staying in with this Noctowl.
Yeah, just because you don't want to see Azu aligned on something, or here you can just want to try to win the lead, so you want to have the switch advantage, but he's switching immediately on the Lantern, and here comes the jump bluff. So we will be able to see the bulk of the jump bluff, because I think you need 2 Thunderbolts to be able to take the jump bluff down, or maybe 3. It would depend. Shadow, it's 2,
yes, 2 for sure.
But here, you probably need 3,
yeah.
Because Spark, maybe with, no, not even with the damages of Spark, because here you can take, obviously, 2 energy bar from the jump bluff, because you can't land acrobatic because it's resisted by Lantern, but here you just, you don't CMP with him, but you just throw, you just land 1 before, and Martin Inadequance still does not shield, and the jump bluff is still alive and is able to land another energy ball. So I think that Frika will just leave the Lantern. It lets the Lantern go just to take some more farm on his Noctowl now.
Indeed, does let that Lantern go down. And what is the play here? Do you think you come back in and just get that wing attack damage and be able to get it down before able to get to another charge move? And this is good for Frika here because he is at another move, but Inadequance did not throw that Ice Beam.
So he's about to charge move priority with the Noctowl, and Frika knew he would do it, so he's just going for the move through, and he can take 1 Ice Beam easily. But he still has 1 Sky Attack and some more energy stored, so he's just throwing the Sky Attack, taking the Azumarill down here, trying to see the backline of Inadequance.
And if you look at the backline here, unfortunately for Frika, it's not going to be the best for him here. The Galarian Stunfisk does not want to see the Metacham in any way, shape, or form, and a Metacham with also a shield left is not anything that has a lot of play here.
And switching immediately, on the Galarian Stunfisk, because Frika does not want to be farmed down by this Medicham. He does not want to give another more counter Inadequances, like he's waving with his head like, oh, it's over, man, you know it. But we never know, because now Frika is about to bait with Rock Slide, and Inadequance decided to not to shield immediately, because you know that an Earthquake does not, take you out at
making faces at each other. I think that was the smart call too, though, because even if an Earthquake was thrown, like you said, it would not take it out, and obviously falling for a bait and losing your last shield, it would be the game changer in that effect. But both of them still having a shield left, even though the match is over. Inadequance taking that first game.
And it's a good game for Inadequance. So what do you think? Do you think that Frika would change his line now?
I think that there's a chance that, like we were just discussing earlier, it's a bit of a head game. Do you play the same Pokemon? Because you say, like, you know what? I think I've just played it wrong. I miscalculated something, but the team composition was strong, and I want to continue with this. Or do you say, no, I know my opponent, and now I have to switch things up to do something that's a little bit unexpected?
I'm happy to see the jump left, by the way, but it was difficult here because of the Noctowl, but Inadequance was able to just align the jump left with something else. So it's completely something you want to do here. And the players are just laughing at discussing between each other. I like it, to be honest.
How happy were you to see the jump lift? Because we talked about it earlier in the game,
Yeah.
and you said it was one of your favorite, not your favorite, of course. We know the favorite is still beyond, but one of the favorites of yours in this tournament would have been jump lift, but we didn't think there would be that many of them. But are you happy to see one on the field?
Yeah, but you know, one of my favorite Pokemon in PvP is actually on our table, on our desk. It's Azumarill, of course. I mean, in PvP, Azumarill is always really consistent because you have like a nice coverage. For example, you still have your Ice Beam against Flying type, against the Grass types, and you still have your play rough to cover some other things. For example, against the Lantern, against
even like an opposing Azumarill, you know, in the mirror, it's better to be running. Because another option, though we haven't seen it on stream, it is an option now that all these steel types are coming back to be running an Azumarill with Hydro Pump.
Yeah, it's true, but I think like here players don't expect to see a lot of steel types, and that's why most of them just make the choice to run Ice Beam plus a Play Rough just because of all the Sableye, Medicham with Play Rough, and Ice Beam for all the Noctowl and the Flying type, for example.
I think with the new shift and all the different move updates, I think Ice Beam is almost a necessity.
Yeah, it's true. And we are going to the second match of this round 4 on the winner bracket. And we have Frika and his Medicham against Martine, I mean Inadequance, Dunsparce, and Inadequance, which is immediately on Azumarill, immediately answered by Lantern. And here we were talking about it. Inadequance is going for the Play Rough, which is neutral against the Lantern of Frika.
Yeah, it is a decent move. Unfortunately for Inadequance, the Azumarill overall doesn't have that favorable of a matchup against the Lantern, being super effective with his charge moves versus the like you said, just a neutral move. That does take quite a while to get to. Azumarill is one of the more bulky mons in Pokemon Go, but unfortunately as well, it takes a bit of time with the bubble being the fast move to get to these charge moves. Frika already added second Thunderbolt, which will be enough to take out the Azumarill at this point.
Yeah, and here I'll come back immediately with Dunsparce because you don't want to... Inadequate probably doesn't want Frika to take back the Lantern and keep it for the next. So here Frika is about to reach another Thunderbolt on the Dunsparce, which is neutral, but Dunsparce is so bulky, so he can easily take this Thunderbolt and going for 2 moves, banking some energy and throwing the Drill Run really well on the Lantern.
Yeah, the Drill Run is super effective.
Oh, it does not even kill at this one.
Very close.
So you have some more energy, but Lantern is able to reach another surf here.
Inadequate's
so
getting
really
a
huge.
bit greedy there with trying to fast move farm down with the rollout.
We also this eyebrow. And then switching immediately on Sableye, immediately answered by this Noctowl. So Inadequance know that this game is like a rock, paper, scissors line, and he know that it's over because you don't even try to throw Power Gem here because it's obviously shielded, and here you just want to keep your Noctowl healthy for what's next.
You're going to try to go with the more energy-efficient move, which would have been that foul play. Power Gem, though, would do quite a bit of damage, but again, with shields up, it's not necessarily the best move, knowing that they're going to have to go ahead and shield this. Both players now down to 1 shield, and now Frika with almost back-to-back sky attacks. What will Inadequance do? Will he use his second shield here? He does. No more shields left on Inadequance's side.
And you have no choice here because Inadequance Dunsparce is almost dead. So I mean KO, sorry. So that's probably why you just want to keep your last Pokemon really healthy. And Frika decided not to shield the full play here because he tried to call the full play and not the Power Gem. So he's pretty safe, and now he can just sky attack this Sableye, which KOs it.
This will definitely KO at this point, and even though Dunsparce does have a bit of energy left, there is a fully healthy Medicham that Frika is now getting into. 2 drill runs will not be enough to knock it out. Inadequance knows it and lets his Dunsparce go.
And it's a good game, so Frika is about to tie here against Inadequance. It's 1-1 from both sides, and it will be probably a really exciting next game.
Oh my goodness, you can already see it in their faces. They're taking notes about how each other are playing, the play styles. Being 1-1 in the championship round is, it's a pretty nerve-wracking experience because the loser of this will go down to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, but the adventure is not over, obviously.
That's right.
So you still have one more chance, but obviously you just want to try to stay in the winner bracket because you don't want to play all these matches just to come back to the winner bracket tomorrow.
Yes. For tomorrow as well, the top 8 people will be advancing. We do not know that. We still have plenty more games for you guys to get into, so don't worry about that. But yes, the top 8 will be playing tomorrow, and these two are already competing for one of those spots.
Yeah, and it's really exciting because now both players are just thinking about strategies, about what they could bring. Like, can you lead Lantern this time, or should I have to lead the Dunsparrows? Or, I mean, because you don't want to see the Medicham against the Dunsparrows. So maybe you want to do something against this Medicham once again, because even against Azu, you know, you can win against the Azu with Medicham just because of your Psychic.
That's
if
true.
you have the defense fail. So that's also why most of the time you try not to shield the first Psychic, because otherwise you would be one shield down or just don't have one shield anymore. And if your defense fails, the Medicham can take Azu down really fast.
That's so true. Speaking of Azumarill, you were talking about earlier of how you know all of the Pokemon sounds. I am curious, Nim. What does Azumarill sound like?
Sorry.
So there you guys have it.
I'm sorry, yeah. I mean, I love the sound. I mean, I can do the Pelipper if you want to, because I just see Martin
Why not?
Pelipper
While we wait.
Or if you want, you know, on the anime, of course, the Team Rocket owns the Pelipper, and most of the time, you know, it just brings the little box, you know, of the Team Rocket balls. I mean, the Pokeballs with the Pokemon the Team Rocket will compete against Ash and the others, and the sound is.
We're getting a lot of Pelipper love over here.
Of course, I love Pelipper.
Speaking of rockets, a lot of people have been running Shadow Pokemon. How about your playstyle itself? Do you like a Pokemon that has 20% more damage but can also take 20% more, or do you prefer the natural form of it for regular amount of damage?
I mean, I'm an aggressive player, so I really like shadows, obviously. Sometimes I mean, when I'm just annoyed, you know, during my PvP sessions, I just bring some bulk, and then I'm like, okay, I don't really mind, you can take it if you want, I have another bulk Pokemon just behind, it's fine, don't worry. But most of the time, you know, I just want to play really fast my PvP matches because of my just in the real life.
Right.
So using shadows allows you to not to stall the matches.
Yeah, that is true. It goes a little bit quicker. I think that, the ideology behind it is a little bit different in the Show 6 Pick 3 format as well. Because
it's true.
You obviously don't want to have a team that is 100% shadows, because that might not be advantageous to you. However, having one or two, you know someone who's been using it.
Yeah, I mean, it's Infections. It's a girl actually, and she's playing really well. She's a mother of Shadow, and this player just brings all the time 6 shadows.
Oh, that's interesting. I also have a friend who does all dragons. We're going right into the next matchup here, and this is advantageous for Frika between the Medicham and the Registeel, but the Registeel is able to throw the Zap Cannon before a charge move goes off, with the potential to drop Frika's attack.
Yeah, and here you know that you don't have to shield now your Medicham. So, but Inadequan just got the attack fail once again on his Registeel, and Frika is going for the Psychic. So now you will be able to counter the Registeel down. But you will have to shield the next Zap Cannon here, because you reach it, and Frika tried to CMP with it, but since Lock-on is a 1-turn move against a 2-turn move, you can time, and then Inadequate just takes the switch advantage here. So Frika is probably coming back on his Lickitung. Yeah, and that's what he does. He just wants to farm everything down here. I think he just did right now, and now Inadequate is free to to align what he wants.
And this is very interesting. He's going to go ahead and bring the Shadow Sableye into a Lickitung. Now these licks are doing hefty amount of damage to the Sableye, but the foul plays will add up over time. And again, we talked about the Shadow bonus, so there'll be a little bit of extra damage going through with each of these moves. You can see this very tanky Lickitung now almost down to half health, throwing the Power Whip, which is the more effective move against a Sableye. The normal typing would not do much to this Pokemon.
And now I think I know that the lead was a Sableye versus versus Lickitung, because Inadequate wanted to lure the Medicham with the Registeel, and now the Dunsparce is kind of free, and Inadequance was able to align the dance pairs against the Lantern of Frika, so you have to throw 2 drill runs to take this Lantern down. And Frika is baiting with, and Martin shield the bait here with the surf. Inadequance does not really know if he did a good choice here, but you don't want to damage it that much, I guess. And shielding another time the right move, the Thunderbolt
going ahead,
here.
he said, you know what, this Dunsparce is very important because if you see Inadequance's side, he is past the drill run already, counting up and probably going to throw this right before the surf. No, if Rika gets to the surf beforehand, although if Inadequance is counting, he knows that it is just a surf and that's not going to do as heavy of damage. And now he is at 2 drill runs.
And here, I mean, Frika will probably try to catch the next one because here he has to. He decides to consider shield and to keep the Lantern alive and probably trying to catch on his Lickitung, and he was not able to do it. And Inadequance just throws another drill run, which is neutral on the Lickitung, and Frika decides not to shield because he wants to keep the shield for the Lantern, and Inadequance probably just throws another drill run here, trying to take the Lickitung down because now he's probably trying to outpace to 2 foul play on his Sableye because he's left with some energy left.
Oh, wow.
He tried. His tactic did not work here because he tried to snipe the energy of Lickitung.
And instead he caught a power whip to the face.
So I think it's over for Inadequance now because Frika will reach a power before which almost KO the dance pairs. So for me, Frika probably won this game.
Yeah, I think. It is getting really close. If he's able to go ahead and get to 2 drill runs, this may be Inadequance's favor because the drill run will be enough to knock out that Lantern in the back.
It's Inadequance win-con, so it will depend on who will win the Lantern has no move yet, so Inadequance won it. I mean, he turned the thing really well.
Unless for some reason this drill run is not enough, but I have a feeling it is, and that is true. Surviving with a sliver of health, Inadequance takes the last round against Frika.
It was a really good game because because he was about to be licked down by the Lickitung. I was like, I don't see any win-con for Inadequance anymore because he's about to be licked down, and finally not. Dunsparce is so good. Dunsparce was able to survive all this lick and all these moves.
Yeah, that was insane. I would say that that was just a showcase of how good Dunsparce can be. That Pokemon put in a lot of work in this last matchup.
I agree. I mean, both players, both Inadequance and Dunsparce can be good. It's so exciting. Sorry.
We're doing, this is amazing matchups. This has been a lot of fun so far. Frika, again, like we said, he is not out of the tournament. He will be going down to the losers bracket, but Martin will continue on into the next round, and we will be back shortly with an interview with him. So welcome back. I'm back here with someone who probably doesn't need any introduction since he's already even been on the stream. But you know what? I'm going to give you one anyway. We're here with Inadequents, who, if you just saw the last matchups, won with just a sliver of health left on your Dunsparce. What were you thinking at this point?
I was thinking, thank you, 23 EJB, for recommending me the Dunsparce. Definitely a better pick over Empoleon, as he said. So, yeah, it was very close. I was disappointed when he let Medicham go because I wanted shield advantage, and he didn't let me have it. So I was a little bit frustrated, but in the end, it worked out just barely.
Yeah. I mean, that second game, I think, was really, I was saying it's a showcase of Dunsparce. Like, that Pokemon did a lot of work for you in that last round. Would you call it your MVP of this round, or maybe what would you say your MVP is so far of this tournament?
Difficult to say. I would say Azumarill, Registeel, Dunsparce have been pretty good. I haven't really found yet how to make Sableye work so far, even though it's definitely not bad and I'm really good. I know the matchups pretty well from it. Those Pokemon have been pretty good. I've used everything so far.
It's
and
true,
I think that means that I made a solid team this time.
This time. Yeah, speaking of this time, I have to give you a little bit of a hard time. We have a saying in the US like, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. And every time you compete in a regional, you get so close to winning. You're always in the top categories, but you have yet to win the regional for yourself. Until today?
Until today. Well, hopefully. We'll see. Honestly, I'm here to have a good time mostly. I'm here with so many people and friends that I know, so that's the most joy out of it. Obviously, I don't want to lose, but
no, of course.
But you know, I'm having a good time.
But so far, you haven't.
Yeah. We'll see. I think I'm in winners finals now of Group B.
Yep.
Yeah, I think there's so many good players remaining.
That's true. We were talking about this is one of the most, we're calling it stacked tournaments, and also the last of the 2022 European regionals. Does that give you any extra boost? Like, you want to get it done in 2022? And if not, is it the New Year's resolution for 2023?
That'd be a great one. No, I'm just seeing it as another tournament. I'm planning to go on many more maybe. So not really. Just gonna give it my best.
Well, your best has been very good so far. I'm looking forward to most likely seeing you up here again and at another point.
Thank you.
I mean, you're definitely in the winners finals, right?
Yeah.
Group B, so we'll at least probably see you on stream.
Sounds good.
Speaking of the streams, we're going to get back to them pretty soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back, guys. We are now with a Dancing Rob again. So, how are you, Dancing Rob?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
So, you already discussed about shadow Pokemon, about the meta-analysis. You also discussed about this tournament in Stuttgart. So, now we will talk a bit about the future. So, do you plan another competition like UICs, for example?
I will try to come to some and spectate, but I don't necessarily want to play them. I just want to be there for the community and enjoy my time there.
So do you plan to do some other trainings, like another tournament, for example, because you still have to get in touch with the meta and everything, all right?
I will definitely keep up with the meta and like try to still find holes and all that stuff. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to how the meta adapts in the next time.
What about Japan? Because you're already qualified for the next World Championships. Would you bring something like a consistent team, you think? A spicy team? Do you plan to be the next World Champion again?
Of course I'm gonna try to defend my title, that's not the question. I'm probably not bringing too much bias, but maybe something a little bit off meta that I feel like will cover against the meta at this point. But of course I don't know anything particular so far what will be like the meta by this and what I'm gonna bring.
Speaking of Japan, did you plan to have like a big trip there before coming, like staying for 1 month or more?
I will for sure be there maybe like 2 more weeks just to visit Japan, and I think that's what like every Pokemon fan loves, the Japanese culture, and I'm really looking forward to experience it myself. I've never been to Japan before.
Okay, yeah, because Japan is kind of far away from Europe, and I think for most of the players, it's a good occasion to visit Japan. So, what is the food you would love to try in Japan, except sushis? Because I know that sushis are your favorite ones, but you probably have another one.
Yeah, sushi is still my favorite Japanese food, but I love all food basically, and I'm really looking forward to try different things. I don't really know what food Japan also has besides sushi, so We'll see.
Did you plan to visit the Pokémon Center?
Oh, for sure. I visited the one in London and it was great, and I really want to see another one, and I hope it's bigger and has more stuff.
Thank you for everything, Dancing Rob, and we will be back later with a new featured match.
Welcome back, everyone. We are still in Stuttgart International Championship. How do you feel, Amanda, about these exciting matches?
It has been one heck of a show, let me tell you that so far. Every match has been very well played. You can see the caliber of skill level within these players, especially these last matches when it comes down to almost one HP. Your heart just gets racing.
Yeah, it's true, because you're like, oh, Frika is about to win. No, Inadequate is about to win. No, finally Frika. Oh no, Inadequate gave himself a loose con.
It's like one of those, what we call in other sports, a buzzer beater. You know, it's like at the very end, something that just happens that changes the game entirely.
Yeah, like surviving 1 HP with the really bulky Dance Paralysis.
Yes.
So exciting. And we have for the next match, Basics versus Andres. So
yeah. Speaking of exciting, right?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Basics is your homie, right? Because he's a Belgian player, and Andres is a Spanish player, so, and a girl as well. So
I don't know who to cheer for. I mean, I'm always for the females who like to play PvP, but at the same point, like you said, Basics is from Belgium. And yeah, exactly. Right. You have to support your local land.
It's true. It's really true, yeah. But I know Basics. I mean, he's really, I mean, he's an amazing player. I don't know Andres, but if she went really far, round 4 or the winner bracket. So
that's right.
Yeah, so she's probably really, really good. So she really she would deserve to go further. So I'm really curious on how she battles now.
Yes, I'm curious to see these team compositions as well. I saw a little bit of Basics' team earlier, and I know that he was talking about him and Count Xevious forming his team on line or on the train with that Shadow Machamp.
Yeah.
But Shadow Machamp, one of the things it doesn't like to see is indeed that Medicham, and it is on this team as well, along with the Frostlass, which, okay, the charge moves of the Machamp will do a hefty amount to the Frostlass, but in general, the Frostlass does have a pretty advantageous thing against the Machamp as well.
Yeah, it's true here. And Andres is probably, I mean, since Basics has a Registeel, she has to bring Medicham or Galaran Stunfisk.
Yes, I think that's true.
Because you don't want to align a Lickitung, a Noctowl, or a Frostlass on a Registeel. And since I think Basics still did not reveal the moveset of the Registeel, so it could be Flash Cannon as well.
That's right. Like we talked about that earlier. That was what won him the special event in Bilbao, was running a Registeel with Flash Cannon. I wouldn't say it's the only thing that helped him win, but it was a bit of a surprise against those Nidoqueens being able to...
True. In Bilbao, because back in the past in Bilbao, because for the little story, Basics is also the champion of a Bilbao tournament. I mean, it was a special event, and he was able to win it. He was the champion, so he finished the top 1 with a Registeel with Flash Cannon. It was Flash Cannon because of the Medicham matchup, because of the Trevenant matchup, and because of the Nidoqueen matchup. But since the nerf, because now the Poison Fang of Nidoqueen costs more energy, we don't see a lot of Nidoqueens anymore. But is it still interesting for you to still run it with Flash Cannon?
I think it's less interesting for me personally to run it with Flash Cannon because I like that little bit of a gamble. You know, if you run the Zap Cannon, there's always a chance that you can decrease your opponent's energy attack.
What about Flash Cannon plus Zap Cannon? Because you still need, for example, against Lickitung, for example, you still need to land 2 moves. So it does not matter if it's a Focus Blast, a Flash Cannon, or Zap Cannon, because the Focus Blast does not KO.
That is true. I would say that if you're not running Focus Blast, there are a lot of Galarian Stunfisks that are running around as well, and you're kind of giving them free reign if you don't run a Focus Blast, but it still takes 2 to knock that out as well. So
it's true.
It is definitely up for debate. I'm excited. Maybe we will see Basics' Registeel, and we can see for sure what he decides to run on it.
All right, so what do you think also about the matchup? For example, Andres runs the Frostlass, and we all know that Frostlass is a really good Pokemon because the Frostlass is one of the ghost type able to take down Noctowl. So, but since, let's say, the buff of Noctowl, it's a bit more difficult for Frostlass.
Yes, I think that's true. Also because Frostlass does not want to take a Shadow Ball from Noctowl at all, right? It was basically almost one-shot.
Because you're so glassy as a Frostlass, but you still pressure a lot if you have some energy advantage here.
She is definitely a slit. When shields are down, Frostlass can almost do damage to basically anything on a team. A Lickitung, for example, you would think that the Lickitung would be able to take it with those with those licks being super effective, but 2 avalanches is enough to take out a Lickitung even.
It's true. For me, Lickitung is a good pick against Andris, but to be honest, Trevenant has no place to go for me, but let's see how players will manage. Oh, he brought the Trevenant. He basically just wants me to lie here. And we have the Noctowl aligned on the Medicham here. So it's a Noctowl with a breakpoint on Medicham. So if your Medicham is good, you win CMP over... the Noctowl of basics should win the CMP over the Medicham.
And it looks like it did indeed because, oh no, just, didn't register.
No, it was not a charge move priority here. Andris decided just to go for the move through and trying to get the ice punch back to back and she stays in the matchup here because she does not want to align, for example, the Frostlass against the matchup, not the matchup, sorry, but the Registil, for example, because Registil is a really good bench pressure. And here comes the Sky Attack, and she will probably take the other shield here. Or maybe not so base. Oh,
okay,
yeah,
I see.
Decides finally to shield and to keep the.
Oh, well, but wow! If you look at this, an immediate swap out because she wants to get a little bit of extra energy on that Frostlass. Those powder snows generating energy very quickly. Going for the appropriate move here of the Avalanche against the Lickitung, and it was a bit of a late swap, so there was like 3 or 4 powder snow advantage already.
Yeah, so but you still need these damages of powder snow, and here you don't want to CMP versus the Frostlass because you know that you lose it as a Lickitung because Frostlass is so glassy and you throw the power whip well. And Andris just let the Frostlass go because she just wants to throw another avalanche and trying to take the other shield from basics. And would she be able to do it? No.
No, he's gonna let it go. Oh, and it barely survives, able to lift it
so
down.
No farm for the next Pokemon coming, and it will probably be Noctowl, I guess.
But if you look at the Pokemon that are in the back, I think this is advantageous for Andris because this is Noctowl versus the Trevenant, and you can see on the Basics' face, it is Basics. Don't let the name fool you, everyone in the chat. It's not Inadequance playing, once again. It is going to be Basics from Belgium.
Yeah, and here just wanted to catch she counts well, she plays really well. Oh my god, I want to ask all the Spanish players in the chat, just spam your flag, please. Just spam your flags in the chat, guys. Just try to give some energy to your player because she's doing so well.
And I wonder if at this point, Basics realizing that there is no win con at this point and going ahead and letting these Sky Attacks go through.
Yeah, and it's useless for him to try anything else because we already mentioned that Noctowl is a big war for Trevenant here, and it's a good first game won by Andris here.
Yes, and for those of you who are wondering maybe at the beginning why she swapped out the Medicham with very little health, it was for a reason exactly like this, what we call a sacrificial swap. So knowing that this Pokemon cannot do anything else against the team, it's only going to get countered down and give extra energy to their opponent, she decided to switch out, and in the end, when her switch timer was aligned and she realized that her opponent was going to throw a move, she caught with her Medicham and was able to take all that energy that the Noctowl had stored up and it just released it into the Medicham that was about to faint anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think here she probably aggressively switch on Frostlass, trying to lure the Registil if he plays it.
That's a good point too. Every player has some little mindset of like, if my opponent leads this, I want to play this.
Yeah, I mean, she probably wants to free Noctowl, and then the Noctowl is free. I mean, against all the other things, Noctowl with shield advantage, not shield advantage, but with at least one shield, it's an okay-ish matchup because you're so bulky, with Noctowl, and you charge your energy. I mean, your charge move really fast now, so you can take down almost everything.
I'm really excited to see these next matchups. So you miscalled the first one. I think you also know Basics really well, and you said, there's no play for this Trevenant, but we saw it in the first game. Do you think that he will bring it for the second game?
I don't think so because, I mean, maybe because Basics likes to take risks. Mm-hmm. But thing is, like here, for example, it did not pay out. Not at all. So it's a bit difficult because bringing Trevenant here, it's a bit rock, paper, scissors, right?
It's true, but like we sometimes say, there's no risk, no reward.
It's true.
If for instance, that Andris decided that she was going to play the Medicham and the Lantern together because she wanted to counter something specific, then that that Trevenant would have had a very, very good time.
Yeah, but here, for example, I really like, the Lantern from Basics team.
I do too.
Yeah, because it's good. I mean, for the, let's say, for the Myra, it's okay-ish. Again, the Leaky Tongue, Power Whip is super effective, but you can just try to lower the Leaky Tongue as well. And even though it's not stabbed, so it's not the same type of attack based. So it's still super effective, but not dealing that much.
Agreed. It wouldn't be the same as if it was coming from a grass-type Pokemon.
Exactly. I mean, you have like a big difference between the Shadow Venusaur, for example.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I'm just taking it to extremes here.
Oh, and if you look at the basics, he's taking a very casual stance.
Game number 2, and it's a good lead for Andres, having Medicham versus Machamp. Basically switching immediately on the Leaky Tongue, and it's not really an answer here, but she has 3 answers for the Machamp. So he did not bring the Trevenant here, and she just gave the Noctowl because Noctowl can still try to win this matchup. Because now the Leaky Tongue is has less life.
Yes, that's true. The counter damage, and if you notice, Andres didn't throw her charge move either. She's storing that charge move for a later moment. It's fully healthy, can throw either the Psychic or the Ice Punch before swapping into that Noctowl, because, like we said earlier, these licks are not doing much damage at all to the Noctowl. It will be only these body slams that are coming in. But
she threw perfectly on time.
Exactly.
Before, yeah, she threw. He threw perfectly. Just before she reaches another scary attack here. And
she was going for a little bit of extra damage there too, choosing not to throw right away, which allowed him to get a little bit more and throw this body slam as well. Again, it's not going to be enough to take it out. I think Andres is in full control here of who is going to win this second round of, lining up the Noctowl with anything else in the back.
Yeah, but she has to throw. She cannot build that much energy, but she has still a lot of, not a lot, but still some energy.
She will be able to definitely throw a Sky Attack at whatever comes in, right?
Maybe not the Shadow Machamp. I'm not sure about it. Yeah, she would have been. So it's safer for basics now to just bring the Noctowl now and reveal his third Pokemon. So Andres is just Sky Attacking this and switching immediately on the Frostlass here. And Basic decided a bit later to switch on the Machamp, and Andres' Frostlass outpaces probably to 2 moves, except if Basics decides to bait the Frostlass. But at this range, you probably want to shield everything coming from the Machamp.
Yeah, I mean, it's very dangerous. That Rock Slide from a Shadow Machamp would definitely be enough to knock out that Frostlass.
Yeah.
So you're indeed correct.
She decides not to shield it. She decides to let the Frostlass go. And the Crush Up, of course, does not kill here.
Man, this is some very... she's in his head at this moment, and he has to decide now, is he going to use his last shield? He needs that shield for the Noctowl for sure, because the Noctowl will get knocked out by an Avalanche.
Yeah, an Avalanche or just, how is it called, just a nice punch at this range of the Medicham behind. So here you have to shield it, but you probably know that it's over for
I think he saw that she still has an Ice Punch for sure already stored on that Medicham, and a Sky Attack wouldn't be enough to take it out.
And it was 2 really good games from Andres.
Yes, I'm really excited. I'm going to be listening very hard to you guys' interview, because I'm sure we have a lot of good questions for her.
It's really, really nice. I mean, we don't see a lot of girls playing PvP, and this one is really awesome. She's doing amazing versus Basic, who was the champion of Bilbao, and she's just kicking him to the loser bracket today.
That's right. Oh, we've just been informed that sadly we are unable to do an interview with her this time, just due to the time constraints here. We have a lot of streams that we want to show, so we will hopefully maybe see her in the next round, so we can interview her after she wins the first day, question mark?
I hope so. I really hope so, because she's doing really well, so I will definitely root for her. I mean, not Iradiquance anymore, because they're still here in the winner bracket.
That's
maybe.
right.
My homies, I mean, maybe my French homies, because everyone tries to root for friends or homies, but she's amazing, so I definitely root for Andres now.
Yeah, she can join the Amand Duo. We'll have to figure out a way to put her name into it so we can make something trio. But yes, she's definitely welcome with us at any time. So yeah, like I said, we were unable to do any interviews with her, but don't go anywhere, because we will still be back with more hype streams from the winners bracket coming up right after this break.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm still with Dancing Rob, and I still have a few questions for him. The last event planned is the Hoenn Tour in Las Vegas. Did you plan to go there for the community, to hang out with people, to meet some new people?
Sadly, not this particular one, just because it will be during my exam phase from university, but I'd love to meet everyone at the European Go Fest this year. I really hope there will be one again, because that's the one that I enjoyed the most. It was my very first event in Dortmund in 2019, and this year again in Berlin, where I really enjoyed spending time with everyone, and of course also with you, Amoni.
Thank you. Do you hang out a lot of communities? I mean, do you travel to hang out with communities, to meet some new people, or do you prefer to stay in Germany like a comfort zone?
It's not something that I could do like the past year, but I'm really looking forward to traveling a little bit more again. And community days, for example, I still play with my local community, which is still there, which I really appreciate.
Do you expect another big event like a safari or something in Europe?
I think it is like one Safari Zone and one Go Fest in Europe this year. At least that's what I'm looking forward to.
Maybe in Italy, because I heard that they had to do some safaris in Italy.
Some rumors, I like it. I'd love to visit Italy. I'd like to have a pizza with pineapple.
No, you can't talk about it. I'm sorry for my Italian friends. Thank you, Rob, for all the time you were giving us here. I hope you guys enjoyed to have this kind of content. And if you do, just spam a lot of hearts in the chat. If we have like 3,000 viewers, Dancing Rob will dance in live with us.
Of course I will.
Welcome back to yet another round, and I think that we are going to see the group finals now, right?
Yep, I'm sorry, I'm already excited about it, because it's about to be real good matches, and I heard that it will be K2O.
That is in Group B, I think.
Oh, in Group B,
for
okay.
The moment, we're going to see Miweedle.
Yeah, Miweedle versus Tonton Batteuse.
That is possible.
Yeah, and Tonton Batteuse is my homie, so it's like the last world champion of senior division versus one of my best friends. So it's about to be really exciting, and you probably remember that I had the shaming here. I stole it to Tonton Batteuse, so you're probably about to see it on stage just behind.
Oh, that's very cool. That's very cool. But I'm fine with these Pokemon as well. Azumarill being obviously the coolest one of those.
Of course it is. the little Izu.
So, what are we going to see here? Any spicy Pokemon?
Totobatas does not really play a spicy thing. I think he probably runs Amora. And Amora is like a bit spicy. It has been impacted with the last change, with meteor beam. It's a move but increasing your attack 100% rate. So it's still interesting. But okay. I'm sorry. He completely changed his team, and now he's running Toxic Rock, Pelipper, Swampert Shadow. Okay, I see. It's I remember this team. It's a basics Bilbao team.
Yeah.
He just changed one Pokemon with Pelipper, I think, because I remember the Toxic Rock, because basics itself started to Marto Galde for the last chance qualifiers not last chance qualifiers for the championships in London.
There's also something interesting. Like, we haven't seen Altaria too much. I don't even think it was on the stream once so far. And I think in Group B finals there is also an Altaria.
Yeah, but I mean, Altaria, you're probably scared to bring it just because of all this registry, because now Nocturne is able to win the matchup. You have also some Azus, not that much, but you still have Azu, Ice types. Some people really fear, the comeback of Warrain also, just because of the Nocturne buff. So, I mean, nothing here is really consistent, because it's just 24 hours that the new patch was coming. So.
But then why is it that Altaria is performing so well?
Because it's bulky. You are a dragon breather, so you deal stabbed good damages. I mean, at least one damages by turn. So since it's a one turn attack, it's really good on everything. For example,
and it's really hard to count against it.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, you also, for example, if it's a force slash, you don't survive an avalanche, for example. But if it's an Azu, you resist the bubble, and Azu has to throw 2 ice beams, even if it's double effective. If both Pokemon are fully healthy, of course.
So we are seeing the Mantine that has already been featured. Mantine also an Ice Beam user, so that could be good against Altaria. I'm thinking that you might not want to bring Altaria here, because there is a Medicham with Ice Punch, even though the matchup is not that bad for Altaria. Noctowl can win the matchup now.
Altaria is kind of neutral, against almost everything except Register, let's say, because Mantine has to throw, I think, 2 ice beams before taking down the Altaria, but Mantine is also fragile. Like, Altaria can just throw, 2 Sky attacks to take the Mantine down. Same for Noctowl, because against Noctowl, even if Altaria does not win it anymore, I mean, you can still lower the life for the Noctowl. And for the Medicham, even if Medicham has Ice Punch, Sky attack is still super effective. And we have, unfortunately, the Register of Meweedle on Tontombatas Altaria, and here you have to stay here just because Tontombatas is running an ABB team, so he has the same type in the back as the lead, and he has to stay here. So with the matchup not really comfortable for him, because you're about to be taken down with 2 Zap Cannons here.
So let's see, and this is going to be a really important one. If the attack of Altaria is falling after this Zap Cannon, this would significantly reduce the damage of the Dragon Breath. However, there is a switch out.
So you have to switch out immediately here, yeah. And Meweedle was just expecting Tonton to switch out on the Registeel to bring his Medicham on it. So Tontombatas still reaches another Zap Cannon on the Medicham, which is not shielded by Meweedle because the first one cannot take you down. And of course, they have another attack fell here. So Medicham does less damages with the counters. So Tontombatas will probably be able to reach another Zap Cannon here, even if it takes this Psychic from the Meweedle's Medicham.
There's also no defense drop from Psychic. That could possibly weigh it out, the attack drop. So another Zap Cannon will be shielded. I mean, I understand that because counters are still dealing a lot of damage, even though the attack fell again.
Another attack fell, and then you try, but it's better, I mean, for the Medicham, because then you have more energy.
And now you can switch out even if you want to, if you have the time. Oh, a shiny Pelipper.
I like it. I really like this green. And Meweedle is just throwing the Psychic, but it's double debuffed, so he's about to take it away once again, and Tontombatas is coming back on the Altaria. Meweedle is coming straight for the Zap Cannon, and Tonton is probably about to shield it. Oh no, he just lets it go because he probably does not see any win con here, because maybe you can try to throw 2-3 Weather Ball to be able to take this Registeel down here. So That's what he's trying to do, but he has to throw before Miwiddle Registeel reaches the cannon because you don't want to be debuffed to throw this weather ball.
You
and
can
here,
shield it, you are in no position, and you should throw it now.
he did it just in time because he did not miscount it here. Yeah, he did miscount it here, so he just wants to keep all this energy and just shielding the Zap Cannon with another attack drop here.
So is he punished for it because he still generated a bit more energy, and now we are going for another weather ball? Will this bluff be called? Will we shield this to dodge a possible hurricane?
And we don't shield the bait here. Okay, so maybe Tonton still has a win con here, even if it's his attack is still debuffed once by the...
Do you think this hurricane will take out the Mantine? I don't.
No, he needs to reach 2. So here, even if it's you can't, you have to shield everything. The safest option was to throw Bubble Beam here, but I mean, you can just wing attack the Pelipper down for now. And of course, Tonton knows it. And it's a good game from Miwiddle, who was really good at trying to predict Tonton's line, and the Registeel lead was really lethal for Tonton Batters here.
So Miwiddle actually winning the lead and just being able to take it home from then this little disadvantage.
But it was really good because Tonton Batters, even if he was in a really bad position from A to Z, I mean, during this whole entire game, he just made it really, really close. So I think he did like some good decisions, and both players are really good, and we have a really high skill showed here.
Maybe in the end it came down to the kind of miscount that Registeel was able to reach the next Zap Cannon and was able to debuff the attack of Medicham a second time. I think it was the Medicham situation. I think it would not change anything because you need 2 Hurricanes anyway to take down this Mantine, and the Medicham is still alive with some energy because he left with almost 2 Psychic stored. So he had he was so close from a Nice Punch, and a Nice Punch at this range was able to take down this Pelipper. Exactly. So there we, by the way, can see the Shaman sitting pretty. However,
it got switch a table, you know.
Absolutely, and then we can wear this nice Eevee hat.
Yeah, I like it, and I mean, Miwiddle is just wearing, proudly the T-shirt of the faction Tea and Pizza, which is Nimrod EMEA faction as well. And we are jumping into the second game of this winner bracket round 4 with Medicham lead of Miwiddle against Lickitung lead for Tonton Batters. And unfortunately, Tonton Batters can't switch out once again because he has the Registeel in the back, and it's a really good thing.
Noctowl is a really good matchup for the Registeel, even though Noctowl now has the Shadow Ball to hit it for neutral damage, and it is a really strong move. Noctowl is not the strongest Pokemon in terms of attack, and Registeel can really pack a punch.
And it's something Miwiddle wanted to lure here by switching aggressively on the Noctowl. He just wanted to free the way for the Mantine behind. And it's something we did yesterday, the last day, when we were building a team for you, because you were you wanted to try this double flying team. And here the Shadow Ball is not enough to take this Registeel down, and Registeel can, I think, fortunately, lock on this Noctowl down and coming back with a lot of energy. And
oh no, it is another Sky Attack reach, and you can see the fist. He
forcing
is really
Tonton Batters' shield here just because you don't want to lose this energy, and you just want to keep all this energy and this alignment. And Miwiddle throws immediately the Ice Punch because he does not want to take more damages with the Zap Cannon. I'm not sure this Ice Punch is about to take the... No, it does not.
No, and we are going to see a Zap Cannon now. This will maybe be shielded. It's still a neutral hit, but Zap Cannon still deals a lot of damage. So will he get the attack drop right here?
See, here he just wants to keep 2 shields for the Mantine, going straight for the Ice Beam, I see, and trying to shield the right thing here, because if you shield the Hurricane, you win it.
Yeah, but Weather Ball is such a nice bait move because it's so easy to reach them. So
it's true. It will be like, a bait-dependent matchup here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going for the Weather Ball. Now Miwiddle is at a crucial point. Does he take the bait, or does he call it? He takes the bait.
He decides,
again.
Yeah, he decided to be really safe. And now Totobatas is going for the Hurricane, obviously shielded once again by Weedle. And we did not talk about it, but the Ice Beam dealt a lot of damages on the Pelipper, even if it's not stabbed. And Mountain is not an attack-weighted Pokemon most of the time. I mean, it's not really an attack-weighted, but it's
Pelipper
does a lot, yeah.
Pelipper is really frail, and Ice Beam is such a strong attack move. And now we are already immediately seeing a body slam being thrown out by the Lickitung onto the no protect shields Mantine. Mantine was not even able to reach the bubble beam at first, is not going to try and reach a bubble beam for the attack drop, but goes for the Ice Beam, the much more powerful move. And I think there's just a Medicham in the back, so this one could actually have a chance against the Lickitung as well, especially when the attack is debuffed.
Yeah, and here Totobatas, according to his face, know that he's about to shield the bubble beam, but you can't take another move here just because you don't want to be debuffed like more and more and more. And Miweedle is trying to snipe the energy of the Lickitung here, so maybe he can reach it. I mean, a body slam probably kills it here. No, it does not even kill, but he just wants
another counter.
Yeah, he just wants these counter damages, but. Oh, Totobatas tried to catch here. Oh no, he miscounted.
That would have been a game-winning play, however.
Yeah, and he would win the CMP here versus the Lickitung. Totobatas had to throw immediately the move, and it costed him the game.
Wow, Miweedle actually going for a 2-0 win, finishing off both games with this powerful Mantine, a Pokemon that hasn't been seen a lot recently, but with the Wing Attack update, it's crazy.
It's very crazy. Do you think that Mountain is better than Pelipper?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, Hurricane is such a strong move, so I think it depends on the matchup, right? In these longer-lasting matchups against like a Lickitung or something, I would prefer to have Bubble Beam, just because you can make your opponent spam less strong moves.
Yeah, it's true.
But if you sometimes need a really, really strong flying type move, if you want to take out a Pokemon in full terms, then you would go for a Hurricane.
It's true. I mean, one Pokemon is just just eating your HPs little by little, step by step. Like it's Mountain, or you just decide to be really full aggressive and go with Pelipper.
Yeah. And I must say I like Pelipper a lot, because it is one of my favorite Pokemon.
Me too.
Going for 2 Weather Balls with just 9 wing attacks is really, really convenient. So we will see what Miweedle says about this match afterwards in this winner's interview. So stay tuned.
And welcome back, trainers. Now we are in the winners interview, and I'm with me with all. So, how do you feel?
Well, obviously great. I got through to day 2 without a loss, which is definitely an amazing thing.
Sweeping again, all right? Because, I mean, you're the world champion of last year, so why are you playing now?
Well, I haven't got any confirmation on definitely qualifying for next year already, so obviously it would be nice if I could, guarantee my spot.
Yeah, it's
And
true.
also, it's always fun meeting the community, having great battles. It's very fun, yeah.
Okay, so I also see that you're from Tea and Pizza faction, so you're probably really proud to be able to represent them. So, do you have like any message to tell them? Because I know that they are like an England faction, amazing faction, playing in Emerald. So, what do you want to tell them?
Well, firstly, just hi, and thanks for all your support over the past, months now already. Yeah, I've had an amazing time with everybody, and also good luck to Stan, of course. He's also still in this competition.
Nice, yeah, I saw Stan doing well as well. And you probably saw Warsaw as well?
Oh yeah, I
I
watched
think-
Warsaw, yeah.
Yeah, so you're hanging out on the stream, and I know that you know that Kokshak was the winner. So do you think like both people? I mean, both players from 16 years old, all right?
I'm 15, yeah.
Or 15, yeah.
Yeah,
I think Kokshak is 15 as well, something like that. I mean, you are both little prodigies, so you think you can be a winner and say like, oh, is it really Master Division here?
Well, yeah, obviously, I will try my best, and it's probably always good to see, that young players are just as good as the adult ones. So,
Yeah, because you guys are the future of Pokemon Go. And I mean, talking of everything, let's just come back on the matches. So I saw that you have a Mantine in your team and not a Pelipper, because most of the time people would just prefer to play Pelipper. I mean, we already saw some Pelippers, but no Mantine at all. So what led you to this choice of Mantine over Pelipper or another wing attacker?
well, Pelipper does have the Weather Ball spam, and Weather Balls do quite a big chunk of damage to multiple different Pokemon. But I liked the Mantine more because of the Ice Beams. The Ice Beams hit the Flyers for super effective. Well, not Pelipper because it's also Water type, but the Ice Beam is really, really useful as nice coverage. Like as we saw, the Altaria, it threatened the Altaria in that past matchup because of the Ice Beam potentially landing on it and almost one-shotting it. So.
I agree, and then you still have the debuff. Even if I saw that you don't really like to bait with the debuff, because it's just it's not a good situation, if your opponent does not shield the bubble beam. So
yeah.
Okay, so do you have anything to add to, I don't know, factions, family, anything else? Are you excited for the next?
Oh yeah, of course. I'm very excited to make it through to tomorrow, and I will hopefully win tomorrow, but we'll see. And yeah.
Of course. Thank you for everything, and see you tomorrow.
Yep.
And us, trainers, we will be back after a short break.
Hello, everyone. I'm Amanda, and I'm here with a man who really needed no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. We have the 2022 Pokemon Go World Champion, Rob. Dancing Rob, I guess we should call you, right? How are you doing?
Thanks, Amanda. I'm Rob, and I'm doing very fine.
Yeah. We're here in Germany for the Stuttgart Regionals, and for those who don't know, Rob is German. You are the only Pokemon World Champion, and you're German. How does it feel to be representing your home country here in this regional tournament?
Oh, it does feel great. I'm mainly here because I really want to visit the whole event. I love the experience, and yeah, I really want to see someone become the German champion.
Someone else to become the German champion?
Someone else, of course.
Have you been helping your fellow Germans train for this event?
Yeah, I did a little, but I've got many friends in here and many people I want to root for, so it's a little bit difficult.
I can understand that. Let's take it back to last year at the World Championship, which was in London. Walk us through kind of your tournament. So you were able to qualify early on in the tournament, or in the regionals. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. Basically, the I was at the European International Championship, and it was announced only like 2 months before, and I wasn't really sure whether I wanted to go there, but it was quite near, and I know I'm at least a decent PvP player, so I just went there for the fun, and I was a little bit scared the first time because there were so many great battles, but definitely was a great idea, and I was really surprised that I managed to like basically win every match but one the first day to advance in the top 8, and then even managed to get more Worlds tickets.
Yeah, that which was pretty good. And you said at the beginning, I was talking to you in London, you said, I'm probably going to go 0-2, which obviously did not happen, but you did end up losing in one of the earlier rounds. What kind of advice could you give to players who maybe had the same thing? Because for those of you who don't know, it's a double elimination tournament. So if you are knocked out twice, then you are done with the tournament. However, if you've been knocked out once, you have the chance to flip the bracket and become the world champion.
I checked back the bracket, and at this moment I didn't realize like how big my run was, but in the end I managed to win like 9 games in a row.
That's
just
heavy.
because I went down in the losers bracket so early. But this already shows that like you don't have to give up even if you lost your first match in the double elimination bracket. There's always a chance that you can get back from it, and yeah, that's how I got the world champion.
When you were analyzing other people's teams versus what you had, what is your thought process when you are doing your team building? Do you focus on what one Pokemon of yours like does the best against their team, or do you already have a structured 3 that you like to play and then you see if it works against their team?
That's an interesting question, and it kind of depends on your team and how your playstyle is. I would just try to like grab multiple safe options, so I have a little bit of flexibility and all, and like I can build around a few Pokemon, and then in the step after that I'll check what lead I prefer or like do a game plan. But it's really about like choosing the Pokemon I want for the first game, and then of course also adapting for the next games.
So if you can remember back, what do you think was the critical turning point for you in the Worlds tournament when you were thinking, you know what, like I think that I really have a shot at the title here?
I think I didn't even think about that till the last second. I guess I mainly focused on every single matchup and like try to win every single one.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically in every matchup, I think there was at least always a chance to win these, even in the one that I lost, or there were a few where I nearly lost, but yeah, it's great.
And then, of course, the most cliche question, but how did it feel to become the world champion? Were there any, what were the thoughts going across your mind at that moment?
Oh, it was nearly 3 p.m. and my emotions were overcoming me.
Oh,
no.
boy.
I really, like, when even before I threw like the last charge move, I knew in the particular game that I was the world champion, but it took a little bit to realize how big this is, and like everyone from the community can know me at least, and even my town knows now what I'm doing, and that I'm not just like walking around and playing this stuff.
There's
I'm
that crazy boy walking by again.
Exactly, always staring at his phone.
I do have to say one thing. We were sitting next to each other during the tournament for a lot of the matches, and Rob told me that if he won, he was going to dance on the stage, being Dancing Rob. He didn't do it, but maybe after this break, we can convince him to do a little bit of a dance. So stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a highly anticipated Group B finals match, winners finals match, to be correct. So we have an Adequins who has been on the stream now for the 3rd time already today. And
it's like a star today.
He is the absolute star in this group.
I mean, is it Inadequance or the Pelipper? I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know either who is more popular here, but he is facing Kedo, who is a player who is heavily requested by chat. He has at least 1 million fans, so Kedo is absolutely also a star. It's his birthday, I want to say so much.
Oh,
yeah.
Also, happy birthday, Kedo.
Exactly, he's a birthday kid, so this might actually be one of the best birthdays you could wish for, right?
All right, I mean,
a regional?
Yeah, Imogen is the best gift you can have.
Exactly.
It's Christmas in advance.
Right. Christmas and birthday all together. That's absolutely perfect. So, like, what could you wish for, except for a topping like the last regional in the year 2022. So we are seeing both of these players here. Kedo is the player I tested with yesterday, right before the tournament.
Yeah, I know. I remember him. He's a really nice guy, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, so against Morton and Morton's Pelipper, I mean, how can you not be in the game when you see such a beautiful Pelipper?
Absolutely, this Pelipper is stunning, even though it's not in the field for those matches. And we are seeing the Altaria again, as promised last round, and I think it has more good matchups versus Inadequance than in the last round versus Weedle.
I think so, to be honest. But also the thing really scary here is the Shadow Sableye. Because the Shadow Claw of Sableye did a lot with the Shadow State. I mean, plus 20% of damages is absolutely insane. But I mean, in the other hand, you probably have to, to concede some shield because one Sky Attack from Noctowl is able to almost take you down. So it's it's a difficult decision. I mean, do you want to try to Shadow Claw everything, or do you want to save it? It's really, really tough, but I think Inadequance is probably about to play his Shadow Sableye in this matchup.
It has served him well so far, so it was a pick that people did not really see coming. And also, he is really well equipped with the Shadow Sableye for Noctowl because he's actually running Power Gem.
Yeah, since you don't have return on the Sableye, you have to choose another move. And Power Gem for me is not a really good move because you don't have, it's a bit expensive as a charge move, and the damages are not really rewarding, all these energies. So, but you have like no choice by running a Shadow Sableye, because obviously that's also why you run a Purified Sableye and not the Shadow one, because you want this return. Trying to hit, for example, to take some damages, to deal some damages to, for example, Azumarill or Umbreon also, for example. But here, Inadequance has no Umbreon against him, so it's fine.
I mean, in this Noctowl matchup, Power Gem is maybe a bit better because it is super effective.
Yeah, but a Power Gem is not enough to take down a Noctowl anyway, because you still need one Power Gem and one full play, since the Shadow Claws are resisted.
So this could make a difference in scenarios where Noctowl has been chipped already for a little bit.
Yeah.
So we are seeing basically one Pelipper, but it is in both of these players' pictures. We just wanted to address that.
But you see, Kedo is also playing double flyers here.
Yeah, double flyers is really great.
Yeah.
Noctowl, I mean, of course, is if you're playing double flyer, then there will be a Noctowl. I'm pretty sure of that. But this Altaria has also probably served him quite well today.
Yeah, some players like Mewtwo, took the decision to bring Mantine. Here it's Nalteria, for some other player it's Pelipper, and we will know what players will do by jumping in this game, and it's a good lead for Inadequance having the Shadow Sableye into this Trevenant. So
look at how much these Shadow Claws do.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I mean, it's a massive damage, and Kedo is going straight to this seed bomb here, shielded by Inadequance, of course, and switching immediately on the Galarian Stunfisk here.
Yeah, but I mean, still, even the seed bomb would have dealt a lot of damage because it is the shadow form of the Sableye, so he really had to shield this.
Yeah, and here you can take a 2 fall plays, and Inadequance switches immediately out with his Azumarill, which has no Hydro Pump, and Kedo probably knows it, so that's why he's probably a bit more comfortable in this matchup. Also, he has some energy advantage, and he's about to land an Earthquake, dealing some good damage to this Azumarill, and he's about to throw another one just in the right timing, because Inadequance was not even able to throw in the charge move priority with the Ice Beam at the same time, and now Inadequance is probably trying to take the more energy as possible and then throwing the Ice Beam on the G-Fisk here. I mean Galarian Stunfisk, sorry.
So I can imagine that this won't get shielded. Nope, we can bring in the Trevenant again here, but this one would be shielded. The Ice Beam, no chance that you're letting this one go through. You don't want to fight against this Zoomel even longer, so you try to Shadow Claw this one down. And now the matchup versus the Sableye is actually pretty good, because you are going to immediately, when you see it, press Seed Bomb.
Yeah, but Inadequate is probably trying to charge more priority on the Sableye here, and is switching immediately out on the Noctowl, trying to catch the potential full play. Sorry, excuse me, and immediately answered by Inadequacy's Registeel. So Registeel will probably have to take 2 Shadow Balls, but going to a Zap Cannon. Do you think this one will debuff?
I think this one won't debuff. Nope.
Okay, you think it won't? Oh, he's undercharging because he wants some more from, and it does
I
debuff.
stand corrected. And now we are going to see another Shadow Ball. Exactly,
here.
debuff Shadow Ball though, so you don't really need to shield this one at all.
And I think I know the plan of Inadequacy. He's trying 2 solutions. I mean, trying to farm everything down with the Registeel, or trying to get some more farm with the Shadow Sableye here. And Kedo knows he had not to throw it because he's about to get all the clock right now here. But it did not hit the bubble and allowed the Registeel to throw another move and another Zap Cannon to his Trevenant. And Inadequacy is about to switch immediately and charge move priority, not even just sniping the Trevenant with the full play of the Shadow Sableye. It's a really, really, really good game here.
Yeah, foul play immediately taking out the Trevenant, and then just one more Shadow Claw for the Noctowl. Kedo losing this first game. It was kind of close, even though there was a bad lead for Kedo.
Yeah, it was a really bad lead for Kedo, but he did really well by the next. But unfortunately, Inadequacy has a lot of good reactivity, so he knew what Kedo was about to do and immediately switched out from, when Kedo brought the Noctowl on the field. It was impressive. The reactivity time of Inadequacy is like a light, in the sky.
Inadequacy really with the fast reactions here, the fastest in the field maybe. Maybe not, so we have a nice old judge camera stare. Okay, not anymore, but Leander was really staring intensely into the camera. I liked that a lot. So, what do you bring here? Do we now finally see the Altaria again?
Maybe, because you probably try to lure, the Registeel with your Noctowl, and maybe try to sweep then with your Altaria behind.
Yeah, that could actually happen. Do you like the choice of going Noctowl here? Because the Noctowl was not really strong in the first matchup.
I'm not really a fan of Kedo using the Noctowl, to be honest. I mean, Flyers overall just because of the Registeel pressure. So, if you want to have the Registeel, to play against this Registeel, you have to lure it. If it's not at a good place.
Yeah, and you have the Galarian Stunfisk to do so. You also have other tools like a Medicham that can actually try to beat it. And we have the Dunsparce.
Dunsparce who resists the Shadow Claw and the Shadow Ball of the Trevenant, and it's probably really bulky for the Seed Bomb. So I'm wondering how much Seed Bomb the Dunsparce can take before being took down.
Yeah, and now we are seeing the first Seed Bomb not being shielded, so we will exactly get that information that you were just talking about.
Yeah, so it's like, let's say a 20-25%, not even, for the Dunsparce. And now here comes the Rock Slide from the Dunsparce, and it's still dealing a lot, of 40%, let's say, of Trevenant life. And wow, Kedo is in such a bad position because the Dunsparce is really good against his team, and now he has to deal with a drill run from Inadequacy's Dunsparce, and another one here again just before the Kedo's Galarian Stunfisk reaches an earthquake here.
So, and now Kedo has basically decided that Registeel has to be his win condition for this matchup because all of his other Pokemon are relatively low already. The Trevenant is at 50%, as we have already seen before.
And here, Inadequacy just shows to try to use the Sableye as another shield because he decides to let it go. But finally, he decides just to shield it with some energy advantage because Kedo did the mistake not to throw immediately the Earthquake here. And here come the Registeel and Shadow Sableye. We'll be able to throw, I think, at least two full play will deal some good damages to this Registeel.
Actually, I'm quite surprised as how little damage this did. Like the Shadow Claws actually seem like they hurt a lot more than the foul play.
Yeah, I mean, if you run a Shadow Sableye, it's not really for the foul play.
No.
It's to get like the extra damages of the Shadow Claw, because Shadow Claw is a really good move. And Kedu here has to shield his Registeel, and Martin just so Martin just took another shield and decided to shield another zap to concede the last shield on this Registeel, because it's perfectly where Martin wants to be. I mean, wants the Registeel to be, and throwing another full play on the Registeel, which is perfectly shielded here. And he tried to catch here on the jump bluff.
That one did not work though, so we are going to see the Zap Cannon coming out. However, Kedo only has one shield left, I believe, and there is no shields left, and there is a loaded Sableye in the back. So now we are going to go for the charge move priority, and we are going to win this as Kedo. He is going to throw a Shadow Ball, which is most likely going to take out this jump
It does
left.
not take the jump left. No, it does not take the jump left down at this range. So now he's about to take this Trevenant down, because it's a super effective acrobatic damages, flying type I mean, on grass type, and Registeel is about to take some more shield on it, but Dunsparce, I mean,
Sableye has foul play ready, I think.
Yeah, Sableye has full play ready, and Dunsparce can just go to a drill run after, because here you have to throw your focus blast, but you still have to bank some more energy, and it's a really good game made by Inadequance, because Inadequance did not allow his opponent to breathe in this match.
Yep, so Inadequance is the next player who qualifies for day 2. He is, safe to say, in the top 8 already, and what a performance.
Yeah, I mean, Inadequance, everybody in the Pokemon Go scene knows him. Like, he's a really good player, a really good streamer, really consistent, organizing a lot of tournaments and training a lot. I mean, he's just giving all his body and his soul to Pokemon Go, to be honest.
And rightfully so, because he is in the top 8 of the Pokemon Go Regional in Stuttgart. What a player.
See, this happy face. I mean, both Pelipper and Inadequance have like the same happy face now.
Every right to be happy. We will see him soon for the 3rd time in this featured match area for the winners interview. But let's just talk about this game a bit more. Why have we not seen Altaria? I thought this one was a key component to Kedo's team. And I think that it looked kind of good against Inadequance's team.
I don't really agree about it. I mean, I both agree and disagree about it, because Inadequance Registeel is really scary, you know, for Kedo's team, but also the Dunsparce. So you don't really want, you know, to risk something. Like, you don't really want to just have all the weaknesses to the Dunsparce or to the Registeel.
Yeah, that is true. Dunsparce has been overperforming for this tournament so far. This Pokemon is crazy.
Yeah, I honestly like it, because you have like bulk, good coverage, and the bulk is because if you have a good Dunsparce, it has to be XL. So you have like some XL bulk as well.
That is true. So we are going to wait to hear once again from Inadequance about this match and about how he advanced to the top 8 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart. So wait for the winners interview. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. As promised, we are here with the winner of the last featured match and the second player to advance to the top 8 tomorrow of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart. So this interview is sponsored by Dunsparce.
Yeah, it's been really good so far, yeah.
So, Inadequate, how is this Pokemon that has been flying under the radar so good with this coverage?
That's a good question. I think really because Noctowl became more prevalent because of the wing attack buff. It just shifted the meta a little bit, right? And obviously there's always fighters and things. I think rock and ground is just such a good offensive coverage. Really resisted only by, I think, Breloom. Well, I don't see anyone running that so far. And Chestnut. But that's why I think it's pretty good. It has really good coverage. It can hit anything. And especially for Noctowl, like Noctowl, it destroys Noctowl. And that's what I was looking for.
I mean, you have even the rollout that actually then deals some decent damage against Noctowl, but you hit the flying types and you hit the steel types that are supposed to counter the flying types.
Yep.
So that is a really strong Pokemon. Did you build your team around Dunsparce? Or did you like bring specific Pokemon because most of your team is actually not that standard in a way? So did you bring something to back up Dunsparce or?
Difficult question because now I have to think about what I was running again. Basically, I started off with a team of 4, I believe, with something like something very boring that started with Registeel, Azumarill. Right, that's basically the core that I started with, and I started building around that. I'm pretty good with Medicham and Sableye. Let's just add that to it. It covers each other well, and then a Dunsparce covered it pretty well because I needed something to counter Trevenants and Ghosts, and Dunsparce does that pretty well.
So the Shadow Sableye, why did you decide to run a Shadow Sableye? Because usually the purified version is preferred.
Less Charmers, and actually I win the 0 shoots against Charm, Alolan and Ninetales. And I don't see as much Obstagoon anymore. So I decided to give it a go. I've had it for a long time. I haven't used it as much. I think only at the EUIC 2022 Play Pokemon Regional, but I decided to give it a go again.
And so you decided to run the Power Gem, of course. I mean, it's the best move for the Shadow Sableye, but has it come in clutch against the Noctowl so far?
No, the thing is it doesn't even one-shot. You need a little bit of more damage. Yeah. And especially now that the wing attack pace is faster. I think that was against Frika in Game 2. You just saw that the Noctowl is way too fast for the Sableye to beat it.
You've been looking so dominant in all of these featured matches so far. Was there any match in this entire tournament so far where you thought like, okay, I'm probably going to lose this, or there is a good chance that I'm losing?
Oh yeah, against Frika. I mean, I know Frika. We are best friends in game, and so we know each other for a while. We've battled quite a couple times, and I know he is so good. So I know there's a good chance that I can lose that. Even like for Game 2, he said before, this might get a little bit RPS, and then I'm like, oh, come on, man. But yeah, now for this one, it looked a bit difficult too. I think he had double Steel, double Flyer, and that just makes for perfect ABB strats, right? Lead strong to something and be weak twice to it in the back. So I really needed the lead, and I was just very fortunate to first lead Sableye and then Dunsparce.
Oh yeah, you had the lead twice.
Yep, that really helped.
So, again, I have to ask this. Do you think you're going to win this thing? You've been looking so dominant so far. I think you are like a favorite at the moment.
Oh, tough question.
I want to hear it.
There's so many good players. I'm going to go for it.
Okay, there you heard it. He's definitely going to win it. His words, not mine, of course. So, thank you very much, Inadequate. Guys, go nowhere. We are going to be right back for the next featured match, and we will see who advances to the top cut next. Welcome back, guys, to our interview in Misty Terrain with the Pokemon Go World Champion Dancing Rob. We are now going to go into deep analysis of the new format with the Wing Attack buff, the Charm nerf, and also the Poison Fang nerf. So, first of all, because everyone has been talking about Wing Attack and all the flying types that are great now, which one do you think is the best flying type Pokemon?
I think it's probably Pelipper, just because of the coverage is just amazing, and it can now beat G-Fist again, which it couldn't before because Wing Attack and Weather Ball got nerfed before, but Pelipper doesn't care anymore about the Weather Ball nerf. Just Wing Attack is just so good now.
So for those of you who don't know, Wing Attack needs 5 hits to get to the first Weather Ball and then just 4 more to get to the next one, so you can actually beat this G-Fisk really hard. So you think Pelipper is the best one. And now, because of all these wing attackers that we are going to see over the weekend, I want to ask you something about your signature Pokemon from the World Finals, the Shadow Venusaur. Do you think this is still a good contender, even though there is such an increase of flying-type Pokemon?
Actually, I have to say, I'd probably say no. I really liked Shadow Venusaur for the World Championship meta because there weren't too many flyers at this point. Like, just looking also at my team, I was pretty weak to Venusaur myself, and so were my opponents. And like the new season, it got the Noctowl buff. Not only the wing attack buff, which also affected Noctowl, which is like the second best flyer, I'd say. Maybe also at Pelipper level, but I prefer Pelipper myself. But also, like, Shadow Venusaur is so hard to deal with it, and both of them will probably be really common, and Noctowl already is.
That is true. Noctowl was already one of the most picked Pokemon for the format, and now it is getting even better. So, another Shadow Pokemon that you played in Worlds was Shadow Swampert, and Shadow Swampert has declined a little bit because Trevenant was so strong. Trevenant also a Grass-type Pokemon, which is getting a bit worse now because Wing Attack gets better. So, do you think there is room for Shadow Swampert now? Is it going to be as strong as it was before?
I'd say it's a tough question. I'd say generally yes. Shadow Swampert is better than the regular Swampert versus Noctowl, for example, because you only need 2 instead of 3 Hydro Cannon, while the Mudshots basically do no damage. But the main issue with Shadow Swampert now is just the bad Pelipper matchup. And Pelipper's basically you can like throw 1 Weather Ball and then Wing Attack down. Well, you definitely need 2 Charge Move, and even before the matchup was pretty terrible. I also faced like the matchup. I also had the matchup myself at the UIC against my friend Martijn, also known as Ineloquence, and he was playing Pelipper, and he was giving me a very hard time, and I only managed to overcome by good alignment at this point, just because Pelipper pre-nerf was already so strong against my Shadow Swampert.
So, do you think that maybe not running Earthquake is a good choice and running Sludge Bomb instead, or Wave?
I'm not a huge fan of Sludge Wave myself, and I've never been, but technically it should be like your better coverage move, but Earthquake is mostly fine in all your neutral matchups, and it's just a better move. So I wouldn't say I necessarily want Sludge Wave. I would just be a little bit more concerned about bringing Swampert itself, but if you find a solid core around with Shadow Swampert, that's definitely a great choice.
How would a solid core around Shadow Swampert look like for you in this event?
I don't necessarily have a certain Pokemon so far that I can think of, but you really just need to cover for the weakness, which would be mainly Trevenant or also like pseudo-grass types as Cresselia. And yeah, that's probably the main issue that Swampert has.
Alright, you heard it here, so maybe another flying type could cover that weakness. So we are going to go back to the next featured match. Stay tuned, guys. Welcome back, guys. The next featured match, the winners finals of Group C, is coming up next.
Yes, and it's going to be very exciting here. Sorry, I'm just going to adjust my mic just a little bit. Let's see, we're playing Elephant Flash, which we saw a little bit earlier, against Pokesquark, who both qualified last year in the European International Championships for the World Tournament. I believe Elephant Flash came in 8 and Pokesquark came in 4, so we're going to see some pretty hype matches.
Yeah, this is going to be great again. We have only seen good matches so far. There was like no match that wasn't close.
It's true. I mean, the caliber of play today has been phenomenal, and I'm so excited to see what is in store for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, there were some games that were more dominant, some games that were less dominant, but there was no game where no player had a shot or something.
I agree.
Where the winner was determined from the start. So we want to keep that energy going.
That's
we want
right.
to have close games continuously throughout the tournament, and I think our next matchup is going to deliver just that.
I agree. And I think like the big thing to remember is this is just the first day. We've seen so many good matches, but we've only just begun.
Yeah, exactly. The most hype matches in Top Cut, they are about to come.
That's right. Day 2, we'll have the top 8 players, and these 2 are playing to see who will for sure be in that top 8. Making sure to stay hydrated, it's very important.
Absolutely, it is. And there we are seeing another plushie that we haven't seen before on stage.
Yeah, a little Munchlax.
Munchlax is the English name I had. Mamfaxo.
Oh, Manfaxo.
Mamfaxo.
It sounds cuter in English.
It does.
So what do you think about the team compositions here? We see yet another Altaria on the field. But we didn't really see it on the field, I guess, last time as much.
Yeah, we have seen Altaria in every winners final so far. So the Pokemon has to do something right. However, it has lost every time. So it has also it has to do something wrong as well. So maybe we won't see the Altaria here. However, actually these matchups are good for Altaria.
Yes, I was just thinking the same. With no Registeel on the other side, I mean, of course the Galarian Stunfisk can put in a lot of work, but it does take 3 Rock Slides to knock it out.
And you have to align it against Altaria first.
That's right.
So like most of the other Pokemon are losing. The matchup versus Medicham is a bit iffy due to the Ice Punch, but you beat Lantern.
You beat Trevenant?
You definitely beat Trevenant. So I think that this Altaria might actually come in handy here. So it really looks good. Actually, like as a start of a discussion, like we maybe found a win con for Pokescorp.
Yeah, it could be indeed. You can see Elephant Flash really deciding here as well, because again, you don't want it to be a rock paper scissors scenario by using something like your Trevenant. But however, the Trevenant does have a pretty decent matchup against everything that is not the Flyer.
That is true. I mean, for Pokemon, it is not only decent matchup, like the Mew gets destroyed depending on the moveset.
That's true, that's true. And we have yet to see what the movesets are. That's, again, the Swiss Pocket Knife that is Mew. It can be running a whole slew of different things. The most common you see in a regular Go Battle League battle is usually Surf and Wild Charge, but obviously Mew can learn any of the movesets in the game, so the possibilities are literally endless.
This is such a good gimmick. I mean, for Trevenant, also the Medicham matchup is, of course, an easy win. I mean, that's nothing new. The matchup versus Registeel is really good. And Stunfisk you beat as well.
That's true.
Stunfisk is a little close, gotta be honest there. It's not the easiest matchups, but I mean, you resist the Focus Blast and the Zap Cannon of the Registeel, and I mean, your Shadow Balls hurt. So I think this Pokemon is quite likely to come in. Like, if you back it up with 2 answers to Flyers, then this could be...
Yeah, I think that could be something that we definitely see. Also, like we talked about a little bit earlier with Nim, a Flash Cannon on a Registeel can also do heavy amount of damage to a Trevenant, and a Trevenant is usually not going to suspect that. At least for the first game, that could be a very surprising factor.
You don't shield the first thing a Registeel throws at your Trevenant.
Yeah, exactly.
So this might be the game 1 taker. Maybe. We don't know that yet. I mean, the game hasn't even started, so we shouldn't give away the wins beforehand. But
I'm a little bit sad to not see a Munchlax on a team with a, if you have a signature Pokemon, I feel like sometimes it's a nice little nod to use it.
Exactly, even if it's not good.
Munchlax is not bad in certain formats and everything, but yes, maybe it's not particularly meta.
maybe it's not the best answer to a Medicham or...
But it is definitely the cutest answer to a Medicham.
That is absolutely...
Look at that underbite.
do you think that Munchlax is the cutest Pokemon?
Ooh, that is a tough question. I'm going to have to get back to you on that, because there are plenty of cute Pokemon to choose from. I actually don't know your favorite Pokemon, Leo.
So my absolute favorite Pokemon is Darmanitan.
Okay.
The angry fire monkey.
Yes.
I love it so much. But Fuecoco has a special place in my heart now.
All right, so you're just waiting for things to get to...
Yeah.
That's when you're really going to shine as a PvP player yourself, is when your signature mons are in play.
Exactly. I mean, I could play Darmanitan, but I refuse to because it is not specifically the best Pokemon. But Fuecoco caught my heart ever since it burned that apple and then tried to eat it. That was the best scenario ever.
My favorite Pokemon is Sableye because it is cute and creepy, and I think those are good life goals to try to accomplish.
That's actually kind of true. And it's a strong Pokemon.
That's true, yes.
So you can bring your favorite to every team.
That's true. My favorite is almost on every team, so... Looks like we're getting locked in here, and the beginning, what he wants to see at all. An immediate swap out to hit that Noctowl mirror, but unfortunately for him, Pokescorp has met this Noctowl with a Galarian Stunfisk.
So then we will see if this is a Noctowl that is equipped to beat a Stunfisk in certain scenarios or not.
He did have a couple wing attack advantage anyway, so he does have an energy advantage overall. Pokescorp doing some good counting here, and then charging up to almost 2 rock throws before releasing the first one, not wanting to give that Noctowl any more extra energy than it has to.
That is true, but there is still this Trevenant versus Noctowl matchup in the back, so a big advantage for Pokescorp from start.
Yes, Elephant Flash choosing to use his first shield here to shield up the rock slide, knowing that it needs a couple to take it out. Gonna maybe force a shield on his part as well. Getting up to the Shadow Ball, this will not be enough to knock it out. What do you do if you're Pokescork in the scenario and a Shadow Ball comes at you? Are you shielding up the Stunfisk as well?
I think you really need to keep alignment here because both players brought the same Pokemon except for Medicham and Trevenant, and you really can't afford to let this Trevenant fight your Medicham, so you really want to dictate the pace of the game.
Oh, already at another. Unfortunately for Pokescork here, these mud shots are not going to be doing much to this flying Pokemon.
No mud shot
now,
down.
A double shield here. Pokescork is out of shields, but will be able to hit this rock slide before, unless there's some sort of catch on the Elephant Flash's side. No catch. This Noctowl is indeed going down.
And it is at such low HP that it doesn't even feel bad to let it faint to this rock slide. It's okay, deal your 10 damage, I don't care. And now you can bring in whatever you want. Because this Trevenant is actually really fine against this Stunfisk. You also have the shield advantage, so basically there's no disadvantage at this position. I think it's looking good for Elephant Flasher.
Yeah, I think...
I don't know why I'm saying the German name in English now.
I think his strategy here is like he's going to go ahead and get this as low as possible because he knows it doesn't have much play against the Noctowl, but a fully loaded Trevenant is pretty dangerous against other things in the line, so maybe he can preserve the shield. And as you can see, he's immediately trying to swap out into that Stunfisk. It's going to get met by Medicham. This is a bit hard counter city here, but it is, again, the counters that are doing a lot of damage to the Galarian Stunfisk. It is not the charge moves of the Medicham. And with shields down, this Earthquake is going to do about 50%.
So we might actually see a winning situation for the Galarian Stunfisk, but however, there is still... the Trevenant is really low, and there is still the Noctowl in the back.
Yes, almost a fully healthy Noctowl too on Pokescork's side. Not shielding up this Ice Punch because it's not very effective. Able to hit this other... No, not quite in time. The charge move priority for the Medicham is going to force Elephant Flash to use his last shield here to get off this Earthquake. But now, unfortunately for him, a full health Medicham, or not Medicham, Noctowl in the back. You have to have 3 Rock Slides to take it out.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 Rock Slides plus a resisted Shadow Ball could do it.
Yeah. Or 2.
Two with...
So are we going to... I don't think we're going to get to the Rock Slide in time. Just getting a bit more energy on Pokescork's side, channeling up this Sky Attack, taking down the Galarian Stunfisk, and now this Trevenant is no match at all for this Noctowl.
Yeah. Elephant goes ahead and just concedes and doesn't bother to throw any of the moves, knowing that it would not make that much of a difference overall. And Pokescork goes ahead and takes game number 1.
So there you can see how important the lead calling really is in Pokemon Go, because both players brought the same team of Noctowl and Galarian Stunfisk, and Elephant Flasher actually brought a Trevenant as the 3rd Pokemon, which beats the 3rd Pokemon of Pokescork, but he couldn't get it in the matchup.
Yep, that's a bit of the alignment issue. Of course, when you have Pokemon that hard counter each other, like we discussed before, it becomes a bit of a rock, paper, scissors scenario, which is unfortunate. However, you see players play out of that like quite a few times. And we've seen some different things that can, like an Obstagoon Night Slash boost, which can change everything.
So those little side RNG effects actually make this game sometimes uncontrollable. You have the advantage, and then all of a sudden there is this attack raise or attack drop, and you can still manage to lose the game.
Or even like deciding to go ahead and use 2 shields to save switch priority. That was important for Pokescork, because if he let that Stunfisk go down, no matter what he put in, Elephant Flasher could go ahead and line up his Pokemon with was in the back, recognizing that because that is not always the case. Sometimes you want to go ahead and let your Pokemon go down because you want to keep your shields for Pokemon in the back.
Exactly. But if you know there is a Trevenant, because his opponent didn't know that there was a Medicham as the last Pokemon,
right.
Then he could just go ahead and say, nope, I'm not going to lose switch advantage here, because then I'm going to immediately lose a Pokemon, and this game is going to get hard counted. So correct decisions made by Pokescork, identifying the win condition and then just playing for it.
So at that point, I guess it didn't really matter that he did switch in a little bit late. Maybe he knew from the beginning that he wanted to go ahead and use 2 shields for that to maintain the switch advantage.
Maybe he did. So now we are having a close-up on our judges.
Which is a very important part of this. We should make sure to acknowledge how good the judging staff has been. This whole tournament has run very smoothly, thanks to all the people who are maybe a bit more behind the scenes, but really helping things operate at a very high level.
So both players thinking okay, anyone can win this matchup in this game. I just really need to call the lead correctly, and I need to bring the Pokemon that can counter the lead.
And again, for those of you who are just tuning in, this is the winner's bracket C. So whoever wins this match is guaranteed to move on to day number 2. Whoever loses will still be in the loser's bracket. So there is potential that you could see them as well. But the pressure is more on, obviously, in this scenario right here.
Absolutely. So Pokesquark really staring down his screen.
It's an intimidation factor there, you think?
Intimidating his own phone. I'm gonna get you.
Yeah. I will tap you so hard.
Absolutely, and he did before. So let's see if he can Noctowl his way into a win again. Leading Noctowl versus a Trevenant is such a good feeling.
Yeah, I think that from that moment on, you know that you at least have a bit of an advantage. So it's not that it's not like winning the lead is a guarantee that you're going to win a match. But we've seen that obviously not happen many times throughout these tournaments. However, it is a pretty good feeling, especially with something so dominant like that. And then being able to meet the rock, paper, scissors. Oh, look at this little Munchlax. What is the German name for it again?
Mampfaxo.
Mampfaxo.
Because I think Mampf is the same word for munching.
Oh, okay. Oh, this time it works out for Elephant Flash with the Medicham immediately switching out to a Noctowl, and now this time the rock, paper, scissors goes in favor of Elephant Flash.
Absolutely going for the same strategy as before, thinking, okay, my opponent is not going to outplay me again, so really good move, and now we are seeing a Shadow Ball onto the Galarian Stunfisk, and 2 Rock Slides almost already charged up.
Yes, this is going to be a very crucial moment. Maybe we will see the same thing on Elephant Flash's side where he chooses to double shield to keep the alignment. It's not as bad of a matchup, the Trevenant versus the Noctowl, or that it is the Trevenant against the Medicham, because Medicham does have Ice Punch, which is pretty effective. But he is going to go ahead and put that Protect Shield up immediately, already at 2 Rock Slides. And now it'll be Pokesquark's turn to see if he, too, wants to try to keep alignment.
I think from the first game and how it went, you really want to keep the alignment in this matchup because there are similar Pokemon. However, Pokesquark also brought the Altaria.
That is true. Maybe this is sort of what we call the APB scenario where once you get the hardest counter for the Flyers out of the way, like we discussed earlier, Altaria really can go to town on the rest of this team.
So, and now we are seeing something completely different because the Medicham is almost countering down the Galarian Stunfisk. Will or will not take an Earthquake here. Absolutely will take the Earthquake, but is going to go out of this fight versus the Galarian Stunfisk with a lot of energy loaded, which can switch the matchup with Trevenant.
True, and an immediate swap out for the Altaria into a Noctowl. These are 2 both bulky Flyers. It's normally a little bit more in favor to the Altaria because of this heavy Dragon Breath damage.
Yeah. So also there is a shield advantage on Pokesquark's side. I think Elephant Flusher used 1 shield already against a Shadow Ball from the Noctowl, so pretty big advantage for Pokesquark, even though he lost the lead.
Yes, and going straight for the Moonblast here, which is going to potentially also debuff Elephant Flash's Noctowl. We'll see if it goes through. Does not, which is still okay, and much better for the German player here. Yeah. Able to get to another Sky Attack.
So Sky attacking and Sky attacking into a shield also. So are we going to reach another charge? No,
Elephant Flash knows it as well. This will be pretty difficult because if you remember that Medicham is fully loaded, but this Sky Attack would do so much damage. Elephant Flash is forced to shield here and forced to throw heavy energy at the Altaria as well.
So in this scenario, we didn't even have 2 Pokemon that Trevenant could beat, like the Galarian Stunfisk plus the Medicham. It was just 1 Pokemon that Trevenant was really good against, and it is absolutely not doing much against the Altaria. So this was a quick 2-0 for Pokesquark. And I have to say, this was the first game where it really looked like Pokesquark was winning from the beginning.
Yeah, and like you kind of discussed earlier, in every finals there's been an Altaria, but we've yet to see it really come through for the player, and I think this was a very strong matchup to show that Altaria is still a strong Pokemon.
Beating the Noctowl and then just casually taking out the Trevenant on the side.
The crowd favorite of Noctowl. Almost everyone has it on their team, but not there has been a couple people who have used this double flyer strategy, but most of them are using another wing attack user, and a Dragon Breath user is something that Dragon Breath is just so oppressive. It's something that hits very hard, and being a one-turn move, it's
stressful playing
it's stressful.
against it, right?
Agree.
I'm getting nervous every time I'm getting Dragon Breath down.
The whole team overall, sometimes I think a lot of people are a little bit more scared to bring Altaria because it can, it wins very hard, but it can also lose very hard. And so sometimes you don't want to give that advantage to another player as well.
I mean, every Pokemon that has a 4 times effective weakness can lose matchups pretty hard.
Oh, I've heard that before.
Yeah, that happened before. So what you will also hear of before is the opinion of Pokesquawk on that matchup in the winner's interview. So guys, go nowhere. We will be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm here with the newest contender for day number 2 at Pokesquawk, but it's really not that new for you, right? Because you qualified last year for the European International Championships. Are you hoping that this is your tournament to do this again?
I hope so. I came with the same lack of preparation, to be honest, as I did back in Frankfurt, and it seems that I don't know, it works in Germany without preparation. I don't know how it happens, but I'm thrilled.
That's really that is an interesting point. So do you feel like sometimes if you over prepare that you're not going to play as well, or that you think too much about it so you misplay, or what is the thought process behind just being relaxed?
Yes, I think. Yeah, I think it makes a huge difference. I don't think I ever felt that nervous. It only happens just before you start the game. Once you're in it, I think you're quite focused. But yeah, I think for me personally, it works well to just be relaxed and not really care about like sweat about the different types of Pokemon that I will bring.
Right.
And I even changed my team last night. I had a Jumpluff in my team. I saw Martine also, and Adequance was bringing it.
Do you have the Jumpluff in place of the Altaria, or in place?
Correct.
Oh, interesting.
Correct.
I think the Altaria was very strong for you in this lineup specifically. I don't know how it's been for a lot of the matches.
Exactly. I don't know why I didn't bring it in the first one. I knew it was strong, but I don't know. I wanted to see in the first game. I wanted to see a bit how my opponent plays. unfortunately for him and fortunately for me, it was a bit hard counter in the first game.
Sometimes that's the way the cookie
I was
crumbles.
apologizing to him. I was saying, I'm sorry for this. Like, it doesn't feel good also to win like this, of course.
But it doesn't feel good to win like this, but it does feel good to win.
Exactly, yes.
So tell us, will you do any preparation for tomorrow? Or is it again going to be relaxed?
I don't know. What should I do? I have to think about it. Take a moment. I think I will check out at least the teams a bit, some of the matchups of the people. It's a new meta, so
That's right.
Nobody's prepared for it. So.
Are you liking it so far?
I think it's interesting. Noctowl is maybe a bit too overpowered, I would say, but it's probably in everyone's team. Or not, I'm not sure. I have to check.
It's probably in about 90% of
90% of the
teams.
teams, yes. It's interesting that it changed the meta, but yeah, we'll see how it develops because it's really the first tournament, maybe the second actually after the Australian one.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. We're looking forward to casting a couple more of your matches again tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll be on to the winner bracket of Stream D, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Sorry, guys, I think you just missed it. Rob did this crazy synchronized dance across the room. Maybe we can get him to do it again before the end. But a little bit of backstory about that. How did you come up with your in-game name, Dancing Rob?
Well, that's actually a pretty good question, and it was when in 2016, when I initially installed the game for a few weeks, I was dancing in a dancing formation back from school, which sadly dissolved because of COVID, but I managed to dance there for like 5 years, and it was pretty cool.
So you not only are a legend Pokemon player, you are pretty much a legend dancer as well?
I'm a solid dancer. So
Above average dancer.
Above average dancer.
Okay, to go back a little bit to the world competition, so you won, and then I noticed, because we are in-game friends, that now you have this pretty fancy new pose that you have, and I believe you're only one of 2 people in the world to have this, correct?
That's correct.
And will you ever change this pose?
Never ever. Unless I win again and maybe there's another pose for me.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you automatically, as the winner of the first year that Pokemon Go was involved, is invited to play in Japan for the 2023 finals. How are you feeling so far? Are you keeping an eye on your competition? What's been played and who's been playing it?
Of course, I did a little, and how the meta shifts and what my friends are playing even. And it's interesting to see that even like small changes in the meta are doing like some significant changes to everything basically, and that's pretty cool. So if you really want to stay in the competition, you also have to like watch out all the time for the meta.
Yep, that's true. I remember that you thanked Tho Technical on stage during the finals, and he was one of the qualifiers in the last regional, so I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of a friendly competition between you two. Do you scrimmage against each other at all already? Is it going to be something where you try to hold back your team or your skills the closer it gets to time?
Probably the second one. I'm not too worried about Japan so far, mainly because it's in like 7 months. But when it comes to Japan finally, then I will probably practice a lot.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any tips for people who are interested in participating in these play tournaments but maybe haven't yet, or are just waiting to see what this meta will shift into? And overall general tips to becoming a better PvP player?
It's probably something that I could answer in more than an hour or something like that.
That's okay. No, I'm sorry, we do not have.
But of course, first of all, it's never too late to start with it. Like I know players that started last year and already doing really good at some regionals, and you can basically just go to every regional you like. There's probably always some spot like go can be capped, but it's not like, but it's like 90% capped at the moment, so there's always a chance to sneak into one of these. And yeah, just have fun there.
Yeah, and having fun is a big part of it. I mean, it's really nice to be able to meet people in the community. We became friends through the game, and speaking of becoming friends, Rob and I are lucky friends in the game, and we decided ahead of time that we were going to do our special trade on screen for you guys right here. So, Rob, what was it that you wanted?
I wanted the shiny Yveltal.
And I do have one of those for you.
That's perfect.
And you don't have one for me, correct?
Sadly, don't have one for you, but
That's okay.
I have something else for you.
So, I believe that we agreed that I was going to give you what?
A shiny Yveltal.
A shiny Yveltal, okay. And I am going for a shiny Lucky Dex. And so don't judge me for my pick, but I'm going with a shiny Regigigas.
Which is a pretty nice shiny.
Yeah, it is. So let's do it. On the count of 3 here. 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm going to check the IVs. I don't know about you. Oh.
It's pretty average,
Yep.
but it's from you, so that's perfect.
We'll have to keep trying. One last question to go out on. It's not PvP related, but it is very much our friendship related, and I think might spark some controversy in the chat that they can discuss as well. Why on earth do you believe that pineapple belongs on pizza?
It's just a perfect combination of the pizza with a little bit of sweet on it.
I don't agree with him, but he is the champion, so we'll let him have his moment. Back to the rounds. Welcome back, everyone, to the Stuttgart Regionals. I'm Amanda, and I'm here alongside my co-caster, Leonard.
Hi.
Hello. So this is
nice
very
to meet
exciting.
you.
This is very exciting because we have one more match that is going to be in the winners bracket finals. So these are the people who are guaranteed going on to day number 2.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts of the champions that we've seen so far?
It's stacked.
It is stacked indeed.
Me Weedle, we have Inadequins, and we have Pokesquark, so 3 really renowned players who have been on the world stage. So it's going to be really tough to win this thing tomorrow for any player.
I have to agree. And our next round, I'm kind of excited about because they're not that they're less good of battlers by any means, but they are very, well, less known. But we did see Andres earlier. She's a female battler who just has had an explosive game so far today. I was so sad we didn't get an interview her, so not that I want her to win, but it would be kind of interesting to get her thought process behind everything as well.
Absolutely. So she really destroyed the renowned player Basics.
That's true, the regional champion of Bilbao.
Special event.
Yeah, special event, that is true. And she's up against Manning 3, who has also obviously had a very impressive run.
Yeah.
Neither of these players have lost yet. These, again, are the winners finals for day number 1 in Group D.
Has to be an impressive run, and he is rocking a stylish notebook, and we are seeing Shadow Venusaur for the first time today.
Yes, that's true. You know, we thought it maybe would go out of fashion because of all the Noctowls that are literally flying around, but it is doing so much damage in the past tournaments. Even something like a Frostlass does not want to take a Frenzy Plant.
No, absolutely not. And Frenzy Plant, I have settled this with Rob, of a Shadow Venusaur also does like 25 to 30% to a Noctowl, which is for a resisted hit a lot.
Yeah, it is almost a busted move. And then obviously with the Shadows being that 20% extra damage, it really, I would say, does decent against the whole team except that Noctowl.
That is true. And even Noctowl is winnable because you can, if you have an energy advantage or a shield advantage.
That's true.
Sludge Bomb is.
Sludge Bomb is no joke, indeed.
It's going to hit hard.
So I'm happy to see it on a team again.
Same, such a cool Pokemon that won the World Championship for Dancing Rob.
That is true. But on the other side, we did see some really impressive plays by Andres. Just really good energy management. She's been doing some really nice swaps as well. I don't know if you caught the last time, she did a really nice sacrificial swap and caught a charge move on her Medicham that had 1 HP. It was amazing.
So we are seeing the teams again. We are seeing a Lantern, which is making me happy.
And you know what is not making it happy is that Pelipper. That Pelipper does not want to see that Lantern at all.
Absolutely not. But we have a Lantern on the side of Manningle as well. So maybe we are seeing a Lantern stare down.
Yeah, I think that Manning's Lantern looks really good against Andres' team. It can at least go toe-to-toe with basically everything on there. We have not seen Manning yet, to my knowledge.
The only Pokemon that really beats Lantern in this scenario is, I think, regardless. I mean, if it's the Spark, then the Galarian Stunfisk also wins most of the time. If it's Water Gun, it's a different scenario. But I think that the Lickitung is going to be strong with the power whips.
That is true, but the Lickitun's power whips are not a same type attack bonus, so it's just going to be a regular. It's not going to hit as hard as what we were discussing earlier. I would much rather take a power whip from a Lickitung than a Frenzy Plant from even a regular Venusaur.
Yeah, I think that is not worthy of a discussion. Even, but, absolutely, I mean, Venusaur is an offensive powerhouse, especially in the Shadow form. And we are going to see game one, and there it is, the Shadow Venusaur versus a Lickitung.
This goes more in favor, I would say, of that Shadow Venusaur because, again, those Frenzy Plants hit very hard. Going to have to go for these body slams. You do get to it quicker, but it just doesn't do that much damage overall.
That is true, and now we are going to see Body Slam. But Body Slam, I think you can't really take two, though, right?
No, you can't take two, but you can definitely get up to 2 Frenzy Plants beforehand, and this will cause Andreas to at least have to debate whether she wants to preserve any health on this Lickitung itself. Letting the first one go down, look, already in the yellow, and able to hit this move right at the same time. Charge move priority going to Manning here, and Andreas is choosing to let her Lickitung go down.
So this was really a one matchup by the Venusaur without being switched out, and now the Frostless is not going to farm down. The Venusaur immediately switched out into the Lantern. Lantern taking these Powder Snows like a champ, but now there is the first Shadow Ball. Do we shield this or not?
I don't think you shield, but if you look at this Lantern too, it is a Water Gun Lantern, so it is going to be doing a lot more damage to that Frostless. Andreas doing the Shadow Ball and dipping, a little bit of chip and dip as we call it, because this Thunderbolt, while it's effective against the Lantern, is just not going to do as much damage as it was against that Frostlass.
No, that is only 35 to 40%, so we are water gunning on both sides. It's an absolute gun down. It reminds me of a Wild West movie.
I can have to agree. And going for the heavy-hitting move here, this will be enough to take out the Lantern, and Manning deciding to just go ahead and let it go. This is interesting. We'll have to see what comes back in. I would assume maybe that Venusaur to go ahead and get a nice amount of farm. But you know what? There's not a lot of health left on that Venusaur, and a Surf would be able to take it out at that point.
That is true. However, getting to a Surf is not really that easy with Water Gun energy generation. So now we are having a shield. Shielding this Surf is really interesting. Surf not the hardest hitting move, however at the same time attack bonus boosted, and of course it is also super effective.
Yes, and we have a bait on Manning's side going for that rock slide, but will Andrews think it is an Earthquake? She does, and going to go ahead and shield that up. Going to try to get this Galarian Stunfisk down as low as possible. And unfortunately not being able to. And this is an interesting thing because the rock slide is super effective against the Frostlass here, and it's going to bring it very, very low.
So the Frostlass actually caught the attack, however, it probably won't even get to the Avalanche.
Oh!
Venusaur immediately getting the knockout with one Vine Whip, and we are going to get to a Surf. Frenzy Plant, no, the Water Gun down.
This is going so insane, being able to Water Gun down, and they both still have a shield left. But are you going to get to 2 Surfs before? No, unfortunately. We see it again, a Mud Shot down.
What is happening? Why is it always Mud Shot down in here? I mean, at this time it at least makes sense because the Mud Shot is super effective on the Lantern. So it's not only one of the craziest energy generating moves, but it is also super effective.
That was a very well played game by both opponents there, but Manning really recognizing at the end. If you notice when the Frostlass came in, an immediate swap out. Even though that Venusaur was so low, he knew I cannot give this Frostlass any extra energy. So going ahead and swapping out, even to something that was, I mean, definitely advantageous. The Lantern going ahead and taking that Shadow Ball like a pro. But if you looked, both opponents still had 1 shield left at the end of the game.
What if she shielded the Rock Slide with the Frostless? Because then it would have been really healthy. It would have almost been at full HP, and I think there was no combat for it.
Yeah, I think maybe she was thinking that she was going to catch an Earthquake, because it was at Earthquake energy almost. So that could have been it. However, unfortunately, the Vine Whip damage from the Venusaur was enough to take out the Frostlass before it could do any damage. And again, this is just very high caliber, high level plays by both opponents here. I wonder how Andreas will try to adapt for game number 2.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see that both players were left with 1 shield after the first game, because of course when you press a charge move, then you will give your opponent the window to have 1 more fast move. Thus, they are dealing more damage, and if you know they are shielding anyway and you won't get to your second move, then you just stop using charge moves at all.
What was really kind of sad, I guess, for Andres in this scenario was that she was one water gun away from being at double serve. So in that case, like you said, you don't want to get the fast move to go through for your opponent. But if you're at the double move, then they would have blocked the first one, and the second one would have been able to take it out. Unfortunately, like you said, the super effective mud shots, even though they're not very heavy hitting, it was enough to take out that lantern at that range.
So that's why it was really well played by Andrew's opponent, because if he went for a charge move, then there would have been the double serve.
That's right. You can see both the players really kind of analyzing now what to do in game number 2. For those of you who are just tuning in, this is the winners bracket for Group D.
Group D, yeah, the last one. So it is the last winners final of the group. We are also going to feature the losers finals of the group. So,
yes, so you can see all 8 competitors that will be competing tomorrow to see who will become the last regional champion of Europe for the 2022 game series.
Absolutely.
Don't worry, though. There'll be plenty more regionals in 2023.
Absolutely, and I can't be more hyped.
Yeah, me neither. This has been so much fun. I can't repeat it enough. The caliber of plays done by almost everyone here has been spectacular.
Yeah, and it's getting better and better at every event.
It's true.
Players are getting better and better. The skill cap is higher and higher.
I think everyone who is playing in the Pokemon Go games, for the most part, they are really into the game. You know, I don't think many people are competing that don't know much about what is going on.
That is absolutely true. So we are having Water Gun Lantern versus Medicham. That is a matchup that I have not seen before, or I have not played before even. So I think we are having connectivity issues. I can't imagine that this Lantern is not water gunning because it doesn't want.
Yeah, it's just like, going ahead, give me some counters.
It's not obeying its trainer, you know.
Saying, no, I don't want to battle anymore, at least for this moment.
You don't have enough gym badges to control me, man. I'm not going to water gun here.
So we'll have to wait to confirm with the judges of what is going to go on. It looks like, yes, they are indeed exiting out of the battles. It doesn't seem like it would be fair for anyone. So can you explain how the replays go if something like this is to happen? I believe it is the same Pokemon lead.
I think it should be, but I think you can change. I don't think you can. I think it is a full replay, because then you could change your backline according to the Pokemon lead.
And we have seen it on screen of what the backlines are, so it's not like it can be changed at that point anyway. You're kind of locked in. Fortunately, things like this happen sometimes, but at least in this case, it happened very early on in the matchup when nothing has really been decided so far. The worst time for something like that to happen would be like, at a game-winning charge move or something like that.
Exactly. I mean, stuff like this, sometimes you just can't.
It happens.
You can't control it. It happens. But it's good that we have the judges there who control the situation and who can fix everything for you guys.
Can they fix everything for me too? 'Cause I have a list.
You can ask them. I can't guarantee it, but I'm sure they will do a good job.
So like you were saying, it looked like there was the Water Gun Lantern versus the Medicham, which, you're right, is not a super common matchup. However, it is becoming more common as people are trying out this new meta, because I think Lantern, most people favor it with Spark because of the charge move, but I like the Water Gun Pressure. Speaking of Water Gun Pressure, we're about to see it spout off again against the Medicham. It looks like both players are staying in because this is a rather neutral matchup for both sides. The Medicham does have to land that Psychic to do a lot of damage, and it is now up to Manning to decide if he is going to shield this potential Psychic, and he is not.
I mean, you basically know that there is a Psychic coming, because I know Ice Punch is a bit more, it is a bit cheaper. However, it is not that much cheaper that you would want to bluff with it.
That is true. And like we were saying, there's a potential defense debuff, so you definitely don't want to shield the first one.
No.
Going ahead and letting that Lickitung get a little lick advantage, getting a couple more water guns before switching out into a Venusaur, which, again, we saw how this went down before, but maybe this is Andres' turn, that she wants to shield it up, try to keep a switch.
And it is really good that there is some damage on it because of the water guns, because now this Frenzy Plant would immediately take out the Lickitung, and I think this is exactly what's going to happen. Frenzy Plant comes through, there was a bit of energy stored before, so this is a really, really good spot for the Venusaur. Venusaur is immediately going to go for the Frenzy Plant before it falls down to the Frostlass and takes out another shield.
Now this is very interesting because the Frostlass has a ton of energy now. It already will have a Shadow Ball pretty much stored by the time it comes in, which will be enough to take out that Lantern.
That is true, and this Lantern will deal quite a bit of damage. You will have to shield this, I suppose, because you don't want the Medicham in this matchup as well.
That's right, and Frostlass has such a high attack that Andrews knew that she was going to go ahead and win charge move priority there. Luckily for Manning, it wasn't registered, getting a couple more water gun before releasing the Surf.
But also going into is in Thunderbolt range as well.
That is true. Going ahead and tanking that Surf on Andres' side, and now we have a Medicham mirror, and it looks like Andres, since she swapped in first, will have that energy advantage and able to get the Psychic first. Will she get the defense debuff? Because again, we talk about possible RNG game changers. That could be it.
So the Psychic coming out from the shiny Medicham, looking beautiful.
And getting the very last shield from Andres as well. Correctly shielding up the Psychic. No debuffs on either side. And again, Andres has a bit of the energy advantage. This Psychic will be enough to take it out, but she's going for the bait here because she knows that Manning has one shield left, but Manning is choosing, last minute shield on this. Let's see how this decides to play out. The Psychic should also be enough on his side to take this out.
Exactly, so if it's not the Psychic, then one or two counters after it. So no, Psychic takes it out. The Avalanche is loaded already, but we are not quite at a second Avalanche, right? So this could mean that Frostless is going to fall after another fast move.
I think it may. Yes, this water gun will definitely be enough to take it out. And Manning goes 2-2, sealing the deal for him for the winner's bracket.
Absolutely stunning performance of this water gun Lantern. I'm such a big fan. We have almost only seen Spark Lanterns before, but Manning has done a magnificent job at outmaneuvering her here.
I think that the water gun Lantern, like I said, it's less favored because people really like to spam those charge moves, but I like the hard hittingness of that water gun. It does better against like the steel types, the ground steel types.
And honestly, I think that key scenario here was, or the key Pokemon was actually the Shadow Venusaur, because of course the Lantern supported it and chipped down the Lickitung a bit, but Venusaur could take it out with one Frenzy Plant, and this Lickitung has been sacrificed by Andres in Game 1 and Game 2, so it actually did not even get the chance to bait out more shields with Body Slams.
No, it's true, and like a lot of times people like to use Lickitung as that third shield, but I mean when it's something as heavy as a Frenzy Plant, it's not going to work. But I'm really excited to hear from him to see if he indeed thinks that that was his MVP throughout the day, or how he has been anticipating how the meta has been shifting.
Exactly, guys. So let's just wait for the winner's interview, where I will ask Manning about his Venusaur and which Pokemon was his MVP. Welcome back, guys. We are here with Manning, and he just advanced to the top 8 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So you just had a pretty intense match. It was a 2-0. It was a very decisive victory. And there were some points where we were kind of surprised as how the game was going. So this Venusaur was incredibly strong in the Lickitung matchups. Do you think there were scenarios where you would have shielded in her if you were her?
You're referring to the lead matchup of game 1. Honestly, I think it was kind of hard for her to judge because in the end this is somewhat of a neutral matchup. So on my end, I was probably intending to shield if she would spend shields on that matchup just to, try to play for alignment there.
Okay, so and in game 2, or no, in game 1 actually, she switched in a Frostless into a Rock Slide and did not shield there.
Yeah.
Why do you think that was?
I was honestly surprised by that. But I still thought that due to the fact that she had somewhat of an energy lead, if I remember correctly, maybe she was trying to just play for the energy, knowing that I will not be able to mud-shot down all the way in that matchup and just maybe save some energy and play off of that.
But in the end, you were able to mud-shot down the Lantern at least. So why did you decide to bring a Water Gun Lantern? Because most of the players we have seen in the field were actually running Spark Lantern.
Yeah, so the main idea behind that was to have, for one, the surprise factor, of course, because as you said, normally you'd probably expect Spark to be the way to go. And I just like the way how you, for example, have some more play against Swampert, and you still do not lose that much checking all the flyers with the newly buffed wing attack. You still have some positive matchups there, so I just wanted to have that fast move pressure.
Yeah, also it is getting significantly better against Galarian Stunfisk, and maybe sometimes players are just immediately switching the Stunfisk in before they even see that it is Water Gun and it is a bad matchup. So what are your thoughts going into tomorrow now that players have seen your Water Gun? Do you think that you still, like also your Venusaur, people can prepare for it mentally at least? Do you think you have a shot in this tough competition to win this entire event?
That's a very good question. Honestly, I came here with almost no expectations at all. So I was just glad to win the first match and just go from there and take it match by match. So tomorrow is just a bonus for me. So I'll just try to approach it, have fun, and hopefully we'll have some good games.
Just a bonus. We are probably going to see some good games, at least 2 of yours. So thank you very much for the interview, and I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Guys, stay tuned for the losers finals of Group A. Welcome, guys, to my personal team builder. We have a new format in Pokemon Go, and I got 2 of the biggest experts in the field to help me build my team that will get me to Yokohama eventually. So, guys, thank you for doing this with me. I want to start things off. We have seen a wing attack buff, so it generates more energy, and there is one Pokemon that comes to my mind. Are you guys okay with Noctowl?
For me now, Noctowl became the best F-switch of the game. Just before it was Sableye, but now you have more energy generated thanks to this buff. So you outpace with a Sky Attack, and even against Frostless it's really good because just before, Frostless was one of the best Ghost Hunter, and now thanks to it, you just can outpace to Avalanche.
So Amanda, I think Noctowl is a staple now. You can basically play this in any team you want. And I think most of my opponents are going to run it too. So which Pokemon would you recommend as a check for Noctowl?
That is a really good question, and you're absolutely right. I think everyone is going to run Noctowl and a counter to Noctowl. Some of the biggest counters you can most likely think of are going to be ice types. Walrein is probably going to make a comeback. There's potential with maybe Ninetales or something like that. However, I'm going to say this, and people are going to hate me for it, but the best check is probably going to be Bastiodon. And not only does it check Noctowl, it checks most of Noctowl counters.
Bastiodon seems pretty interesting to me. However, I'm kind of afraid of counter users. Amandine, what would you recommend me instead if I don't want to bring Bastiodon?
I think I would recommend you probably something neutral who can just lure the Noctowl, for example, as a safe switch. If you really want to lure the Noctowl, for example, you can try to pick Lickitung if your opponent does not own a counter user, or you can also try your Medicham because Medicham is still good overall. And depending on IVs, for example, if you prefer attack over bulk, you can also win CMP over some Noctowls. And then with Ice Punch, we can still pressure it. So I think the strat who would be like popular would be to have a Lickitung or Medicham just trying to lure the Noctowl now.
Okay, so I've already had a favorite Pokemon in mind that I wanted to bring. You did mention it so far. What do you guys think of Lantern?
I absolutely think Lantern is a good pick. I think because Noctowl has now gotten this buff, a lot of the grass types, and especially grass types like Trevenant, which we've seen a lot in the past, are no longer going to be as prevalent. So with the lack of grass, the water types will come back out to play. Lantern is a really good pick if there are not grass types around. However, its typing and charge moves make it so it's not that viable against a grass type. So I would think of perhaps at least one other counter in case your opponent chooses to be a bit brave and runs like a Venusaur or even we were discussing a little bit off screen, a Jumpluff, and Amandine has a lot to say about Jumpluff.
Yeah, it's true because Jumpluff is probably one of my favorite Pokemon. And I mean, it's a spice, it's dry like spice anyway. But for me, Jumpluff can be interesting because you still can take one Sky Attack from Noctowl against Galarian Stunfisk. The matchup is not that bad thanks to Energy Ball. And you generate a lot of energy thanks to Fairing. Fairing, which is a move, which is a copy of Mudshot. So yeah, it's really interesting. Even if it deals no damage, I mean, for Jumpluff, it's really huge because you also have the big move Acrobatics. So you can have the acrobatic move thanks to the Community Day All-Star, which grabs all the Community Days of all the year. So just keep your hop-up for this Community Day All-Star.
Okay, so Jumpluff actually sounds pretty good. So I would also like to integrate that in my team because I am afraid of Swampert. Swampert has been massive and it has kind of fallen out of favor because Trevenant has become so popular now that Noctowl is really strong again and like a staple pick. Maybe it is time for Swampert, especially Shadow Swampert, to come back because 2 Hydro Cannons from Shadow Swampert take out the Noctowl. But for now, we are going to get to the next featured match.
And welcome back, tuners. It's me, Amandine, again with Amanda for our awesome Amand duo today.
And the last Amand duo of the day, unfortunately, because the matches are about to be done. We just have a couple more to see who are top 8 for tomorrow.
We come back tomorrow.
That's right, that's right.
So perfect. So we are still in Stuttgart for these regional championships. I hope you guys really enjoyed the battles as I did because we had like a lot of really incredible battles with a really high level skill. So I was really pleased to see all of them, and now we are coming with a new match. I think it's Tonton Battles versus Talonflow.
That's right.
Yeah.
Talonflow was one of the top 4 finalists in Bremen.
Yeah.
For the finals there. I like to joke around that I was his good luck charm because I was also there at that event and he went far and now he's also going far today. But maybe you would also say that you are Tonton Bateau's good luck charm because he is one of your friends from France.
Yeah, it's true. And I'm also rooting for the cute Chamin just here, so you can easily guess for who I am rooting for. But I really hope that both players will just show you, you know, like a lot of really good plays. And I'm pretty sure they will do. But what do you think about all the
whole
team
teams?
comps?
I find it very interesting. Talonflow is using the Lola Ninetales, which we haven't seen very much, but it has to make you wonder as well. Is he going to go with Charm as the fast move, or is he going to do a Powder Snow because of all of these new flyers that have got the wing attack buff?
Yeah, for me, you know, just because of the Charm nerf plus wing attack. Wing attack buff just means that the Alolan Ninetales will, this Pokemon just has to go straight with Powder Snow because I'm sorry, I don't really see any place for the Charmer.
Well, either way, the Altaria still does not want to see it on Tauntaun's side. If you're Tauntaun, you're thinking that what can I do to prevent Talonflow from bringing that Alola Ninetales because obviously, either way, it doesn't want to take those moves.
I mean, if he runs a Powder Snow, you know, Pelipper is still a good matchup against it, so it's fine. I mean, for me, if you don't really want to bring this match to Rock, Paper, Scissors, you have to not to play Alteria, because you obviously just bring this Rock, Paper, Scissors condition. So.
But I don't know if you guys saw in the last matchups with Pokesquark, he did bring the Altaria, and it brought him to the victory. So it brought him to day 2 for sure.
It's true. It's true, it's true. So, I mean, it's still a bit difficult here, but I mean, Altera does not have like a good matchup versus Lantern, does not have a good matchup versus Alola Ninetales with
I think
Pelipper.
Altaria does okay against Lantern, actually. It's not great, but I mean, I would say that I would put them on almost equal footing, wouldn't you agree? Or do you favor the Lantern in this scenario?
I mean, you probably want to see the Lantern, and I mean, the Altera on the Lantern instead of the Alola Ninetales.
That would probably be true.
Yeah.
What I also like about these teams is both of them are using like the pseudo fighters. You know, we have the counter users being the Toxicroak, which you don't see that often. We did discuss it a little bit earlier. It's not the bulkiest of mons, but Tauntaun is using a Toxicroak, and Talonflo is using an Obstagoon.
Yeah, so for me, yeah, it's true that Toxicroak is like another answer to the Obstagoon, but also, I mean, Obstagoon does not survive one Focus Blast because it's double super effective.
That's right.
Against, the Focus Blast of the Registil is double super effective versus the Obstagoon, plus the counters, even if they deal super effective damages, they are not stabbed, so not the same type attack bonus.
That's right,
so
that's true.
Yeah, I mean...
So you know Tauntaun a bit, though. Do you recognize his play style? Oh, we're getting right into it, though, so we'll have a chance to see.
Tauntaun brought Alteri, yeah, wow, against the Trevenant. This is perfectly where you want to see it. Oh.
Talonflo choosing to stay in and going immediately for that Shadow Ball. I wonder if he is going to do what we call the chip and dip, you know, doing a little bit of damage and then trying to swap out, maybe trying to catch that Sky Attack on a different Pokemon. We'll have to see. But Tauntaun going a little bit over before throwing. He didn't want to get that catch.
Yeah, no, he can't catch because of the Dragon Breath. So one turn move, so you can't catch if you time wild here. And he finally takes one shield from this Trevenant, but concedes the lead advantage and gives some energy to this Trevenant. Oh, he's trying to counter everything down here. So
this is a bit dangerous because Tauntaun has to shield this up, because even though this is a bait, a Shadow Ball would have done so much damage to that. But now being able to get to back-to-back seed bombs, it will still do a little bit of damage, but definitely not enough to warrant both shields.
Yeah, because now he knows that it's a seed bomb, so you can easily take it because it's a resisted move. And going to Pelipper, and now you have Pelipper against the Registil. So Talonflo is just throwing a Weather Ball, trying to get to put the Registil on the range for the Earthquake of Galarian the Stunfisk.
And that is indeed what will happen, because the Stunfisk will be able to take it out at this range that it's now at. Tauntaun going for a little bit of a Hail
the
Mary
bait of the Zap Cannon, because you know here that you can take one Focus Blast, and it's a disaster for Tauntaun.
But luck is on Tauntaun's side, because even though it wasn't blocked, he did get the attack debuff. So this Earthquake will not do as much damage.
Not as much damage, but the Galarian Stunfisk will be able, conceding one shield, to farm everything down.
So I think it looks from Tauntaun, he's just going to go ahead and let this go. The Registil will not be able to get to another charge move, not even enough to quite take it out. And I think this Rock Slide would even be enough.
Yeah, and now you have the Rock Slide, and you know that Toxicroak is a really, really bulky Pokemon, so you have to keep this some health, because the wing attack of the Pelipper is super effective. But here you have to throw to go to 2 Sludge Bombs, and Talonflo outpaces to one Weather Ball.
I do honestly like this play, though, by Tauntaun, because recognizing that even though that Sludge Bomb would not be enough to knock out the Pelipper at that range, he didn't want to reveal the second moveset, because you never know. Some Toxicroaks run a Dynamic Punch.
Yeah, Dynamic Punch, yeah.
And so not revealing, that is another, like, a high-level play. If you know that you're going to lose a round, you want to just take as much assessment of the knowledge that you're gathering from that.
Yeah, you
and
don't
if he threw that Sludge Wave, then Tauntaun would basically be giving away that information for free to Talonflo, that yes, it is a Sludge Wave, don't worry, it's not a Dynamic Punch.
Yeah, so I mean, you probably doubt that the Toxic Rock runs Sludge Bomb here, but you never know.
That's true.
Sometimes you always can be surprised. For example, sometimes you have like some Pokemon are not spicy. In some metas, but the moveset is. So for me, I mean, something spicy is something out of the meta. So even a moveset, even if the Pokemon is really meta, a moveset can really be spicy and can fit some situations.
I find it interesting that most of the fighters that have been using this cup, they only have a fighting fast move, being counter being one of like the hardest hitting moves in the game. But if you think about a lot of their charge moves, besides Obstagoon maybe running a cross chop and also the Shadow Machamp that we saw on Basics team, if you think the Medicham, they're running Ice Punch Psychic usually. We did see one Power-Up Punch Medicham earlier, and this Toxicroak is running Mud Bomb and Sludge Wave.
Yeah, but
Sludge Bomb, I'm sorry.
yeah, but sometimes, on Medicham, for example, you run Power Punch if you want to try to take down the Registeel before he reaches 2 Zap Cannons, because it's really difficult as a Medicham. I mean, you have to take 2 moves even if you throw some charge move. So
I personally love Power-Up Punch because I like to ramp up my attack. The Power-Up Punch will increase your attack stages every time you use it.
You should be a Scrafty user then.
I don't like that it's so weak to charm, Scrafty.
Yeah, but now charms are a bit,
true.
let's say, guns, so I think Scrafty have more room.
You say that now, but we have not seen Talonflows. There is a chance that is...
True? It's true. Maybe there is a chance, but I highly doubt about it because for me, you have more value running Powder Snow.
Another good question. What does Alolan Ninetales battle cry sound like?
Sorry, it was like a sick cat or something like that.
I have a feeling you're just making these up, Nim. Is this true, or are these the actual battle cries?
Yeah, I mean, I run a lot Alolan Ninetales, especially in Nurture because it's really good, and I love the sound. I mean, I can even if I don't see a match. I just hear the sound. I'm like, oh, it's another Alolan Ninetale here.
Yeah, they say that sometimes you can recognize your friends' voices from a distance, and you can say, not only do I recognize friends' voices from a distance, I also recognize Pokemon cries.
Yeah, Pokemon cries are also the sound of attacks.
Yes,
I can recognize them. I mean, I can't do them, but I can recognize them.
Yeah, that's also important. Some players really like to have the sound of the game in while they're playing because they like to do like counting attacks.
Yeah,
and like this. And some players find it distracting.
Yeah, sometimes it distracts some players, but for some other, for me, for example, and I highly recommend people who has like some difficulties to count, trying to activate the sound of the game, not the music, but the sound of the game, because sometimes you can just hear the sound, and sometimes it just sounds like a melody in your head. So you're
making your own Poke songs.
Yeah, so it's better for you to count. So if you're miscounting a lot because of animation or just trying to trying to see the health bar of your Pokemon, it can help. And here we have Pelipper from Totobata's side against the Trevenant of Talonflow. So Talonflow is 1 point ahead on this loser bracket and is obviously staying in this matchup because it's not good for Talonflow, but not that bad at all at the same time. And Totobata shields this move in case it's a Shadow Ball, but it's a Seed Bomb who would anyway deal some good damages to it. And Toto is baiting here with a Weather Ball. It's not going straight Hurricane, and Talonflow calls it once again. Talonflow is just making all the good calls versus Tantobatas today.
But now, forcing to throw the second Weather Ball. It is a bait, but with the wing attack damage, the Trevenant does end up, becoming very low. But now...
Tonton
is switching out and catching the Shadow Ball. This is huge, and you can see Talonflow is a bit discouraged from this. I wonder if he will try to swap out so the Licks do not end up taking it out, and he does. It's an immediate swap into the Galarian Sunfish, which is a pretty good counter to the Lickitung, because as we discussed earlier, the Power Whips do a decent amount of damage, but they are not same type attack bonus.
Yeah, but... I mean, the Totobatas will have to face then the full health Pelipper with Half-Life Pelipper, I mean his own Half-Life Pelipper and the Toxicroak with 1 shield difference. I mean, he has, no, not 1 shield difference, sorry, because Talonflow had to shield the Talonflow.
Yeah, they're on even par here, but now Talonflow baiting, throwing the move 1 before the Earthquake. Will Tonton call it? He does. He's not going to go ahead and shield this no matter what. And then still, maybe we'll give a little bit of farm.
Oh, he reached the power up is so huge here because you will definitely need these damages.
I don't know if it'll be enough to take it out, though, and I do think
does
that it'll
not.
be able to throw something at whatever comes in. That Toxicroak will not be able to. It is able to counter down before getting off that rock throw. That is
It's
huge.
really huge, yeah. Maybe he's trying to catch some move here, and Tonton is just sweeping immediately on his own Pelipper, and Talonflow just throws Weatherboard, trying to probably trying to catch the next move of the Pelipper or trying to snipe it because
it looks
trying
like
to
he tried.
yeah, he tried it once again, and Tonton knew it, and now he just throws a Hurricane.
This will be big. If this is not shielded, this will put the Pelipper very low on Talonflow's side. A last-minute
you
shield
have
comes
to
up,
shield it
shielding that
here,
Hurricane.
yeah.
You can see him. He feels like he's maybe almost secured the victory here, and I have to agree. It looks like it's going to happen because at this range, Talonflow will be able to get up to that Hurricane.
Oh, and
Getting
then
a little bit scared though. I forgot that there was a shield left on top.
yeah, and then here, it's crucial because the next move will be a charge move priority because both players. Oh, no, it's not even because it does not even reach it. And Tonton Battaz had the move on his Toxic Rock. Would it be enough to KO the Pelipper here? Yeah, it does. And Tonton takes this game and ties against Talonflow. Such a really, really good game.
That's right. For those of you just tuning in, we are in the losers bracket. Whoever wins this matchup will make it on to day 2 in the top 8. And right now, the stakes couldn't be higher between the two of them. They are both 1 point away from victory, and yet 1 point away from defeat.
Yeah, I mean, this game is so tense because both players really have to play really very well. But here I was a bit confused because I thought that the Pelipper had the back-to-back weather ball due to the animation, but he had like just 5 energy.
Yes, he needed one more wing attack more.
One more wing attack anyway. So it was not at the move, and it was crazy because I thought he had it. So anyway, it does not really matter because you lose as a Pelipper the charge move priority against Toxicroak because this Pokemon has a really, really high attack, as you can guess, just because you probably saw that Toxicroak is really, really glassy.
Yes. It seems to be the case with most glassy Pokemon. They have a very high attack, but that doesn't give them much bulk in that sense.
Yeah, so sometimes you probably prefer to try to have the move through and not trying to charge move priority and get this Pokemon, just because you're pretty sure that these Pokemons would win it.
That's right. It's also something that I notice a lot of players do. Like if you are a Toxicroak or something with a very high attack stat that you know that you will most likely win charge move priority, you can end up storing a move before you swap out.
Yeah.
Because when then you come in later, you can automatically fire off that move before your opponent can, which can sometimes end up sealing the deal if there's no Protect Shields left.
It's true. Sometimes it's something you have to do. I mean, you have to optimize some energy on your Pokemons, knowing that you will win the charge move priority over everything who come next.
That's
so,
right.
for example, if you have, let's say, a Frostlass and your opponent has a Galarian Stunfisk, you know that your Frostlass will 100% win the charge move priority against it. And
we're about to see if it's a Charm or a Powder Snow.
Yeah, so Powder Snow, I have a con on it, and it's indeed a Powder Snow, so it's neutral damages from Talonflow, I mean from the Alolan Ninetales and Pelipper, and Tonton Battaz knows it's not a Dazzling Gleam, it's just a Weather Ball, so he decides not to shield, and here you can decide to go straight to Weather Ball because it's safer in case the Alolan Ninetale decides to shield the huge move which is Hurricane, and the Weather Ball comes through, and it's charge move priority here? No. Tonton Battaz decides to shield and not to throw here against the Alolan Ninetales. And going probably for another Weather Ball here.
Yes, charging almost back-to-back Weather Balls because if this doesn't take it out and he chooses to shield, it would be able to throw an immediate another one to win. Talonflow knows this as well and will probably come in with something that the Weather Ball doesn't do that much damage against.
So its own Pelipper, because here you try to reach the Hurricane and get your shield back, and you have a perfect alignment because you don't have the Toxic Rock on the Pelipper, but on the Obstagoon in the back of Talonflow.
Yes, the obstacle in the back of Talonflow does definitely not want to see that Toxicroak, and it looks like it will probably have to.
And he switches,
they're
and
doing a switch and an
Tontonbata is probably
immediate
happy.
counter switch, and you can see Talonflow shaking his head no, while Tonton shakes his head yes. This match it's not over until it's over, but it is almost at a decisive point.
He's really. I think he's really happy to see it here because now you know that you can farm everything down, and you will just be able to throw a sludge bomb on the Pelipper, which deal massive damages, and Talonflow know that it won't be enough to, because of the Altaria in the back, And unfortunately, Talonflow decides to stop tapping because the adventure is here over for Talonflow, but maybe he will do another tournament. He will play another tournament to do better.
Yes, he's a German trainer, and he's made it very far. He almost made it to day 2. It was like the very end of day 1, so there's nothing to be ashamed about at all of this performance. I think Talonflow played amazing up until this point, and it's not like he played these games poorly. It was just Tonton had a really nice alignment and good call of the reading.
Yeah, he did really, really, really amazing. But it was so risky to bring up Stagun, knowing that it was the Toxicroak doing.
And Toxicroak had been played most games.
So at this point, if you bring your Stagun, you have to keep the alignment, just because you don't need to align your Stagun on the Toxicroak here.
Yes, and we're going to be here shortly with Tonton Batu himself. I have to say, you guys have to do it in English because you need to make sure that the rest of us can understand. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the interview.
Welcome back, trainers. I'm now with Tonton Batters, my homie, my
Hello,
Frenchie.
everyone.
How do you feel?
I'm so happy about that. This is the first time I'm going to day 2 of a regional. This is my first regional. I'm really happy about that. Yeah.
It's really cool. I mean, which other regionals did you play before?
I did Lille twice. The first one in May 2022 and the second one in October.
Okay, it's perfect because what were your results last tournament?
The 2 last tournaments?
Yeah.
The first tournament I just did T1 T1.
Oh, so 0-2 literally. I'm sorry for you.
And the second one I got to the T2 for winner. I lost against Arstinho, and I went until T5, I guess. I think.
Okay, so round 2, round 5. I mean, you did a pretty good performance in Lille, and you just keep improving. I mean,
Yeah,
time to time, step by step. Finally, maybe you will be the champion of Stuttgart this year.
Oh, maybe
Yes.
I will try my best.
I know, right? I know that you will. I mean, you did some good plays, and you did it today too anyway. And what was your team built around?
I wanted to bring the new buffed Pelipper.
Yeah.
And the Registil. These were the two I wanted to bring into a regional. Then I built, for example, the Toxic Rock. I bring the Toxic Rock because I didn't want to choose Medicham. So I hesitated between this one and Shadow Machamp.
Yeah.
And for the others, I took Altaria for the later and Noctowl. Also, if I remember correctly, I just don't remember the other ones.
Okay, and do you think having Noctowl in your team is mandatory now?
I don't have one, and I think
That's
it's
why.
not really mandatory. But I will suggest to everyone who try to improve to GBL to try to give a try to this Noctowl because it's a really good Pokemon right now with wing attack with wing attack buff. Sorry.
It's fine. So, what are your expectations now for tomorrow?
Oh, I will try to win another one. Maybe champion. I will see. But I'm really happy to come back tomorrow and try my best to battle the other battlers. Really stacked tournament today.
Yeah, it's true. I'm pretty sure that all our French homies are watching us from
Oh
now.
yeah,
so
hello French.
hello Frenchies! I really hope that you like the stream, that you like the content, that you will support Tonton Batters as well. And stay here because we are coming back after a short break.
So welcome back to Leo's Team Builder with my two experts. So we left off the discussion with Jumpluff, a really good Pokemon that I also think I can integrate in my team. But you know why I want to integrate it? Because I am afraid of Swampert. Swampert has fallen out of favor a little. It was a beast throughout so many different formats. And now since Trevenant was on the rise, the Pokemon has fallen out of favor. And now that Trevenant will maybe fall out of favor because of Noctowl, I think we might see some Swamperts again. What do you think about Swampert, Amanda?
I think a lot of really good people use Swampert. I've seen it on teams in the past, especially Swampert with a little bit of energy advantage is going to be killer. Even in a Swampert mirror match, obviously the ones that can reach the move first are going to be the ones that knock out each other. Having that shadow damage, doing a little bit, 20% extra, is going to add up a lot. It's going to be able to take out those Noctowls. It's going to be taking out that Bastiodon like I'm talking about. And it can, it can do really well. I think you wouldn't be too bad to have a Swampert on your team. Is it also what you're thinking? You're doing 2 Flyers and a Swampert? Or are we still deciding?
I mean, I'm still deciding, but it sounds kind of good actually. So when I'm building my Swampert, what would you recommend me? Because I'm thinking I would go for one with a little more attack so I can win the CMP against other Swamperts, or would you go for a rather bulkier one?
Ooh, that is the tough decision. You definitely want to have a little bit of attack because the higher attack one does get to charge off its charge move first, which is important in the mirrors. However, a little bit of bulk does a lot of good when it comes to, because Swampert is not the bulkiest of Pokemon to begin with.
Especially in Shadow form.
That's correct. So I would probably go with a little bit of attack just for that offshoot because, I mean, I'm sure people in the chat are going to say a lot different, like, no, my Swampert's IVs makes me win this. Do your research, find out when you're doing your own team building what works best for the team composition that you're creating, because maybe there are particular matchups you need to win with the Swampert and therefore you need to have specific IVs.
Okay, that actually sounds kind of good. Doing a lot more research at home then. So, Mandine, 2 Flyers and a Swampert. What are the problem Pokemon for me now? What do I have to prepare for? What do I lose against with 2 Flyers and a Swampert? Because I think that Swampert should be the Bastiodon and probably a Lantern as well. So what do you think I can run here? What are my problem Pokemon that I have to beat?
For me, it depends of your other flyer, because if you pick something like Altaria, for example, you can still be pressured by things like A9 is still a problem, let's say, because if A9 decides to go straight to Dazzling Gleam and not to Weather Ball, it's really a problem, to be honest, because then A9 can decide to double shield, and it's a mess for your flying types, for your hydro cannons.
Okay, so how do I beat the A9 now?
Big Pelipper. Just Pelipper out the second flyer.
Okay, so I'm going to go with Pelipper, with Noctowl, and with a Shadow Swampert ideally. So, what's next? I think I want to integrate another counter user, maybe. So, my favorite counter user is Toxicroak, because I have the event one with the cool hat. So, do you think I should go with Medicham, because Medicham has been a lot more popular?
Yep, definitely, because I'm sorry, because Medicham has like a lot of more bulk than Toxicroak, and you also have the Ice Punch coverage, so it's obviously a best answer, even though you can win the 1-0 against Noctowl with Toxicroak. So thanks to the coverage of Ice Punch of Medicham, it makes it way better versus flying types. So I think that now Medicham is better even against Swampert, for example, because with Toxicroak, unfortunately, you can't take the Hydro Cannon, otherwise you would just be much shotted down. And you can take at least one Hydro Cannon with a Medicham or an Earthquake.
Yeah, also the Psychic hurts a lot, and with so many flyers in the format, Ice Punch is a really good coverage move to have on your roster as opposed to Mud Bomb. So, guys, we are at Pelipper, Noctowl, Shadow Swampert, and now Medicham, which is also already a really good roster, I think. And we are going to go into another break before we go to the next featured match. And we will be right back with my team builder.
I know.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here, still the man duo, but it will be the last one for us today. But it is going to be a very hype matchup, and actually kind of a repeat of something that has happened earlier today. We're going to have Kido, who by the way, it's his birthday, so make sure to wish him a happy birthday in the chat, versus Scafo, an Italian player who was in the top 8 in Bremen last year. They played earlier today, and Kido won, but now Scafo has made his way through the losers final, and now they're meeting once again to see who will go on to date number 2.
Maybe this time he will get some wet spawns to defend himself. So sometimes the story repeats, but you can still try to change the story and bring something new.
I mean, if we even talk about the basics, who was he lost in day 1, to Vani, and then in day 2, he ended up beating him multiple times to become the Bilbao regional champion.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, never give up. And sometimes when you have, let's say, nothing to lose, you have to try things. You have to go crazy all the time, because if in a tournament you have some points left, and you're about to get kicked out, just try something crazy, because at least it would be something your opponent could not predict.
That's true, and since these two have already played once a day, they have a little bit of a game. They know each other's play styles a little bit. They know what Pokemon they're running. They know at the same time also what charge moves everything is. I think if you look at the team, most of them are probably running a standard move set. But for instance, Kido knows if it is going to be a Spark or a Water Gun Lantern.
Yeah, it's true. And also, what do you think about the Sableye here? Because for me, Sableye is pretty... I mean, it's a Shadow one, so it's a pretty good, I think, against Kido's team overall. But you have to concede all your shield for the Sableye if you want to deal these extra damages of the,
That's true.
Although, Shadow Claw.
In a zero shield scenario, the Sableye can go straight foul play against a Noctowl and knock it out. So that is kind of an interesting turn of events with that 20% extra damage. Also, the Sableye, just in general, is a pretty strong pick. I don't know if you heard us say it earlier, Sableye is one of my favorite Pokemon, so I do love to see it on any team. Again, this is a little bit of a bigger showing of all of their teams. For those of you who maybe didn't get a chance to see it earlier, we have a Noctowl, a Shadow Sableye, a Shadow Walrein, a Galarian Stunfisk, a Lantern, and a Medicham on Scafo's side, and a Galarian Stunfisk, Trevenant, Altaria, Noctowl, Medicham, and Registeel on Kido's side.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I really like the Warren pick because now we can consider Warren as a spicy pick because we don't see it anymore. I mean, back in the past, we had like Warren by team, and even in GBL, you know, I was counting like how much Warren would I encounter, especially in neutral. I mean, it was like between 2 and 4 by set, so, or by 2 to 5 by set, and it was really crazy. But now, just because of this icicle spear nerf, icicle spear costing more energy now, just all the war rain disappeared because
it's kind of like the Nidoqueens of the earlier meta.
Yeah,
You
it's
saw
true because now
Nidoqueen
it
with the
flips.
poison fang was very prevalent, but now that it's has the kind of the meta change and it takes more energy to get to it, we haven't seen really any Nidoqueens yet in this tournament.
Yeah, it's true because now you know with Nidoqueen just spamming your poison fang, you won some match, but now you can just flip some other matches. For example, against Altaria, Nidoqueen can win it considering 2 shields, and if Altaria, I mean just 1 shield, because if Altaria decides not to shield, you're completely fine. And we are going straight to the next game. It's Shadow Stabili for Scafo against Galarian Stunfix for Kedo. So Kedo decides to stay here. Same for Scafo, going straight Earthquake. No, he's not going straight Earthquake. He's baiting here.
It looks like it, but it was charge move priority here for the Sableye. Gonna go ahead and get this foul play off first, and then I have to wonder if you're in Scafo's position, being that shadow, you know that an Earthquake will be enough to take you terribly low, if not knock you out. So you do see that Protect Shield going up on Scafo's side. The first one down on that, and Akito still having both of his.
You have to go really, really safe, but now the backline of Scafo is pretty weak, unfortunately, to Medicham, so you have to keep it really, really healthy here, and then switching immediately on a counter. But here you probably want to try to take another shield from the Nocturne. Oh no, he's trying maybe to catch.
This is an interesting move. I think the Walrein is a pretty decent answer to the Noctowl. I think that's again why Scafo has brought it. With the rise of the Noctowl, it gives Walrein a chance to come back. But now he's done enough damage, I think, to this Noctowl that only needs 2 Rock Slides to knock it out instead of 3. However, Keto is already at that second Shadow Ball.
Yeah, but here you know that you can farm up for more energy with your Galarian Stunfisk, so obviously you don't shield here, and you throw immediately, and then even if you're not able to farm everything down, you just want energy, or you just want to, oh, maybe you can try to farm everything. No, you can't.
Oh, I think
you have to throw at some point, yeah.
Pretty difficult to mud shut down, although, you know, it would give him very brave attempts for trying. He knows at this range it would not work, and going ahead and throwing that second Rock Slide, getting that Noctowl out of the game. And now what do? I mean, you can come in and get a little bit of extra energy on that Medicham.
Yeah, so that's what he's doing, and Scafo is probably happy to see it just here, because he does not want to see this Medicham on the Warren now.
That's right, and if you remember, Scafo got a lot of energy up on his Sableye before he switched out, so he is already at a foul play, and coming from the shadow, it's not something that I think this Medicham wants to take, and Keto uses his first shield of the game to protect himself from this foul play coming through this from the Sableye.
It's true, but here, if he shields, I think that Kedo will probably try to snipe, you know, him. I mean, here, Kedo is probably about to switch immediately on the Galarian Stunfisk, and to combo play exactly like I did just here.
A Rock Slide will do a decent amount of damage when the Sableye is that low, but you can see Scafo is immediately switching out. The Rock Slide, again, is going to do good damage to the Walrein, but I think the play at this point is you have to go ahead and take it. You have to farm down the Powder Snows and maybe throw that Earthquake at the Medicham.
I think Earthquake is not really worth because you still have 1 shield from Kedo's side.
Oh, that's true. He does have a Protect Shield left.
Yeah, so you just want to go to Ice Circle Spear. Oh no, he's trying to go straight Earthquake.
Sometimes it's a Hail Mary play. You can see that Kedo doesn't know what to do. If he did not shield that Medicham would have been almost gone. Unfortunately for Scafo, there is no winning condition at this stage now.
Here, because you always have to shield at least something, and in case it could be an Earthquake here, because you know that even if it's 2 Ice Circle, you will have to shield once. So if you want to go safe, you just have to shield the first one, because it could be the big move.
That's right. Sometimes it's an opposite condition where you know that if you shield it, it could be your lose condition. So that is something that really talented players are learning throughout their battles, knowing when they need to shield and when they say, okay, you know, even if this is the big move, it's not enough to knock me out, and I will lose if I shield this, and it is the bait.
Yeah, and this combo play was a really good play from Kedo because it led him to the victory for this first game.
Yes.
Now the players are focused, trying to know what the other could play, what they could run, because when you saw the Warren and the Medicham, and you know it was really risky, so do you really want to bring something weak to this Medicham
Yeah,
because
that's
it's
a good
scary?
point. Yeah, you saw in the back of both of Scafo's Pokemon were quite weak to Medicham, and not seeing the Medicham in the lead was a bit of a difficult scenario for him there. He did play it rather smart, getting a little bit of extra energy on that Sableye, but unfortunately for him, Kato did the same thing, and so he had a little bit of extra energy on that Stunfisk before he swapped out himself.
Yeah, I mean, banking some energy on a Pokemon, especially Galarian Stunfisk, is still a bit scary, you know, because you never know.
We've seen it so many times in
Yeah.
matches.
But people, I mean, it's scary, but it's the thing to do because you sometimes if you leave the matchup dry, you know that it will be really difficult for you in case you don't win the switch, and then you won't be able to farm a lot of energy, and you will be in a really bad position, and maybe you won't be able to take the shield back.
Well, this one is looking like it's also in favor, at least of the starting match for Kato, leading the Galarian Stunfisk into a Noctowl and an immediate safe swap of Scafo to the Noctowl. But this time, the Sableye has a bit of an energy advantage.
Yeah, it's true. So the Sableye can still deal some damages, but here you have to shield everything. Because Scafo decides not to shield the Sky Attack because it's not a Shadow Ball. Decides to take these damages and tries to take at least one shield from this Noctowl here. Because in the back you have another answer. I mean, yeah, you have another answer to Noctowl and to.
I think, honestly, he's going to, yes, exactly. Kyoto's going to have to shield here, or else he's going to get knocked out by this foul play. And at least now they are...
The Sableye is so scary just for that.
Exactly. And now, even though Kato's Noctowl has a lot of energy, it does not have a lot of health, unfortunately for him. Going to go ahead and fire off this
But he has two Sky Attack banks, so it's about to take some life to this Noctowl here.
That is true, but Scafo does have 2 shields left, so I wonder how he is planning to play this one out.
He's probably trying to keep all the shield for the Medicham for now.
Kato does not want to. You see that he decides, even though he had another Sky Attack stored, he did not want to give up his last Protect Shield. And now we are into a Medicham mirror.
Yeah, so Medicham versus Medicham. I don't really know if Kedo runs the next one because it's 1494. So I think yeah, the IVs are for the Hundo Medicham. So we probably would know it with the counter damages of both of them, and no attack drop from Scafo's side.
And Kato is going straight for the Psychic, and okay, a last-minute Protect Shield goes up by Scafo. Scafo has used his first shield of the game. He is almost at that second Psychic now. Will he go for it or will he bait? He's going for it, but not before Kato's hits that Ice Punch.
I mean,
I think Scafo knows. Yes,
yeah,
you can tell by his expression that it is just a last-minute Hail Mary play to get maybe a Protect Shield, but it's not going to happen. And now I think maybe Kato has to shield this because the Galarian Stunfisk does not want to be paired up against that Medicham.
Yeah, the defense drop from Scafo to the Kato's Medicham, and now you're just throwing Ice Punches because you want to lower the life of this Medicham, but you still have a Noctowl half-life for this Galarian Stunfisk, and
you see Kato here, he thought that maybe since the timer was up that he would try to catch, but at this point, Scafo was choosing to stay in it here. I don't know, if you're Scafo, do you just shield this and continue to counter down?
I think
he's just going to let it go.
Yeah, he just wants to let it go because now he will be soon in range with the wing attack damages of one Shadow Ball. So you can definitely survive one Rock Slide, but you have to shield it. And then Kato's Medicham is not too healthy to survive anything else and to reach another move. Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and throw right before this Rock Slide happens. Will it be enough? We'll have to see with the IVs here. Shadow Ball is definitely the harder hitting move, but I think that Kato will still be able to get off this move too, which will do some nice damage. Perhaps the counters from that Medicham will still end up being enough. We'll have to find out. The wing attacks are not very effective against this ground steel type.
Yeah.
And an immediate swap out here.
Immediately because he tries to get some damages of the counters, and he did
He did. He was able to counter down Kato 2-0ing Scafo here and coming on into day number 2.
And it was a really, really good game. I feel sad for Scafo because he did really well as well.
Yes,
but
exactly.
here, Kedo just played way better. I mean, it was like 2 really good plays in the 2 games who led him to the victory. And on the last game, the fact that he switched immediately on the Medicham trying to counter the Noctowl and not allowing not allowing the Noctowl to farm all the entire Galarian Stunfisk life left was a really, really good play from him.
Yes, and recognizing that the timer was up too. That's something you always have to keep an eye on because you will not be able to switch out if you're in a certain amount of time. It will be grayed out on your screen, but once you can see that you can swap out again, that's when you can maybe do a sacrificial swap. That's maybe when you can go in with another Pokemon to get a little bit of extra energy or damage in this case, and it looks like it really paid off for Kato.
Yeah, so here I think the play to do for Scafo would probably have been to bank more energy, you know, trying to to just sky attack the Medicham when it would come back, because you have to take this rock slide. So, you can't really predict it while you're playing because it's a really difficult situation, to be honest.
Honestly, there's so many things that you have to keep track of. You have to keep track of your counts. You have to keep track of your enemies' counts as well. And so it becomes maybe a bit too much near the end, especially when it's such high stakes.
And the clock timer as well.
That's right. But yes, we're going to go ahead and have an interview with Kato, the birthday boy, when after we get back from this short break. So don't go anywhere. Happy birthday to you. Congratulations, I'm here with Kato, who just won his tournament. Well, not the whole tournament, but you did win your matches, and you have secured your spot for day number 2. How does it feel knowing that you are one of the top 8 finalists?
Well, during the match, I was really nervous. Now, I'm relieved now that I'm here and can relax now.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, you have not played that many tournaments, correct? You we're talking about this a little bit earlier.
I played like 2 offline tournaments with, not offline, but not like the big names. So for something, no experience.
And what do you think of the tournament so far?
Well, I mean, meeting people in person is a really nice experience.
I agree. It's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah, I only read the people online, and now I get to see them. Yeah.
In person.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Person, yeah.
So, were you a bit nervous about it overall? But now maybe your nerves have calmed down, and you're ready to come out day 2 swinging.
Well, I'm nervous because of the interview right now.
Oh,
but,
well, I'm trying not to.
Yeah.
Should I not look at you?
No, all good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I came with like no expectations. I wanted to win one game, and then I somehow won against Lurgan.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of the champions of the World Tournament last year.
Yeah,
So, I mean, you've been knocking out some rather big names in the PvP community.
I got really lucky against them.
Well,
to be honest.
Luck overall, I don't know. Some people call it skill, some people call it luck, but it's really working for you, whatever it is. So keep it up.
Yeah.
And we'll see more of you on day 2.
Yeah, I would like to make greetings.
Yes, of course.
To the Stammtisch and also to Lugi. Okay.
And go ahead and throw him some birthday cake things in the chat. What a good gift, right? Don't go anywhere. We got one more match coming up. 2 more matches, actually. That was a complete lie. See you guys after the stream.
Welcome back, guys. So, we are back for my team builder. We have 4 Pokemon already, which would be Noctowl, Pelipper, Shadow Swampert, and Medicham. And spooky season is over now, and I caught myself a really good Trevenant. So, I mean, the Pokemon has maybe fallen a bit out of favor, but Amanda, what do you think? Should I run my Trevenant?
I don't think you should run the Trevenant, even though it is a pretty good pick. It's not, especially with how many Noctowls we know is going to be thrown around. I do have a suggestion for you, but my first question is, do you want to go safe or do you want to go spicy here?
I think I personally need to catch some opponents off guard, so let's go spicy.
Ooh, spicy. Okay, well, I'm going to suggest the Unnovan Stunfisk then, because it's not seen very much lately in any of the tournaments. Because it's always been kind of outclassed by the Galarian Stunfisk version. However, as most people know, now Noctowl has some bulk and break points that it can beat the Galarian Stunfisk. And do you know what beats the Galarian Stunfisk? The regular one. Do you know what else it beats? It can beat a Bastiodon, it can beat the Walreins, it can beat, or at least go toe-to-toe with a lot of the fighters. It's going to trample that Pelipper. The Swampert, okay, that's going to be a little bit harder to deal with. But overall, I think it's a good pick that not everyone would be expecting. So take it or leave it. And my safe pick is Registeel.
I'll absolutely take the Stunfisk, even though I also love Registeel. I mean, I love the idea of it, rather, because Registeel has also fallen out of favor a bit after being a monster for the past few formats. So why is this one good again, Amandine?
Yeah, so Registeel is good, to be honest, in this meta, just because I think you can still run it with a Flash Cannon and a Focus Blast, because, for example, if you try to lure a Medicham, you win the matchup if you time well, so 2 Flash Cannons are able to take the Medicham down. Also, you don't need Zap Cannon, especially because of the nerf of the previous patch, so you're not sure to debuff 100% now. And you still need 2 Zap Cannons to take down the Noctowl. So you probably need, and here you just needed to Focus Blast to take it down. So Registeel is still interesting, to be honest, even without Zap Cannon.
It sounds good, but not too convincing. I think I am much rather going to go for a normal Stunfisk. And now, since Amanda chose my 5th Pokemon, I want you to have the honor to decide for the 6th Pokemon on my roster.
Now I would go for Venusaur, to be honest. Shadow?
Shadow?
Yeah, Shadow, of course. Just because here you want to pressure the other Swamperts. But Venusaur can still be good with some energy advantage against Noctowl because you have the Sludge Bomb. So you prefer to run it as Shadow because you really want the plus 20% of damages, especially versus Noctowl.
So how much does Frenzy Plant do against a Noctowl? Because sometimes you will not get to the Sludge Bomb eventually.
I think it's like, it's just a one Vime Whip. If you try to optimize your energy, you can still reach it. But I think honestly that Frenzy Plant deals around the 20-25% of Noctowl's life, so it's still decent as a Shadow.
That is still a lot for a resisted hit, to be honest. So we have my final team of 6 now. We have, do you guys remember it? Okay, I'm not going to throw you in front of the bus. It's going to be Noctowl.
Pelipper.
Pelipper, exactly.
Unnovan Stunfisk.
Stunfisk, right. Shadow Swampert, Medicham, and now the Shadow Venusaur. which is going to be an amazing team, and I will let you guys know if it performs when I bring it to tournaments. So, guys, thank you very much, and we are going to go back to the live coverage of the Pokémon Go Regional in Stuttgart. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the losers final of Group C of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart. It has been an absolute blast so far, and we have 2 more matches remaining.
I'm so happy, I mean, all the matches are excellent, so good. I mean, I'm so excited. I'm still excited. I was excited, and I'm still excited because they are really, really good, and I learned a lot, and they are really entertaining.
Yes, there were absolute banger matchups already. We have had big names and even bigger ones, and now we are also going to see another big name on this table trying to compete for day 2, for the top 8 finish.
We have Elephant Flasher. So he's a German local versus Simon SP96, I think, if I remember well, which is German as well.
So a German matchup, one of them is guaranteed to make it to day 2. The other one will go home. Well, necessarily not go home, because they will probably still come back tomorrow to this tournament to watch the top 8 and play with their friends, because this is all about meeting your friends as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just don't, I mean, you want to play the event because it's entertaining, you want to go far, but also you do it for the community, not only for the betas, because during these events you see a lot of people coming from all the entire countries, the Europe, and for example, much more like USA, for example, and you know that you will never see them again tomorrow or the next week or in 1 month, so you just want to hang out with people and meet all the community of Pokemon Go.
That is true. And now let's focus on this matchup of Elefantflasche versus Simon SP. And there's one Pokemon that is striking me immediately, which would be the Umbreon, that has a neutral or good matchup against almost every Pokemon on Simon's team except for maybe the Medicham.
Yeah, except the Medicham, but also the Galarian Stunfisk with the Zero Shield can win the matchup versus Umbreon, because Earthquake is really a strong move, while Full Play is not that good. I mean, it's a good move because it's not really expensive in energy, but it does not deal massive damages. So with Galarian Stunfisk, you need 2 earthquakes plus the damages of Mudshot to take the Umbreon down. And sometimes you can try to bait or not, but most of the time, you're just going straight for the earthquake. But Umbreon, by conceding 1-2 shield, can still win the matchup. So you can try to flip it if you have it aligned.
So this is definitely a Pokemon that I would bring in almost every matchup of these 2 players. So let's see if Elefantflasche agrees with me on this one, or if he disagrees. So, I mean, you will, if your opponent sees that this Umbreon is a really strong Pokemon, they will most likely bring a Medicham to counter it down. But then you can prepare for the Medicham and maybe a Trev.
Trevenant from Elefantflasche side is really good, except, of course, for Simon's Nocturne, just because you just don't want to align it. But I mean, sometimes it's like betting. For example, you can't. I mean, you have to take some risks. So sometimes you have it aligned. I mean, as a leader, your Trevenant is aligned to the Nocturne, but you can try to do everything you can trying to get this switch advantage.
Absolutely. So let's see what else they could bring. This Warren.
Not Shadow, though.
How do you think it's going to perform?
The Warren is not that bad, but thing is, Elefantflasche also has a Lantern, and we all know that it's Park, so it shares Thunderbolt faster, sorry. And it also has Medicham, so it's not really convenient. Same Umbreon just stays a bit, let's say, neutral against this Warren, and you don't really want to align it on the Galarian Stunfisk as well.
So the Warren actually also can fight back against the Lantern with the Earthquake. That is not same type attack bonus, but it is still super effective damage, and Earthquake is a really powerful move.
Yeah,
but you need some energy advantage and maybe like a no-shield scenario.
Yeah, but the thing is, most of the time, when you know that you will have like a lot of matchup versus some Galarian Stunfisk, you just prefer to have it Shadow, just to pressure the shield of your opponent.
Exactly.
So both players are choosing their teams. And you, Leo, what would you run? I mean, would you run the Umbreon trying to lure the Medicham if you were in the Elephant Flash side?
I think I would bring the Umbreon, which is not really a Pokemon that goes through an entire team because it has crazy matchups or is crazy hard hitting. I would bring it as a safe switch.
Yeah.
And maybe
Definitely.
I would lead with a Pokemon that counters Medicham.
Yeah, definitely. Because what counter really Medicham, for example, you can lead the Trevenant, let's say, and then safe switch the Umbreon. But, I mean, Noctowl is still a bit difficult.
That is true. I mean, with energy disadvantage, Noctowl is a hard time for Umbreon.
Yeah.
The Umbreon is really strong in those bulky matchups with no type disadvantages. Let's see. But I would definitely say that I won't bring Umbreon. I think Umbreon is really excels when it's brought in as like a first switch. It's really the most annoying then to play against when you're thinking, okay,
it's true.
I have my Noctowl in, everything's going great, and then there is an Umbreon and you see that you don't have an answer for it, and then you know it's just gonna take a while and I'm not gonna have the best time here.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that Simon would play Medicham and Galarian Stunfisk. And I'm trying to think what the other Pokemon could be, but Noctowl is pretty good against against almost everything here, so he's probably about to bring the Noctowl as well. So yeah, I also like the Warren because as we say, sometimes you have to take some risk.
Yeah. So I mean, with this lineup you were just mentioning, I think that Lantern also looks really good. I mean, the matchup versus Galarian Stunfisk is iffy. I think Elephant Flasher is also running the Spark.
Yeah, I think there are
so many different Lanterns now that I'm starting to confuse them. But it's still a winnable matchup. You still have the hard-hitting same type attack bonus serves that are super effective. So I think Lantern looks actually pretty decent because it is a good mon against Stunfisk, and it is a decent mon against, or a better mon against Noctowl.
Yeah, but I'm not pretty sure that if you don't have like some damages before, an Earthquake would take down a Lantern because this Pokemon is really, really, really bulky.
Yeah, you can definitely take an Earthquake. You can't take two.
No, you definitely can't take two, but one, yeah, you can. If you're full health, you can definitely take one and pressure the Galarian Stunfisk, especially if you have some energy advantage. Because imagine if you safe switch the Lantern and then you take some time to answer it. Just one or two. Just two sparks are enough to flip a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, it is a pretty interesting point that you can actually take one Earthquake because you are most likely going to fall to one Earthquake and then one Rock Slide. We rarely get much shot down, so...
And we really have the Lantern lead for Elephant Flasher versus the Sableye of Simon, so it was a bet not having the Umbreon lead here, and indeed, Elephant Flasher took the Umbreon probably as a safe switch because he wants to try to lure the Medicham and leaving his own Galarian Stunfisk free. Free for the next of the game.
So actually this Lantern is in an okay spot. The fight versus the Sableye is going to be kind of even. He is not going to reach the second serve. He
tried to catch and he did. Elephant Flasher did catch and he's pretty happy about it, according to the little move he did with his head.
So this is really good, taking out all of this energy, and now we are in a pretty decent matchup. I mean, you have a little bit of a health disadvantage because you had to take this foul play, but Umbreon is in such a good position and no Medicham brought to the table by his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, now you have just two Skytap because Shadow Ball is resisted by Umbreon, and you're about to be really annoying because you will just spam your full plays and taking the health of the Noctowl little by little here. So all the full you don't have to shield the full play of the Umbreon because Umbreon is a pretty bulky Pokemon, so it deals not a lot of damages, but
it does so often.
Yeah, I mean little by little because here at this range the Noctowl can't take down the Umbreon just with one Sky attack, so he has to throw another one or just concede the shield and farm everything. But I highly doubt he can do it, so you have to throw at some point.
Yeah, and now also this foul play won't take out the Noctowl, so Noctowl is going to get really low. I don't think that it could farm down the Umbreon, so you might want to see a Sky attack. It is trying to.
Yeah, he's trying to, but his plan is probably to come back with Garen Stunfisk and take some energy advantage here, yeah.
So doesn't really care about alignment because there are no crazy advantages or disadvantages matchups.
He just did it with the Sableye here, and a surf is enough to take the Sableye down, and Simon just lets the Sableye go, trying to sweep with his Galarian Stunfisk in the back.
And the Galarian Stunfisk was yet to be revealed, so now we can see it for the first time. There is already one surf in there, and we're getting close to a second surf, so I can actually imagine seeing a shield here, even on a weak rock slide.
Yeah, rock slide definitely takes it down, but you will have to concede some shield here. For example, I think that Simon just tries to farm everything down, just conceding one shield, because you know that one surf is not lethal, so you don't need it. And it was really interesting from Elephant Flash's side just to come back immediately on Lantern and trying to snipe the Sableye, because you don't want to give some energy. You don't want to be farmed down with Sableye against your Umbreon.
And now we are seeing the Galarian Stunfisk mirror match. Do we see the first shield on the Earthquake? That was so important.
Yeah, he's going straight, and Elephant Flasher is just playing the safe solution here, just by shielding it. And here you have to throw another Earthquake. So I hate, these matchups because it's just a bait dependent. So, and he shields the good move once again, but now he just shields less.
So now there is one more shield, and now Simon is about to also
shield it really well. So Elephant Flasher has to try to catch the other one here, and he did. Wow!
No,
Simon did it really. No, he did not catch it because it does not KO here. Yeah.
So, and we are seeing the reverse Earthquake. Elephant Flasche is nodding. He knows that he has this game. And we are going to see one last EQ in game one, taking out Simon's Stunfisk.
Yeah, and we have a meme about it, because you probably know Thought Tactical.
Yeah, the Rock Slide would have KO'd it.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think the Rock Slide would have KO here at this range?
It's so hard. I know why it was such a hard decision for him as well, because I don't think so.
Yeah, because when you're in the orange, for sure it does not, but sometimes in the red, maybe the rock slide could KO, but only Tactical can tell us about it.
He should know now, for sure. Yeah. So we are waiting for game two now, both players. It was a really close matchup. It was a really intense matchup, and now both players have to rethink their strategies.
But both players really have a good knowledge about their Pokémon, because you probably saw that Elephant Flasher knew that this Earthquake would not take his own Galarian Stunfisk down, so he could just shield carefully the two first Earthquakes, because you know that even if your opponent outpaces to the next one, I mean, you can just throw yours safely, because the Earthquake of Simon does not take the one from from Elephant Flasher. I'm a bit confused, because of all the Stunfisk. I mean,
that is true. Sometimes also the screen keeps turning. Sometimes, it's going into the
left and right. Mode. Yeah, and sometimes it's like a bit confusing when people are playing Mario. I'm sorry, it's like the end of the day. But I really hope you guys really enjoyed all the battle, because it's not over yet, and it's not over yet for these players as well, because they are playing in the loser bracket right now to try to do it to make it for the day two. And the loser here will be eliminated definitely from the competition.
Absolutely, and nobody wants to be the guy who lost in the last round.
Of course. And especially Elephant Flasher, because he's like a really good competitor, and he has like the spirit of competition. He's here to battle, and more important, to win. He wants to win. He really, really wants it. So, yeah, I mean, all his faction, EU emperors are rooting for him. So I guess. Yeah, that the Stunfisk guy, Tactical, is probably doing it. And here we go in the game two. So we have Elephant Flasher with his Galarian Stunfisk into the Noctowl of Simon SP.
More than decent lead.
Yeah, it's a really decent lead for Elephant Flasher, because You need the 3 rock slides to take down this Nocturne here, and here comes the switch. Oh, he caught it, so he tried to catch the earthquake on the Sableye, and he probably decided not to shield it, and even though it's just a rock slide, Elephant Flash probably tries to build to another move and going on his Umbreon, yeah, and catching the foul play at the same time.
Just like in game 1, this Umbreon comes in clutch to soak up the damage of the foul play of the Sableye of Simon, and now we are seeing some really strong snarls going to those foul plays.
Yeah, and now you can build a lot of energy with your Umbreon, because anyway you don't want to shield your Sableye because it's not a really good thing to do, and even the return does not deal a lot of damages to this Umbreon, so you don't even have to shield it, because then you would just need another one, and Umbreon definitely outpaces to another move now.
Yeah. Umbreon is really insanely strong, and just again does not shield this probably.
No, he does not, because he knows it's a full play, and Simon did a miss, I think. I mean, he probably was a bit anxious about this matchup, because now Umbreon was able to farm everything down, because he knows that he would never reach another move then.
So now we are going for double foul play, immediately charging up the foul play, so all the damage that Umbreon has taken, it will dish out against the Galarian Stunfisk now, which is not too much in this scenario, however it is still.
Yeah, and then you will just want here, to give your Galarian Stunfisk back. I mean, Elephant Flash does not probably mind to be farmed by this Galarian Stunfisk, because in the back he has Lantern, and he knows that Simon runs Nocturne here, so he's in a really good position.
Yeah, having 2 shields up for the Lantern.
Oh, he sniped it.
Low.
Do you think the rock slide would have KO? No, I'm kidding. It would have never KO here at this range.
I'm not sure, but wow, we are seeing a shield invested. I mean, he does not know that Simon has the Noctowl, so he doesn't know that Lantern is a crazy game winner here. But we are seeing an earthquake, and it is going to go through Noctowl.
And taking down the Galarian Stunfisk of Simon. So Simon tries to keep 2 shields for his Noctowl, but he still does not know what's in the bag. So here, safely shield 1 rock slide, because you don't want to take the super effective damages, and you're trying to go straight for the Shadow Ball here, because you don't want to take the risk to take another rock slide. And if your opponent does, he has to shield, and he decided not to shield. Oh, he barely survives here.
Does not get to the.
And here comes the Lantern. Yeah, the players know. I mean, they are both mining, so.
He was already celebrating when the Shadow Ball came out. He was pumping his fist, and now he knows, yep, I have so much more stuff I can do with my Lantern.
Yeah, and here I think Elephant Flasher probably does not shield it here, because he wants to know for the next how much damages a Shadow Ball deals to the Lantern, and how much can he take. And the answer is probably 2 plus the wing attacks, and not even sure about it. And it was a really good game from Elephant Flasher here, who was completely in the mind of his opponent.
Absolutely, he won the lead both times, and now he has qualified for the top 8. Yes, we have seen him lose in the winners final of his Group C, but he now made it, won the losers final, and advanced to day 2.
Yeah, so now just stay tuned with us, trainers, because we are coming back right after for the winner interview. Welcome back, guys. We are now live with Elite Landflasher. So he's the winner of this loser bracket. He made it to the day 2. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm super exhausted.
I can understand.
I was about to drop out earlier because I really was feeling so bad. But yeah, my friends pushed me on, and now I'm super happy to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand. It was probably your faction friends, right? And your girlfriend, Tuyen, Inadequance.
Yeah, also Silvio, shout out to you. You were really kind to me.
They are
and
really
also Pogo Ash. Your candy helped a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are really awesome. I mean, they did right because now you made it to day 2, so it's so perfect. And how did you feel about this battle? Because you were literally in your opponent's mind, all right?
Yeah, actually, I was feeling pretty confident about my matchup. My lantern was pretty safe, so my G-Fisk and my Umbreon also.
Yeah, it's true.
So yeah, I just played basic ABB.
Yeah.
But he didn't even bring the Medi, so
it's true. I was
just
surprised.
worked out in my way.
I was surprised about it, and yeah, you had like pretty, let's say pretty decent matchups versus everything because everything was kind of safe, not really losing or winning hardly against all the entire matchup except Medicham.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like if I get neutral matchups, I will be fine against most players. Just don't get RPS, and I'll be fine.
Yeah, it's true. So I'm not asking because I know it, but I will just say it here that it's not your first tournament at all because we faced each other in Frankfurt. I remember.
Yeah, we did. We did in the first round.
Yeah, we did the first round on stage together in the last EUICs, and you did it pretty far away as well.
Yeah, I also got top 8 there.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I did pretty bad in my top 8 battles there at Frankfurt this year. So hopefully I can do better tomorrow.
Yeah, because now you will have like less stress and maybe you can pretend to this champion title, all right?
Do you think I have less stress? I don't
probably.
think so.
I mean, you probably have some, but I mean, you can manage a bit more, because now everyone around you will just root for you, Except Martin, because Martin, Inadequance wants to win, so.
Yeah. I mean, I'm totally fine if he gets first and I get second. It would be pretty good.
Completely fine, it's true, because it's like faction family, all right?
Yeah.
And I can understand. Yeah. Do you have any message for everyone who supported you, your faction, friends, Pogo Ash, Inadequance?
Yeah, as I said earlier, thank you so much for everyone who helped me out today. And as always, thank you to my faction.
They're awesome. Thank you for all your kind words. Thank you very much. And see you later, guys. I mean, don't leave now because we are about to play the next match and the last match of the day in this loser bracket. Welcome back, guys. We are now with a Dancing Rob again. So how are you, Dancing Rob?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
So you already discussed about shadow Pokémon, about the meta-analysis. You also discussed about this tournament in Stuttgart. So now we will talk a bit about the future. So do you plan another competition like EUICs, for example?
I will try to come to some and spectate. But I don't necessarily want to play them. I just want to be there for the community and enjoy my time there.
So do you plan to do some other trainings, like another tournament, for example, because you still have to get in touch with the meta and everything, all right?
I will definitely keep up with the meta and try to still find holes and all that stuff. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to how the meta adapts in the next time.
What about Japan? Because you're already qualified for the next World Championships. Would you bring something like a consistent team, you think? A spicy team? Do you plan to be the next World Champion again?
Of course I'm gonna try to defend my title, that's not the question. I'm probably not bringing too much bias, but maybe something a little bit off meta that I feel like will cover against the meta at this point. But of course I don't know anything particular so far what will be like the meta by this and what I'm gonna bring.
Speaking of Japan, did you plan to have like a big trip there before coming, like staying for 1 month or more?
I will for sure be there maybe like 2 more weeks just to visit Japan, and I think that's what like every Pokemon fan loves, the Japanese culture, and I'm really looking forward to experience it myself. I've never been to Japan before.
Okay, yeah, because Japan is kind of far away from Europe, and I think for most of the players, it's a good occasion to visit Japan. So
What is the food you would love to try in Japan, except sushis? Because I know that sushis are your favorite ones, but you probably have another one.
Yeah, sushi is still my favorite Japanese food, but I love all food basically, and I'm really looking forward to try different things. I don't have too much. I don't really know what food Japan also has besides sushi, so we'll see.
Did you plan to visit the Pokémon Center?
Oh, for sure. I visited the one in London, and it was great, and I really want to see another one, and I hope it's bigger and has more stuff.
Thank you for everything, Dancing Rob, and we will be back later with a new featured match.
Welcome back, guys, for the last round of the day. The last round, the last match that we are seeing before we have decided which 8 players advance to day 2.
Yeah, and it's really exciting because it's the very last match and we have like our girl competing. I mean, probably the single one left. Yeah, she's the single one left now in this tournament. So the Andres, the Spanish girl, I'm rooting for her, obviously. And she will face Hansi.
Hansi?
So
You have not seen him on stream yet, right?
I don't think so because I don't remember his name. He's German, so his name, I'm sorry, but his name is so difficult for me to pronounce, so I would remember it.
Yeah, we will see him, and this also means that we are seeing another new player that we haven't looked at. So another new roster for us. Maybe some spicy Pokemon that we have not seen before today.
Shadow Ampharos, for example?
Shadow Ampharos, for example. Exactly. Something like that, even though we have seen one of those. But maybe we are seeing Gliscor and Shadow Abomasnow.
I love
yes.
it. Yes.
Yes.
This is what
this is I'm
we
talking about. Perfect. Okay. All right. So...
the Frostlass.
Okay.
The Frostlass is impressive, but I'm really curious, about the Gliscor, just because Gliscor has wing attack.
Yeah, it is one of the Pokemon that have been addressed by the buff of wing attack, and this could raise its level up to competitive top tier.
Yeah, like imagine if you boost twice.
Yeah.
The damages of the wing attack. Whoa.
Crazy.
Yeah, I think even the Lickitung would feel it,
Yeah. Most definitely. So the team of Andres, nothing too special. We have the Frostless as the standing out attacker, which could actually be really strong against the Gliscor.
Yeah, because her shiny Frostlass did really well until now, and I mean, Frostlass is good overall because Frostlass is good against Nocturne. Frostlass is really good against Gliscor because Ice type is double super effective against Gliscor. Frostlass is good also against Abomasnow because as an Abomasnow you have to throw an energy ball to try to take down the Frostlass, but you outpace as Frostlass with your natural damage with Avalanche and you deal massive damages. So it's her Frostlass is pretty good and just struggles a bit versus the Garan Stunfisk and the Lantern.
Yeah, but the Abomasnow still is a nice Ice-type Pokemon that deals with a possible Noctowl and, of course, also with the Lantern. The rest of the matchup is not too good for it. I mean, I think you're doing fine against the Lickitung, but...
yeah, it's true.
Lickitung also deals a lot of damage. Lickitung is really good against these shadow Pokemon most of the time because you are able to take 2 or 3, most of the time just 2 attacks, and we are going to see what's going to happen. A Lantern mirror match. I love it.
The water gun versus they are both water guns, so it's so funny to see them water gun them done. So who's about to win the CMP here? And it looks like it's Andres' one.
So we are charging up all of those electric bubbles, hitting it. Deals a good chunk, so we are...
It was not CMP here. It was not judgment priorities. Andres switching immediately on the Lickitung, immediately answered by the Noctowl.
Yeah, and now this is a change that was massively affected by the wing attack buff. Noctowl actually wins the matchup versus Lickitung now, most of the time.
Yeah, and the curious thing here is I don't see any Frostlass, but probably because she probably knew that he would try to bring all the answers to Frostlass here. Because even Noctowl can try to pressure Frostlass with the Shadow Ball. So here she has to throw a Body Slam with her Lickitung, so Lickitung I mean, now Lickitung really loses the matchup versus Noctowl just because of this wing attack buff, and Noctowl is going straight for the sky attack, so Andres decides to let her Lickitung go, and probably coming back and trying to bank some more energy. With,
I'm not gonna lie, I can never get enough of Noctowl. Look at its face. It is such a cute little bird.
Yeah, I mean, I like birds overall, as you can know, because of Pelipper, Manta, and Noctowl now.
So are we actually able to farm down this Lickitung? Yes, we are. Noctowl is at crazy low health. Immediately swapped out.
Yeah, he's switching immediately on his on Lantern, trying to deal some damages to Andres' one now, because he does not want to lose all this energy, and it is a Medicham in the back, and Andres is in a bad situation right now, because she knows that she has to keep at least one shield, because she knows that the Noctowl has one move bank, at least one move banked here, and she does not know what's in the back behind.
That is true. I mean, fortunately for her, it is just a stun fist, because Medicham can deal relatively well with it. Uses one shield now against a Surf, which is important because both of her Pokemon are on low HP. Keeps one more shield, and now we are seeing if the Noctowl is going to be switched in and immediately Sky attacks here.
And probably because here you just want to sky attack, even if you give some farm, because now you know that the Medicham will probably be in range with the wing attack damages for an Earthquake. And here comes the here comes indeed the Galarian Stunfisk. At this range, to be honest, I would have shielded everything, because I just don't want to be countered down, or just water gunned down. And here Henzi just needs 2 moves, trying to, because Andres has no shields anymore, trying to outpace. So maybe you can try to reach to bank some energy, throwing a rock slide just before the surf of the other Lantern, and trying to farm the rest, but it's really risky.
So Andres is in a shield disadvantage at this point. However, her fast moves are so strong against this really healthy Stunfisk. Water Gun dealt a significant amount of damage, and now there is Medicham in there trying to go for the counter down, but I think that this Earthquake is
chaos.
going to be
Maybe
more
we can ask Totectical for it. I'm kidding.
Would this Rock Slide have been enough? No, I don't think it would have. This Earthquake takes down Andres, and Hansi wins his first game.
And it's a good game from Hansi, who managed very, very well all the energy of his Pokemon, because otherwise it would have really, really been difficult just because of this Medicham back here. But he was able to really manage everything, like switching at the right time, just coming back at the right time, even if you gave some energy, but you have your clock up, and he was really, really, really good on this game. But it's not over for Andres yet, so I still have some hope for girls, you know.
Both players have had a crazy good performance here. I'm still hoping to see some of the Pokemon that we have not seen before, Gliscor and the Shadow Abomasnow. However, both of these Pokemon don't look too good into the team that Andres brought.
Yeah, but I don't really want to be... I mean, I mean... It's unlucky for the Gliscor, but it's almost impossible just because of the Water Gun Lantern plus
exactly.
the Frost
The Water Gun is going to be a big problem here.
Yeah, plus the Medicham with Ice Punch, because even if it's not the same type attack
4 times,
bonus, I mean, you still have Ice Punch, double effective, plus the Gliscor is really glassy, so you can't allow you to take 1 Ice Punch here. And you don't, I mean, you have Aerial Ace and as Gliscor and Nice Slash, I think, plus you also have, I think it's Earthquake, but you have to reach an Earthquake against Medicham, because I highly doubt that he would run Aerial Ace, just because this move is like a really weak move. You have, I mean, it's not really expensive in energy, but it also deals not a lot of damages, so you highly prefer running Earthquake, just trying to cover the steel taps as well.
And you really, exactly, you want to cover the steel types, makes the matchup versus Galarian Stunfisk a lot better. So we are probably not going to see it, even though I would love to. But
I'm sorry.
if Hansi wins this game, then he advances to top 8, and maybe then he can find a spot to use this Gleiskor. But this game is not over. Andres has more than one chance. She has one chance to tie this up, and then has another chance to advance to the top 8. So both of these players must be really tense right now. Hansi is in the lead. He has the advantage of winning game 1. He has a little bit of information. He knows what's coming. He knows, okay, I can't bring my Gleiskor here at all, probably because this Lantern has Water Gun. That is crucial information before bringing your Pokemon to the
Yeah, do you think Andres will bring her Forceless now?
I will...
And
no, I don't think so.
Not, yeah.
I don't think so.
What player are staying with the same teams here? Oh, it's really strange because, yeah, switching immediately on the Gyron Stunfisk and immediately answered by Andres' Medicham, so he's going straight for the Earthquake, and she decides not to shield because now you can try to farm everything done. You just have to throw one Ice Punch, and then you have to shield the next one. You don't even have to shield the next one, I think, if you time it. No, you can't time it well anymore.
So Ice Punch is being used, and now there is one more Earthquake.
He reaches another one, so Andres has to shield or to throw her move, and it was a charge move priority, and he decides here to take her shield back.
Yep, going for the EQ. And now you could even consider letting this Medicham fall, but then you lose alignment and immediately switched out the Lantern just so you can pair it up against the Noctowl as well again. So Medicham now 1-1 in shields, Medicham up in HP. And now we are seeing an Ice Punch being charged up.
Oh, she decided to go straight for the Psychic, yeah. It's not super effective, but still a stab, so there's more damages, and maybe she can have a debuff right after.
And it is a more powerful move, but we are farming down the Medicham, and this is so much energy on this Noctowl. It is looking strong, even though it's at like 30% health. So we are going to see the first Shadow Ball. Of course, you do not shield this. Lantern is such a bulky Pokemon. Lantern can take 1 or 2 Shadow Balls. This is more than 2.
Really 2 of them. And it's about to be a mirror of Lantern here.
Yep, and they are both water gunning each other down. So Thunderbolt is being used.
Yeah, and the super effective Thunderbolt is used on the Lantern, and Andres decides to switch right after on her Lickitung. Hansi tries to bait, I think, the Lickitung. I don't really understand this decision because...
This is going to be really difficult for Hansi in this spot because she can throw Power Whips to knock out the Lantern, but she can also just go for Body Slams, which are also going to deal significant amounts of damage. So this is not an easy spot for him.
She just wants to keep 2 shields, I think, for the Lantern here. So here you can try to throw 1 Body Slam and trying to farm everything down then because you don't want to KO it because you want some more farm, but it does not KO, and Lantern is not able to reach another move, and Hansi knows it. He does not want to give some more farm, and you have to shield your Noctowl at this point because, a Body Slam just KOs you or kind of close to it. So she reaches another Body Slam before he can outpace to 2 moves, and it's a good game because Andres did it and tied against Hansi here.
Oh, I thought there was another Sky Attack coming. We are seeing Water Gunning down. Yes, exactly. And now the Water Gun battle was won by Andres 96. So we are seeing a tie and a deciding game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting because both players play really, really well. Andres was able to have the alignment, having the lead, keeping this alignment, conceding some shields, throwing right in the CMP against she was able to throw on the charge move priority against the Galaran Stunfisk, and it was honestly a really, really good thing. She has a really good timing, she has a really good knowledge of movesets, of Pokemons, of energy and everything, like her opponent, and that's why they are like really, really good players. So do you think she would bring Frostlass this time?
Oh, Frostless looks amazing against half of the team, but we haven't seen half of the team so far from Hansi.
It's true. I mean, Hansi probably does not want to change his team. He would probably keep these 3 in some different orders. and also because Lantern is more comfortable with water gun because you can just pressure with your fast move against the Frostlass.
I'm still thinking, because of the Abomasnow, I mean, he brought it and he obviously succeeded with it, but what do you pick Abomasnow against in this format? I mean, it is okay versus Noctowl, however, the Sky attacks are also super effective damage. It's one of the few ice types that get hit hard by Sky attacks.
Yeah, it's true, but here you, as a shadow, you know, with some energy advantage, you can pressure shield, but you also have some coverage for water type Pokémon because Abomasnow resists everything from Lantern, for example. So it's probably more convenient, you know, for you to try to cover some more things. But thing is, you can't take, for example, one Sky attack from a Noctowl, one Sky attack from an Altaria. I mean, you can't even take one Sky attack.
Yeah.
Especially as a shadow, because you take 20% more damages as well.
And that is going to be a lot, as these Sky attacks are already quite powerful. So both players are really tense right now, and I can just understand it. Both of them, okay, they are starting to tap a lot already. I don't think we're in the game yet because Andres is not tapping at all. And now
here we go.
We are seeing the Lantern mirror match again. Okay, so we are starting off with a very neutral, let's call it the neutralist of matchups.
And now we still don't know who wins the CMP versus, I mean, the charge more priority
both
between
are spamming
Andres and Enzi, and it's Andres' one this time, because I'm pretty sure it is this time a charge move priority tie. And it indeed was, so now she can give the information about it, because sometimes when you know that your Pokemon has like high attack, you don't want to show it to your opponent. And she swapped immediately on the Medicham, immediately entered by the Noctowl here, and she reaches a nice punch, of course, and he know that even if it's super effective, he can take it because it's not the same type attack
Noctowl is such a beast. However, it can't take another ice punch because these counters deal too much damage, as Noctowl is also a normal type. But we are almost at 2 Sky attacks. The first one will already get shielded, and I'm pretty sure if there is another ice punch coming soon, it will get shielded.
Yeah, and here I'll throw immediately because you just want to take your shit back. So you just throw your ice punch, and Anzi has to throw not immediately but to throw now his Sky attack if he wants to try to to avoid another ice punch, and she decides to let her Medicham go at this range because he's a must at 2 Sky attacks.
Yeah, and that is really interesting because you could have baited out another shield, because this Noctowl was actually... I mean, okay, you don't want to invest 2 shields, to be honest.
Yeah, because you just want...
Wow!
Oh, what a catch!
And Andres is looking straight into the camera as she catches the Shadow Ball with the Licky Tongue.
The double resisted Shadow Ball, and here comes the Galarian Stunfisk. Maybe this thing changed the game.
Yeah.
I don't know, because now she has... both players has to throw the big moves, a Power Whip for Licky Tongue from for Hendris and Earthquake from Henzi's Galarian Stunfisk.
So we are not shooting this one, of course, even though the Power Whip is a stronger move. It is not same type attack bonus boosted, and this dealt not too much damage. That was at max 25%, and we are reaching the Earthquake before we are reaching the second Power Whip. So with no shields remaining, this game is really open right now.
Yeah, because I think Henzi's plan is probably, to just let the Galarian Stunfisk go and water gun the Licky Tongue down, and having a Thunderbolt for the Chinchou coming.
Do we get another Rock Slide, though? We are going to get to another Rock Slide. Before the last lick comes out, we are Rock Sliding. The Rock Slide will most likely not KO, but we are getting closer and closer to Water Gun this down.
Here, yeah. But thing is, he has one shield advantage, so the game is probably over for Andres, because here, honestly, I don't see any win con for Andres, and I'm pretty sad for her, but really happy for Henzi, because he's about to be able to reach this day 2 of Stuttgart today.
Yes, Thunderbolt is coming out. I think we have like one more water gun left to be used on the Licky Tongue.
Licky Tongue. Actually. And
actually, it took some more, and it did not quite reach the body slam. So Hansi actually makes it to day 2 and is the last competitor of the top 8 that we could determine today.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it was a really, really good game to be able. It was completely a blast. I was so excited. All the betas were really, really good. We had like a really good demonstration, you know, a really good show, a really high level skill.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, the beast of Pokemon Go.
Absolutely, and we did not see anyone lose the opening matchups because there were 2 lanterns staring each other down, and not one of them had the spark fast move, but it was always about those water guns.
Yeah. So for tomorrow, what do you expect?
Wow, so we know all the top 8 players now, and I think that I have a player that I would think could take this whole thing down, and I think that Inadequance looked
yeah.
crazy strong today.
But you want to see the Gliscor played at least once, all right?
That is true. I really want to see the Gliscor being played. I don't think that it's going to win the event. I would rather, as I said, give it to Inadequance. Who do you think can take it down? You can't go with Inadequance now. I took him.
Already?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I will go with my homie Tonton Bata then. I'm rooting for my French roots, so...
Also a really good call.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, if you turn like a French flag, you can have a Dutch one, so...
Yeah, so it's basically the same.
Yeah,
okay, guys. So
we're rooting for the same person.
we have one more winners interview left. So don't go anywhere, and we will see you guys back in just a second. Welcome back, guys, for the last winners interview of today with Hansi Gloom AMD, the last person today to qualify for the top 8 of the Pokemon Go Regional Championships in Stuttgart. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So, when I saw your roster, your team of 6, I was incredibly hyped to see Shadow, Abomasnow, and Gliscor. We already figured that they don't look too good in the lineup under your opponent.
Yeah, I didn't bring them in the finals, but I had one match where Abomasnow was very clutch, and I had actually a few battles where Gliscor came out to play.
Really? So I hope I can see them tomorrow. I would really love to see those Pokemon in action. What did you bring Abomasnow against? And are there not any other Ice-type Pokemon that you would rather want to play in this format?
In general, yes, but I thought with the new Flyer buff, there will be for sure some Noctowl, and there will be Lanturn. And so I thought, who breaks Lanturn and Noctowl at the same time? Abomasnow.
Yeah, Abomasnow.
And it's a personal favorite of mine as well.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. Since the big plant type Yeti is actually a really cool Pokemon. So, were there some breaking points in this matchup where you thought you were going to lose this, or were you always confident all the way through in these close matches?
Since this was the second time we battled today, and with the first time I lost, I was quite nervous for the finals. And then, yeah, I mean, game 2 didn't look too good. Game 1 was decent, solid. And game 3 I had the better alignment all in all, and the same team 3 times. I kind of knew what to expect then, and yeah, worked out.
So what changes did you make in the second one that we just saw versus in the game that you played earlier?
Not being that afraid of Frostless.
Okay, so you just earlier on brought all your counters to Frostless and...
Basically.
Okay.
And then Frostless didn't come, and I was like, where's the Frostless?
So would you have been really annoyed if Frostless came now when you were underprepared?
No, I wasn't underprepared, but I was not anymore overprepared.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah.
So there's one last question I ask everyone here who advances to the top 8, which would be, do you think you can take this entire thing down and be the next regional champion?
I mean, if luck is on my side and maybe the Abomasnow is able to be played tomorrow, could be.
I mean, we have seen that you definitely got the skills to take a tournament down with good energy management, to be fair. So, guys, thank you very much for the interview. Thank you guys at home very much for watching this. Please keep in mind, tomorrow in the morning, we will continue with the top 8. We are going to feature every single match of the top 8 and the top 4. Yeah. So, guys, thanks a lot, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.